back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
The money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank.
It is the final day. It is the final leg, rather, of the VCT Game Changers APAC circuit. A final chance for teams to qualify for Elite. Welcome to VCT Game Changers APAC Last Chance Qualifier. You are here with me, Mika Fabs, and Fluffy. Hey.
Hey,
what's
what's
up,
up?
Fluffy?
Very
And a
exciting
big-
day here for LCQ.
It is indeed. And a big shout out, by the way, to Black and Blue. Fluffy, thanks so much for the sub. But we do hope that Black and Blue does get better. If you guys saw him on his socials, yeah, we hope he gets better really quickly, because of course we do miss him here on the broadcast. Not that we're not happy to have you, Fluffy, as well.
Thank you.
Of course not. And of course, this is, as I mentioned, the final leg, or like the final for these teams to qualify for Elite, which eventually does lead all the way to Champions. We do see from our roadmap, we've had 3 opens so far here, Game Changers. It's been a long road for all of these teams. And now, this is the very last chance, literally the last, for these teams to qualify. And, I think, Fluffy, before Champions, before we put our minds against the Champions at the very end of it all, I do believe that this is the final VCT event, for the Game Changers, before 2023 officially concludes this whole Game Changer circuit. So we do have last chance qualifiers going into Elite and then into Champions. How are you feeling about that? Having this conclude the entire 2023 season?
I mean, it's a lot of pressure for all the teams because it is the last chance for them not only to qualify, but like you mentioned, towards the end of the Valorant season overall.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be intense as well, especially since, Elite, you're vying for that chance to compete in Game Changers Champions, right? Which will be in Sao Paulo, Brazil at the very end of our calendar. I think it's the very end of November, 28th, I think, somewhere about that the time. So that will mark as the very last VCT event before this whole season concludes. So it's going to be very, very intense, I guess. It's a high pressure environment for these teams that will be competing today. And I think what's interesting also about these teams is that, you have some new names, you have some names that, you maybe have or already expected to qualify. You have seen some names make a comeback, I guess, to the Game Changer scene as well. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how much of these, these tenured players are that X factor for these teams to be able to qualify to Elite. We do have our qualified teams right now. Very interesting logos, by the way. I have to just point that out. We have Nana and Friends. I know. Wait,
that's the
on
best
the other
one.
stream, by the way. On the other stream, by the way, you do have Nana and Friends going up against Nyx Kiyose. So you have a cat versus a dog, which is yeah. I think Vic, Chubby Ninja on the other stream pointed that out, and it's come on. It had to happen, right? It had to happen, and it happens here on the first day of LCQ. And we have Be My Team as well, Bot, Deviant Topaz. We have the Hero KDA, a very familiar name here on the Game Changer circuit. We have Neons and MLT Esports as well. Fluffy, are you eyeing any of these teams right now to be maybe favorites or maybe stand out from the rest of the competition?
I mean, there's so many possibilities because some of the teams, like you mentioned, are just kind of fully formed, or it's their bigger debut. And you look at what the other teams are joining here for the already qualified teams like SMG, but there's a lot of names you could possibly put up.
Yeah, exactly. And as you guys know, you do have these teams right on your screen right now that have already qualified to Elite, and we have 2 slots here from LCQ going up to complete those 8 teams going over to Elite. We do have a prize pool as well, so we do have a prize pool of $10,000 US. Of course, other than this, it is the chance to compete on that big international stage, and as well as a step closer to Game Changers Champions at the end of it all. And I think, for these teams, as we mentioned, it's a mix of a lot of different flavors, I guess, for LCQ, because we do have a lot of roster shuffles. It seems to be the theme, by the way, of this offseason, but there seems to be a lot of roster shuffles going on within these teams as well. So right now, we do have our first matches of the day. As we did mention, do check out the second stream as well on twitch.tv/FSL. If you do want to see this cute cat go against this cute little dog over here, we have Nana and Friends going up against Nyx Kiyose. And on this very stream, we do have MLT Esports versus Be My Team. Fluffy, what are you thinking about these beginning matches?
For at least for the first game, right? Be My Team is so interesting because they're not that, I guess, as familiar to a lot of people. They're still very new, so there's a lot of opportunities for them to really shine and qualify and make it to that upper bracket.
That's right. And I think that, it goes the same for all of these other teams as well. It's always been kind of the theme of Game Changers, wherein we do have these kind of standout players that kind of have are the anchors of your team, I guess, in terms of the roster. And I think that, it's going to be for me, that is the story of the entire tournament. It's gonna be how well those players really do, like, bring those teams up to shine out in this LCQ. So I think that starting out with MLT and Be My Team is gonna be very, very interesting because we do have some tenured players on both of these teams. So it's gonna be interesting indeed. I think that I believe that this is the first time these two teams are facing off against each other. But I think, like, for MLT, for example, this squad is so diverse, and it's really going to be a test of like how well these players capture this synergy, because I do know that they had, again, that last minute kind of roster shuffle going into LCQ. So as for example, like, how do you capture that energy within a very, very short high pressure scenario like LCQ, right? It's gotta affect the team in some way.
Exactly. I mean, Be My Team, on one hand, they're so homogenous, they're the same region and they finish very strong, but the full Thailand team that they do bring is very in contrast to MLT, which has such a diverse background that you already mentioned. And they have returning players like Aphrodite, who came back, and of course the pedigree that she has from SMG can be a defining factor. But the bigger question really is, will it mesh together in time versus a team that looks so put together?
I know, that's gonna be the true test for these two teams. And you mentioned, for example, Aphrodite, who is such a familiar name for those who do follow the Game Changers APAC circuit, right? And we do have to point out, I believe this is her first official tournament in more than a year. If you check out her record, it's more than a year. I believe it's exactly a year and 1 month since her last official VCT Game Changers tournament. So it's going to be really interesting to see how she makes this comeback and how she's able to, contribute to this team. She could be that X factor that we're looking for MLT eSports. And as for Be My Team, this team is also really interesting just because they've been, they've had members who have been switching in and out, I guess, throughout the entire year. But you do have, some core players that have been there since the very beginning of our VCT Game Changer circuit. So I think it's going to be interesting. Going into MLT though, again, Aphrodite, going to be that X factor, I feel like. And my eyes personally are going to be on her.
Yeah, for sure. But another player that I also want to spotlight is Eluwu, because she has that background since she did play with Asteria before for APAC. But Aphrodite, she's more known for that lurking role. I think on SMG, a lot of people thought of her as that clutch player playing that KJ or Chamber or Viper, any of those lurking agents. So she can really convert a lot of these rounds the later that they go, especially if they're good with their map picks and pick those maps that really allow her to move around the map. And I think with a support like this, they have that mix of veterancy as well as explosive power. But BMT, on the other hand, it's just such an interesting dynamic between both of the experience versus the surprise factor, I think.
Yeah, you never really can tell, right? You mentioned the meta. I think it does favor Aphrodite because you mentioned like the lurkers and the possible sentinel roles. But on Be My Team though, this team has been present in all open since the very, very start of this year. But with all of the movements in the roster, it's really only been Diami and I believe Madeline's, who we see here also as Mooping, who have been constants on this team. So I think they are the ones that we're gonna have to keep our eyes on to see how they can really sort of pull the team together in this LCQ.
I mean, they're really, really good as well on a lot of those maps that are fairly the ones that have a lot of chokes that you can really use your util to leverage a lot of their players. Because it's one interesting fact about them is I find that although they haven't like performed the best, they have that consistency that brings them to this level all the time, right? But it also means if you look back at their recent matches, the ones that they did lose went to that best of 3. So yeah, they lost the game, but they did so much. Like, they don't just fall down. This is a very resilient team, and against, I think, the pressure that MLT could possibly bring, Be My Team still is a strong contender, especially if they get this opening game, basically.
Yeah, it's about who gets that momentum first, right? Especially since, I think both of these teams have the potential. I mean, like, I think for all of these teams, actually, the momentum is going to be like a heavy factor, especially because of the high pressure environment that LCQ has. It's only 2 slots that will make it to Elite to join the other 6 teams that have qualified. And if you see it, like, as we saw earlier, those other 6 teams, if you look at their names, like, that's a lot of pressure riding on these teams. They have to be able to condition position themselves to be able to deal with all of that, especially if they're playing on that international stage. I think that, having like the veterancy of somebody like K490 on the side of MLT is a big win, but it's a question again. It's been more than a year, as we mentioned, it's an entirely different game, right? I mean,
Right.
you take a break from a year, we have potentially, we have Deadlock available, for example. We don't think that she's coming out right now,
Probably
but
not.
it's available. By the way, we are still playing on the patch wherein Jet is still viable, right? Fluff.
Yep, it is the last dance for the Jet mains out there. You still have that double updraft. You still have your at least your ultimate, and you can even smoke your friends and make sure that they can still have the spike, which you can't do nowadays on the live patch. But at least that gives a lot of those more practice teams the leverage to really retain a lot of the strategy that they have, which comes to show the contrast to of a lot of these teams in LCQ versus what you mentioned earlier of the already qualified teams. They have the big names. They have like SMG out there, RRQ. These not only have players that are really cracked, but they also have a lot of structure. And for LCQ, I find at least that some teams are like a very 50-50 where they kind of have structure and they kind of have aim, but it's really who steps up that makes it count.
Yeah, I think that these teams obviously know that themselves. So, for this preparation going to LCQ, I'm eager to see what they're going to bring out. And right now, we are jumping right into map select, and it looks as though, I think, like right off the bat, like this, I know that both of these teams do favor like Pearl and Ascent, and we don't see either of those maps here. We're looking at Bind, we're looking at Fracture, we're looking at Lotus. What are you thinking, Fluffy?
I'm thinking that at least for map 1, it's good momentum for BMY if they do take the map, because MLT has had a hard time in those multi-choke maps like Fracture, Bind, and Haven. Starting off with Bind is not the greatest thing for them, I think, because they're good at defaulting but not as quickly on adapting. Maybe that's in part with the new roster or fairly different. Maybe it's a language barrier. I'm not sure how the team dynamic works, but they have struggled and shown their cracks in a lot of these kinds of maps. And knowing that Bind and Fracture are going to be the first two, it's a little off for me for the map 1, but it's a very confident pick for map 2 for MLT because it does still feature a lot of those problematic areas for the team, but it seems like they're very confident securing that to make sure that they get their point at least.
Yeah, I think that Be My Team's like tenure, right, as a roster really does have to come into play here, especially knowing that they have all of that experience on Bind more so than say MLT with this current roster, right? So I feel like that playbook is gonna have to really be that X factor for Be My Team if they do want to take this. I do, as I mentioned earlier, momentum is gonna be very heavy, so I do think map 1 is gonna be so crucial to both of these teams. And looking at the maps that we have right now, I think that it's going to be interesting to see indeed if we are going to have these I feel like it's like Jet slash Hurrah as we know her, so like why not? Of course we may not see her on Bind, and actually like on this current map selection we may not see her at all.
Yeah, I mean Bind,
right?
it's normally a raise map for your duelist. You'd prefer
Yeah.
same thing with Fracture as well. You want that explosive entry, but I don't know. I really want to see a Jet because after this tournament, I don't know when I'm gonna
Me
see her
too.
again.
Me too. It's kind of like, just take advantage of the time that you have with this double updraft Jet, right? But I think that, again, going into Bind, Fracture, and Lotus, this is going to be very new, and especially if these teams have been working on something right before LCQ, it is time for them to, pull those wild cards out of their sleeves, I guess, for this match. And I think that, going into Bind here, I think that, we're gonna expect actually a lot of like the Sentinels and the controllers to come into play here, Fluffy. What are we expecting here for agent composition, you think?
I think a bit more standard is going to be good for both of the teams just so that they play their own game, because looking at the map bans, they have a similar map strengths where a lot of these more defaulty maps, those Pearl Ascent that you mentioned, they are leaning towards that kind of play style. And now both teams, in fact, are forced to play on these multi-angled maps where you're being pincerted in different places. You can't really util dump on one side. So really, more than the composition, I think it's how quickly the team is going to be able to adapt to the situation, because I think the one that adapts the fastest and the quickest could probably pull out the most wins in time, because at the end of the day, it's not a marathon, it's a race to 13. And if you can stack a lot of these rounds, especially on the first two maps, and I think Fracture moreover than Bind, you really get that momentum going where when you swap sides, you're like so confident because you can really pull away in a lot of these early maps.
Well, we are seeing like Chamber make a slow and steady comeback. In some maps, Bind tends to be one of them. And I think that K4 last time they did go up on Bind, which was against Neons. Yes, it wasn't exactly all too successful, but she did bring out the Chamber. So that we do know that aside from like the Killjoy and other Sentinels, that is in her pocket. It could come out potentially right now. And I think that, on the side of Be My Team, they do have, I believe they do have, they will probably go with a Chamber as well. We did see Pretzel on that as well on a previous map. I do think like the Controller, the Brimstone, and the Vipers are going to be crucial as well on this map. So gonna be really looking at like players like Hawkbib to be able to clutch those rounds out for their team.
Yeah, I think a lot of those rounds where you're able to just win that early fight, if you do have a Chamber, could be really great. You can go for a more util focused thing, more like Killjoy. K4 of course, is familiar with both of the agents, and Viper as well, which is a very prevalent agent on Bind. So there's a lot of flexibility, I think, that can happen with this at least initial roster for MLT.
Yeah, I think the Raze picks are also going to be very strong. I'm expecting both teams actually to go for the Raze pick. I think it's something that's works to their favor, very, very comfortable on this map, and I think like for all teams like in general. But I think it's gonna be a matter of like how these teams are gonna set up these players, these duelists, to be able to get in, and as well as the strategies that they have for Bind. Just because it's that type of map wherein it's like the mid-round calls, the quick rotations are also really, really important. So it's gonna test that synergy once again for both MLT and for Be My Team.
I just really want to see a Jet, to be honest with you. I mean, Raze is
I know,
great,
why not?
and I hope that they go for something more standard. Like, it makes sense, structured play after all. We want to go for that W, but I do respect a lot of those teams that really push the envelope for what is possible. In Champions, you see so many different compositions, like double controller, triple controller. So if you take any of those lessons, I believe it's the same patch as well for this one. So it's a lot of lessons to learn that you don't have to practice for, and if it fits your playstyle, you might as well.
Yeah, I mean, like I feel like for this LCQ, like I want to see as many Jet battles as possible, just because we know that we will be saying goodbye to her for like a bit of a while. Unfortunately, she probably won't be as popular, but who knows? I mean, maybe we still will get those with just a single updraft, but probably not as cool when it comes to like these dogfight duels that we are used to seeing, right? I think that especially with new maps coming in that are a little bit more close quartered, this is the time really for Razes to shine, and as well as the initiator battle that we're bound to see on maps like these, right? And I think that a Breach is probably becoming like a more and more popular pick these days, but I think that Sky's utility is still paramount in a map like Bind, right? Especially with like all of these like really tight quarters and little nooks and crannies. So I think that especially the initiators on both of these teams will also be that X factor coming into this match.
I mean, speaking of initiators, MLT, the last time I think they played Bind against Neons, unfortunately they did lose that series, but it did show a lot of their strategy in terms of what agents they picked. They ran the Sova as well as a Breach combination, which gives them both the info, but also still that fighting power, because of course, unfortunately, they didn't pick the Jet. They went for the Raze. Makes sense, respect, but it does help them out on the entry, etc. And I think it brings a lot more firepower, especially because they backed that up with a Chamber. So it's a very interesting way to play. I think Sova is not as popular as it used to be, at least on Bind. A lot of teams shifting towards what you mentioned with the Sky, because it's so flexible. You can send in those guiding lights from any of the TPs to the opposite side. It gives so much info, especially in a map like Bind, where you mentioned those mid-round calls are so important, because the weight of the enemies in terms of manpower could quickly move from one side to another just because of the map layout.
So I think it's interesting also for Be My Team, right? Because you do have Moopings, who is their IGL, or Madeline's. I do believe they're the same player. She has their IGL, but she is also their duelist. So coming into this, I know it is possible, of course, to have that, but having the IGL in the duelist role kind of like has a different kind of vibe, especially on those entries, doesn't it, Fluffy?
It's really difficult. I respect a lot of those players that can really pull it off, because it's so hard to see the macro perspective of the game when you're so focused on trying to win your initial duel, because you need that momentum up. There are a couple teams that do it, but it is such a different thing than when you're just like Astra, sitting in astral form somewhere, and then you can see everything. So the plan is like super structured. When you're on the front lines, it's really like on the go for a lot of these things.
Yeah, and I think that we will have Madeline's or Muping's up against Aluwu and Zach, by the way, who will be casting this match. Did give an interesting fact earlier, which that Aluwu I think was like the first player to reach Radiant in the South Asia server, if I'm not mistaken. Zach, if you're out there, do correct me. But yeah, so it's gonna be interesting to see how that firepower matches up against matches up against Madeline's on Be My Team, right? Especially since, as we know, she does have the IGL role as well. Does that divide her focus, or does that make her even sharper? Is gonna be what I'm looking at.
I feel like, though, if your duelist is the IGL, one advantage is, for example, on the same team for Be My Team, Pretzel, who normally plays a chamber on the map like Bind, is able to act more freely, because you see a lot of IGLs being more of that controller sentinel role. But now that your sentinel is just free to just focus on aiming and you're playing chamber, if you get any of those initial picks, it's so much more space for your team, regardless if you're attacking or defending. And especially on defense, I believe on Bind, being able to lock down the site alone as chamber just by landing your shots and being that massive threat is such an oppressive thing if you can consistently do it with the help of your team.
This coming in from Zach just now. Alu, I believe, is the first female Pakistani Radiant. And that is definitely an achievement that, you can wear proudly on your sleeve, of course, right? And I think that that's definitely something that the opposing team has to look out for. But yay, Fluff! We get at least one. We get at least one. I'm happy with that.
Not only do we get one Jet, but we get the double duelist combination for MLT. And surprisingly, they're not going for the comp they played last time. They're going for a Cypher pick on Aphrodite. So we know that she's so good at these alert plays, but now more info and more util for a lot of these things. The other side, though, for the defending team is going to be a bit more standard, leaning towards that Sentinel being chamber.
Yeah, I think that, Diyummy over here also on the Sky. I mean, no surprises there. And Hawkbit on the Viper, no surprises there. I think that these two, players like these are going to be very, very important indeed, especially the Yummy, who has been on the squad since Open 1. So since the very, very beginning, she has been in this role and really, really owning it for the team. She's seen everything that's happened all throughout the VCT Game Changer circuit. So hopefully by now that tenure, that experience is going to come into play here. Especially, I'm expecting that actually she also helps Mupix be that sort of like second IGL in this, especially since the two of them were that core for this roster all throughout the roster changes.
It's going to be so important in a lot of those crucial rounds where you need to make those mid-round decisions especially. And looks like Pretzel's going to lock in that chamber. That's going to get our rosters already cleaned up and finalized. We have the chamber versus Cypher, and the Jet and the Raze versus just the Raze.
Yeah, that's gonna be really interesting. I mean, we did ask for it. We did ask for it. So I guess we're gonna get at least one Jet over here. Exciting indeed to see Be My Team versus MLT Esports. So let's throw it on over to our casters.
Come on, this is it, the first day of a final chance. And in our first series, it's already looking to be exciting. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Game Changers APAC LCQ. Daks here with Zahk. Yes, it rhymes, and now it's pretty much time for us to keep on going and to keep getting things on. But Zahk, already you are fact-checking for the panel. I know you're like the encyclopedia of Game Changers worldwide, basically. What do you think, though, about this matchup?
I have a feeling that it's going to be pretty close because these are the two last teams to qualify. If you look at like the ranking wise, though, they're like pretty close together. I really think that this is a series that has the potential to go all the way, but just looking at the map veto, right? I feel like Be My Team just has a little bit more advantage because they've been playing together for a longer time, and looking at the stats for each of these maps, they have a fairly successful kind of performance on all three, compared to at least MLT, who is, like our panel mentioned, a much more newer roster that's been put together. Even if their individual players are veterans of the scene, right? You need time to build that synergy. So I'm not sure if they've had enough to really work on that yet.
I mean, they made it though. Even though they were last slot in terms of the Switch stage, they made it to that top 8. And that's the thing. They have all this veteran prowess. They have a lot of strength, but it's that synergy we're looking for. Compare and contrasting it to BMT, who are all about synergy. Open 1, Open 2, Open 3 did play in the Swiss stage, tried to go for the qualifications. Now they're here on the stage that they want to be in. But you already saw the shift there, Zahk. And I like it a lot for the side of MLT because they couldn't make the chamber composition work against I believe, one of the teams back at the Swiss stage. And now they're gonna change things up, go for the double duelist, and decide to be aggressive instead.
Yeah, they're swapping over from that initiator, double initiator, to that double duelist, like you mentioned, and that's gonna give them that additional bit of firepower to work with. But the danger with running this kind of comp is that, you know, especially if you are going with the chamber pick that they were, that you'd have to play extremely fast and aggressive and not let your opponents really have any space to work with. But with that Cypher coming in instead, like Mika mentioned, there's gonna be a little bit more information. The tripwire is, of course, gonna be much more effective than the trademark, in my opinion, and it will let the Cypher just kind of keep an eye on the rest of the map while your team takes their time on the attacks. So I think that's going to be interesting, but that's going to be contrasting against the extremely defensive comp that we have, especially that Viper pick. It's just so much stall potential here, Daks.
Yeah, exactly. So the double duelist, they need to go for the clear. And the eyes of this kind of matchup, you have to keep watching out for what Eluwu and Luna can do. And you already said it, Mika already said it as well. Eluwu is one of the players to watch out for. Just an absolute pioneer of the Pakistan Game Changer scene in general.
Yeah, I mean, I've played against her, and it was not a very fun experience. Well, it was probably fun for her, but not very fun for me. That apart, though, like you mentioned, one of the players who has been a pioneer in not just Pakistan but South Asia in general, been around since the beginning of the scene, and I think she was even a substitute for Orangutan at some point. So definitely a player who has seen quite a bit, and in this LCQ, I'm really looking forward to seeing what exactly she can do, especially on this Jet. Like our panel did mention, this is Jet's last song before she gets nerfed into the ground. Well, I guess she technically already has the Daks.
It's okay, we're still living the past here, Zahk. We still have a little bit of that Champions flavor along the way. Double updraft? What's that? But we're gonna be getting Eluwu on the Jet this time around compared to what they ran back in the Swiss stage versus Neon. The Raze goes over to Luna instead, and MLT, it's up to them to prove that they are ready as a unit against Be My Team, which has been here for quite a while this year. We begin though on Bind, and on defense, BMT looking to stack up towards that B-Long. That's what the power of the sky is all about. The Cypher Cam though, Aphrodite getting a bit of intel to begin with.
Does spot at least one player towards that long area, but there's three on the site here that MLT will have to deal with if they want to really go in. They're just dashing in though. Lubo already able to find that first kill.
Behind them, it's going to be the optimal push from Yummy. The Yummy gets moving on board as well. Suddenly the push from Aphrodite, and a sudden surprise to stay on alive. 1v2 for now. Aphrodite trying to crawl over onto the elbow, maybe find someone in these halls. But Be My Team, they're just slowly trying to go for the double up. Already gets the intel to begin with, and Aphrodite, does she dare actually peek this? Waits for the timing, goes for the swing one more time. Second time, no dice.
Can't quite connect the shots, but in this 1v2 has to at least find something before she feels comfortable getting down that spike here. Goes for the third time, maybe it'll be one. Nope,
not the charm at all. 1, 2, 3, no way for her. And maybe now she can pick up the spike, try to force a bit of action onto the site itself.
30
You're gonna
seconds
hear
left.
that now. Spike being dropped onto the site, planted now. It's still a 1v2. Aphrodite spots out the Viper going for the incel, or rather the util, and Hawkbib will win that duel. So Be My Team, a good beginning, especially when they still controlled B-Long in that push.
Yeah, they managed to make the trade really favorable. 3 for the price of 4, and just the crossfires that they were able to hold, very, very nice. Of course, and this was despite Eluwu finding that first blood when she dashed onto site. But the two players towards long, they just didn't get chucked soon enough, and they were able to kind of do the damage. Now, off the back of that victory, gonna be an interesting buy coming in for Be My Team. Of course, I see a judge on Mooping. Oh no.
Yeah, come on, she's the shot caller, right? She's the one who's calling what to do.
Shotgun caller.
And basically, wow, that's pretty funny, Zahk. You already sound so creative to begin with. But the thing is, here for Be My Team, we've seen them in their history love to still play something like Bind. It hasn't worked out as much as they would like in terms of deciders here during the LCQ Swiss stage. But this is a map that they're very accustomed to. This is a composition that they're very used to. And it's really up to MLT to find that innovation to try and break those kind of bonds that Be My Team have already established.
Yeah, lots of practice compared to their counterparts anyway here. Armed with just Sheriff's MLT, they look to get a little bit of information, aggression on this ace side, but already look at the amount of damage being done. Thankfully, there's the overgrowth to tank Luna back up. But with just these Sheriffs, they're going to have to hit some headshots.
Yeah, they're going to go for a split, if ever. perhaps try and time things right alongside their two duelists. Instead, the rotation, while Kfredite has been waiting on that Cypher. A chance now, as the Yummy. She was impactful before. Can she do so yet again in this round? Camera still trying to check out any kind of push if ever. The Yummy now through the smoke even. And finds two, finds three! Looking pretty scary indeed, as she's been able to hold things down well here towards B. Already, MLT stopped in their tracks.
Yeah,
30
just
seconds
one
left.
by one, that smoke just doing a perfect job of isolation, letting her really find those kills from that elbow angle. And the last two players, they have to make something work. Not much to work with when it comes to weapons. Spike dropped in the open as well, and they're gonna have to go down to try and get it. The flash as well, giving away a bit of information, and with the timer running so low, it's gonna be all or nothing, and the possible ace here! Yummy does it!
You ask all or nothing, she gets them all anyway. The ace is set, the Seekers are ready, and Be My Team looking pretty strong so far. But the Yummy, she's one of those players that you can really rely on a squad like this. She's so accustomed to playing these kind of angles on bind, playing this guy, and especially just be willing to push the envelope to begin any kind of engagement.
I like how it's the second round of the OCQ and we're already seeing an ace here, Daks. It's just the level that these two teams have come prepared to play at. With that bonus being very successful, not losing a single player, they're going to have quite a nice bank account to go in for that next round bye. But MLT, this is where they're finally going to be able to have a huge advantage here with these better weaponry. Ult's not quite having charged through from either side with the exception of the Sky for Be My Team, and Alubu once again being that aggressive push in, but the judge...
Shotgun's been waiting. The judge was just there. And Be My Team, now they have a chance yet again to just try and run away with this kind of game. Envious though, holding the corner now, trying to watch out for the last push if ever. Kfredite putting that spike down. And the problem for MLT, they're trapped here. They're barely getting that space. The Seekers now giving the intel that there's that shower hold. Fly high here for moving. But while this happens, the clear comes from Be My Team. And Be My Team have become the winners yet again. 3-0 now.
Really beautiful usage of the Seekers in that particular round. Of course, the ace from the previous one helped them get it online, but off the back of that, they just smoke out the positions here for MLT, and there's just no chance of all for an efficient crossfire after that. They get torn apart, a couple of nice upgrades being picked up by Be My Team as well, and they're going to be able to charge up that showstopper to just 3 away, but for MLT, despite having the outs, I'm not sure that we're going to be seeing either of these really come through unless they find a couple of kills, because it's going to be another eco for them.
Yeah, they're going to need some picks to find absolute value between the Seekers as well as the Neural Theft. Maybe if they can get that push going, that synergy is what we're looking for here for MLT. The talent already spotted by their history, by the individual players themselves. As a team, the panel mentioned it, it's their first time here all together, and it does show so far. The Yummy, though, trying to still go for the hold. Realizes that this is going to be a heavy stack towards long. Alubu maybe, perhaps ready to lead that charge. Dash being primed, the Trailblazer, the Molly's there. And Be My Team keeping tabs on the opposition. Kfredite though, a chance perhaps on the lurk. Goes for Pretzel, can't get the kill. Hawkbib playing Protector. And as of now, MLT still cannot find their way through.
They are going to be able to rotate over towards that A side, but again, just the level of preparation that you can see from Be My Team here. They know how to play this map. They have a lot of practice on it. Even that one way, right? It's not very easy to put up, at least if you're a casual player, a matches player like me. So definitely some work has gone into these setups here. Quite a bit of delay available. And MLT, they look to aggress on this A side, or at least create the impression. Well, the spike itself is still towards B.
Yeah, the flash is there, but still the snake bite comes into play. Smoke too, and double control is so stifling in this kind of setup. Hawkbib now, the strong anchor here, holding down the line, and
left.
it's just so steadfast from Be My Team. Such meticulous kills. They just go for the takedowns, hang back instead. They're playing very secure here, Zahk. And the discipline right now from Be My Team gives them such a big chance in this game. Pretzel on the board as well. MLT, what else can they do? Sapphire though, a nice pop flash to fight back with. But beyond that, it's all left to Envious. The round effectively over. The hunt is on, and Hawkbib gets 4. Speaking of, Be My Team also with 4 rounds now.
4-0 here. MLT, if they can't win this one, they should consider taking a timeout because so far they just have no way to really break through the protocols for Be My Team. You see the early information / aggression combination that they're pulling off with the Sky, and because of the fact that they have this Viper Chamber, right, they can afford to let this A site kind of just be in their hands, be completely safe thanks to the delaying utility, the trademark, the mollies, everything, and that lets them go for this 3-stack kind of play on B side if they want to. Now though, they seem to predict some kind of action towards that A site, and even though the spike is there, it just seems like it's a bit of a fake towards B first.
Yeah, well, Pretzel, perhaps she can find some more value now. The Chamber decides to rendezvous away, but moving! A single tap, a single kill, envious now. Gonna envy, perhaps, what kind of success Be My Team is getting here so far. And it's just such a strong defense here from Be My Team. They're just very willing to hold down their individual angles and just not overheat. Keep tabs on where MLT is gonna come from, and here we go yet again. Same kind of setup.
I just like the discipline coming out of them, and all of these rounds that we've seen from them so far, they get that initial advantage and immediately they fall back. They decide to play as a unit together, a team instead of risking things, and that pop flash, Luna barely gets away with her life, being a very dangerous game. Now Lubu though finds the opener, immediate trade for Pretzel.
Well, MLT, that's what they need. If these individual angles or BMT are gonna play, oh, even though she was trying to correct it, gets a bit of damage done. MLT now still down a player here. Perhaps maybe
30
that spike
seconds
being
left.
brought towards A. That lurk yet again from K4Dite. We've seen this teleport play from MLT before. Does it work this time around? K4Dite setting things up. Checks out also any kind of shower mishap. Hawkman though on top of things. Answered back quickly by Luna. It's 2v3. Luna again! Shining now. A chance perhaps
One
here
enemy
for
remaining.
MLT. K4Dite does the same. And with Pretzel now in a bit of a twist. 8 HP. Can she survive? Realizes K4Dite's into the corner. But no dice. It's MLT now who'll find the round.
Huge round for MLT off the back of that play from Luna, being able to trade out towards Heaven and find that kill, and more than that, just from that bench position, take down 2 more players. Really, really clean shots coming out of her to set up the team for success. And now this is the kind of round where they have a chance to make a comeback here when it comes to the scoreline. 3 ults ready to go. Luna 1 off that showstopper. MLT, they're finally in position to kind of capitalize off that previous win, but for Be My Team, they have a secret weapon of their own. Well, I don't know if it's really a secret, but Pretzel, she's picked up that operator.
Yeah, it's time now for the Chamber to perhaps get even faster kills along the way. The Yummy though, she's been a threat so far. We hear the open strike used here by MLT, but the Yummy still at the ready, at the flash play, but no, MLT has actually pushed from the short side instead. And this is what
Spike
MLT's
planted.
been looking for all throughout the game. One side to distract, the other to advance.
One orbital strike to take care of that U-Haul area, and it seemed like it was enough to dislodge Be My Team into kind of unfavorable positions. Now, a 2v4 retake, very, very awkward weapons if you do count that operator as well.
enemy
Once again, it's going to be the bench angle for Lubu this time. Finds a kill.
Yeah, makes offense sit. Pretzel now all alone, and K4Dite yet again. The takedown comes, the op is gone, and MLT on the board one more time.
I like how Lubu just looks at the off and she's like, you know what? I don't want this for now. I'm
Yeah.
good with my rifle.
No,
Nah,
I need to play
not
the
today.
entry. I need to push. I need to enjoy the dash while it's still here, right? While the jet still has that value. And MLT, we're finally getting it here. The individual talents finding a bit of that synergy. Yes, Be My Team has played a bit risky in some of the repeaks and in holding these individual angles. But if MLT can exploit that, that's what's going to give them a chance in this game.
Yeah, the 1v1s, even if they seem to be split down pretty 50-50 so far, but the change of pace that MLT have shown, right? They were able to adapt pretty quickly. The first 4 rounds, they take it kind of slow. It doesn't work out for them. And the last 2, they've just been able to kind of W-key their way forward, forcing Be My Team off the angle to utility. Alubu once again for the opener.
Yeah, same kind of setup. A lose in, and Be My Team lose one because of it. The Seekers are there. Lily trying to go for the hold. Alubu does fall though. Doesn't realize Lily was in that position, and now the orbital strike being used by Be My Team. Spikes down though. Mooping wins out yet again with the judge. Here comes the showstopper though from Luna. Lets it rip, lets it fly. Doesn't find any value, but instead she finds Hawkpip along the way. It's 2v2 though. Looking close yet again. And just trying to watch
player
from the
standing.
cubby. Lily getting a bit of help there to win that clash. And with Envious all alone, she has to push through.
One
Smoke
enemy
Yummy,
remaining.
realizing doesn't actually get the kill. It's Lily with a trade instead, and Be My Team survive the scrap.
A little bit unfortunate, a little bit of misplays coming in from MLT. Once they got that spike down, Alulu tries to push through the smoke, take a little bit more space, immediately punished for it by Lily, who was watching for that exact eventuality. And with the numbers brought back in favor, MLT were just a little bit too isolated in how they really set up for that post plant. Just no opportunities to really trade each other out. And once again, the judge strikes here, Daks.
Yeah, just the way that they're able to get the hold onto backside has been incredible here for Be My Team, giving them that chance. Even if Pretzel falls early on after Elu's push, there's still at least a safe haven that Be My Team can use, and that's why they're winning out these rounds on the defense.
Be My Team, though, still maintaining that lead here, managing to keep a couple of those ults as well for this particular round. As MLT, they keep the aggressive pace, but this time caught by the trademark. That's going to be the giveaway and slow them down completely.
Now, that intel's instrumental here for Be My Team. They can find the timing, especially that short's held by the Viper already. Still, Aphrodite trying to make that lurk work if ever. Look for a catch. If we do see Be My Team push a little too far forward, and the Trailblazer is there for the clear. Snakebite though keeping Offense alive, gets back, and the judge is there yet again. Close quarters, that's what Be My Team loves so far. And it's not just one, but two here, and surprise, surprise, Mooping there for such a welcome. Two for Mooping, as Sapphire finally gets that frag, but it's so difficult now. 2v4, MLT red yet again by BMT.
Just really defensive kind of play here coming out of them, and Kira Freddy took a bit of a huge risk there to be able to try to push into the Viper's pit through the molly, but the judge in that close quarter is just not enough to deal with. And MLT's team comp as well, the only real bit of infertility that they have that gives them pure information would be that Trailblazer, because the guiding light themselves, sure, they'll tell you someone's there, but it doesn't tell you who or how much. It's always an issue, and with the time having ticked down and their economy being what it is, it might be better for them to just try and save, which does seem to be the call here.
Yeah, it's gonna be the call, and Be My Team this time around, they get the hold on to the with Pretzel alive. Seems like they're having a bit of fun as well. And this is just looking really strong here for Be My Team. They've had these struggles so far, Zach, right? That they couldn't close it out on Bind in a best of 3. We've seen so far that they always get the map in the series that they play, but this has been a problem. How they actually clean up their bind even more so. And from what we've seen so far, the way that they're able to stall with utility, the way that they're able to anticipate the timings of the pushes, it's been pretty much the way to win here for Be My Team.
Yeah, they've definitely ramped up the defensive caliber here. And of course, they've become really, really good at reading which engagements to take in those 1v1s, especially towards showers. You can kind of see that their race is just holding it solo. Now, though, for MLT, it's the last time we're going to be seeing this 7-point Bladestorm really coming up use. The updraft as well, along with the orbital strike to take some more space on site.
Elu's in, and now still the smokes there, keeping these two teams away from one another. Hawkman though spots up case from Daiti. A good seat, a good find, even more so now from Mooping. Just lets it rip, and Luna will fall. It's now 5v3, and he's trying to go for at least a few more smokes along the way. Elu with the blade still, but Mooping has no fear. The judge finds value one more time. The up is there too, and Be My Team, it's not just one, but all of them finding value across these rounds. Mooping gets 3 for this fight. And a 7-2 standing now. Be My Team is dominating here.
I can hear Mooping laughing, and you know, if I got 3 with the judge, or well, 2 with the judge and 1 with the showstopper, I would be happy to kind of topping the charts as that IGO duelist here for Be My Team, who have, like you mentioned, 7-2 really extended their lead. Finally, a timeout going to be called by MLT, and they really need to figure out what they can do better. You see the counter adaptation coming in as well from Be My Team here. They're kind of like happy to fight it out for the sites, but after the aggression that MLT have been showing, they're just playing for the retake at this point.
Yeah, and the reads have been strong here for Be My Team. Eventually, they realize they're going to have Aphrodite on that lurk. You're going to be seeing Elwu push towards that APC and give them space to play that default. What if we just adjust our defenses right, stay away from those risky angles? And it's been incredible so far on these A skirmishes because it does get scrappy, but from what we've seen so far, Be My Team, it gets cleaner and cleaner the more space they have on site to work with, and it's been such a big reason why you see value from judge players like Mooping, because they're close enough to actually stop MLT anyway.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the judge also counts as a mid-range weapon, at least in my opinion, with the amount of damage it does from... It shouldn't do that much damage at
How many
long
more
range.
nerfs do you want for it, Zach? Come on.
I mean, if they're nerfing my jet knives, they can nerf the judge, Daks. They can nerf the judge, but I think this and Split are probably the maps where it finds the most value by far, and Mooping has definitely been able to put it through its paces. That U-Haul area, if she's playing around there, has been impossible for MLT to really assail. In fact, the only 2 rounds that they've really gotten in that far has been through off the back of an orbital strike or some other ultimate to really take that space, because Be My Team just getting in a position towers.
Paying the price for it. MLT yet again. They tried to siege into this castle, but the fortress has been established truly by Be My Team, stonewalling every single angle that they can play off from. Envious trying to, at the very least, find somewhere safe to play from. Hawkman still wins it anyway! And things are just looking so good here for Be My Team. Everything they're doing is going their way. And as of right now, with the Trailblazer getting bit that intel, Luna leaps through. Came for light, he's there for the swing instead. And MLT at least a chance here now to get the intel. They know where Be My Team is coming from. To Be My Team dare actually push this. The judges had no for Luna. Pretzel gets one in response, but K for Light, he's still there. And now in a 2v2, chance here from MLT. Poison Cloud though in the way, keeping Envious at bay. K for Light towards the corner, but the Yummy's just in so sharp so far in this game. The spray down comes, but the reload's there, and Hawkbib is just sticking it. Another reload doesn't get the animation done, and instead it's Be My Team who sets themselves up for success. 8-2 here.
Very, very unfortunate there on that reload. Just pulls it off half a second too early, and Envious forced to kind of swing off of it. But again, despite that initial disadvantage, that was a 3v5 retake that MLT had to hold against. It's like Elibu said, you know what, you have a judge, I have a judge too. Goes for that hookah area and for the U-Haul area, and is just able to hold it off the back of that, bring the numbers back to an even position. But this Poison Orb from Hawkbib, that was what really won them the round. Be My Team were just able to get half the defuse and then take that 2v1 fight together, really making it work for them. And with 2 more rounds left in the half, once again, it's going to be an economic deficit coming in for MLT.
Yeah, MLT is just struggling so far. Be My Team, you can see the experience here, Zach. Not just as a unit, but on this map itself. The usual setups you have here with the utility, you have such a meta composition that they're running, but it has for good reason. You have Hawkbib, who's been so instrumental so far, locking down these angles, locking down these sight lines, especially after Lily uses up her own smokes. And there's always that pressure that can come from Mooping playing close, from Pretzel playing far, from D Yummy just coming out of nowhere. It's just Be My Team is truly a team that have so many of these factors that they can bring out at the moment's notice.
Talking about factors, this time around, they weren't able to pick up the operator last round, but it's not going to be a problem because number one, they have a lot of money to work with, and now they have the chamber ult as well. The Tour de Force is going to be even more of a thorn in the sides of MLT as they try to go for this B aggression here. Ooh, smokes come down, Lily on the side solo, trying to anchor it here with 2 players stuck towards hookah, and all this deterring utility is just a little bit too much to deal with. Oh my.
That's now, but no, you can't beat the judge! If Mooping's holding the judge, she just wins. And Be My Team, they still have that hookah presence. MLT, though, doing an incredible job to make their way towards the side of the 4v4. And Elu sprays down Hawkbib along the way. This is a big moment here for MLT. Perhaps try to go for it at rally, make it an 8-4 half at the very end. But Lily already silencing one of his voices. Elu falls, Luna's there, though, to find Pretzel. The Orbital and the Boom Bot. Utility is all you need to end it, and Be My Team get it done again.
I like that evil, cute laugh that Lily is doing after that orbital strike. She gets the positions, she knows that they're all on site because she didn't see them cross, and just after getting a kill, punishes them with that orbital strike. Couple of free kills there, and that will be a 9-2 score. 1 round left in the half. MLT finally gonna be able to buy up, but here's the interesting thing, Dax. After, I don't think we haven't even seen Be My Team take any kind of eco round at all. They've just been winning so much that their economy is thriving. They basically have like a bank house at this point.
They have unlimited funds. all throughout these rounds. Even the 2 rounds that they lost, you mentioned it, that they still had the operator, that they still survived anyway with a bit of economy. And now the op goes for the Trailblazer. But here we go. Pretzel! Huge with the collateral. Alu and Envious fall immediately. Moving was that plan B. They didn't even need her by that point. Still trying to go for the hold still though. Luna now witnesses the demise of her own teammate after the teleport play. And Be My Team is just in control here.
2v4. At least there is that showstopper available for Luna, but they, again, just the retreat coming out of Be My Team. They fight for showers, they find the advantage, and they fall back to a more defensible position. It's going to be very difficult for MLT to really make some kind of headway into the site here, especially looking at how these players have kind of stacked up. B is just being played for a retake at this point because Be My Team, they know that they have the numbers advantage, and MLT, without the initiator utility, they're gonna find it very difficult to find those first couple of kills, especially the angles being watched.
One enemy
He's
remaining.
ready.
Oh my!
Treat her like a book! And Hawkbib yet again! Next round, next chapter, next half we go 10-2 for Be My Team.
Switching
In
sides.
such a commanding space.
Wow. Wow. Well, I don't have much to say after that half, but I'm pretty sure our panel does. So, Mika and Fluffy, break it down for us.
Oh wow, 10-2. Be My Team are looking really, really good today, Fluffy. And I have to point out, especially, you know, we talked about them in the pre-show that Mooping and Diami were going to be those focus players, and it really is showing indeed.
I mean, so early on, first half, and Yummy already gets that ace on the first map. So you can see already the momentum being built. But also the judge in general is just having so much impact. I feel like both of the teams Dax mentioned earlier are so scrappy in these fights, not being able to find those clean angles that you want to play. And even Zach mentioned how mid-range it seems, because the damage and the impact that it's had so far just whittles down the opponents. Even though they don't particularly just, you know, falter and die, they're still able to do so much that the cleanup is just so easy.
Yeah, I am a big fan of the judge, by the way. I'm a huge judger. so to say, I love this mix-up as well from Be My Team, right? Some rounds really show that they're showing discipline, and then some, they're unafraid to challenge MLT, right? That kind of like, I feel like, made MLT second guess themselves as well. But now that the sides are going to switch around and MLT is going to be on defense this time, we're going to see how they can bring it back, if they can bring it back indeed against Be My Team. So let's throw it back to our casters.
Well, Be My Team, they're looking absolutely in control. We saw it in the first half already. We see how they actually get these wins. And with a 10-2 standing, if they get this pistol, it's even more clear what can happen in this map. We're back, though, from the halftime. MLT, what's the road to recovery here, Zach?
Like you mentioned, start by winning that pistol. But I think that one of the things that MLT really could have done better in that first half was use a little bit more utility before taking fights. Like, for example, Samphire, we've seen her with that Sky clear out some angles with the Trailblazer, but we barely saw the flashes coming in to set Luna and Alubu up for those engagements. So many times they were just kind of blindly going in and being punished for it. Now switching over to this defensive side, it's going to be Luna trying to take a little bit of space. That flash that we were talking about finally coming in.
Yeah, look at the heroics here. It's dangerous. Luna has no escape whatsoever. Moving already. Exposing weakness there against MLT. Pretzel just shoots down Alu. Absolute no regard for her life. Be My Team, they found the 2 picks. Envious, she could have been that safety net there with the smoke. Didn't really bite that way, and Mooping takes 1 more life from MLT's hands. Be My Team, it's such a clear pathway now to make their way towards that A site. Only 2 left standing to try and fight back. The site for drops. Aphrodite now
planted.
trying to at least edge a little bit closer towards the corner. The Guiding Light gets confirmation. Someone's there onto that backside. Sapphire is the one affected by it. Moving though onto the corner by the benches yet again. And it's just a waiting game now from Be My Team. They're happy to play these kind of angles. Aphrodite wins her 1. But is it going to be enough to give them a chance here? Sapphire now. Flash comes into play, exposing the Yummy, but Lily and Pretzel do wrap it up neatly by the end. 11-2 now for Be My Team.
Yeah, this is looking quite bad for MLT, and that's an understatement here. They really needed to win that round, and with them on defense, even if there's no way for them to get a spike down or some extra money off of that kind of thing, so they're just gonna be forced to save and forced to let match point come through here unless something miraculous happens in this anti-eco. Again, though, just the kind of coordination and protocols that Be My Team have in place. So the showers aggression, they get a kill, they're able to find the initial advantage, and again, they don't rush it. They just hold back, knowing that MLT will possibly try to make a play to get that advantage back and make some more mistakes that just walk into their hands. 11-2 here. We're going to see the second timeout coming out, and with that being the case, I'm very surprised that it's a timeout coming in from Be My Team.
Yeah,
it's 11-2, guys.
I think it's just them already realizing that they're in such a good position to win this. And I love what you pointed out there, Zach. The protocol right now for Be My Team and just the philosophy of the team in general. There's so much discipline for Be My Team. Whether they're on the defending side, whether they're on the attacking side, they don't overheat compared to perhaps some other teams you might see here in LCQ. They know the win condition, they get the kills that they need, and then they play in positions that can give them the advantage.
I mean, they're happy to capitalize off that advantage. We're gonna see the judge coming in another time for Muping. Hey, if it ain't broken, why fix it?
Yeah.
It's kind of broken. Spoiler alert. But
Yo, we've seen these race players get so much distance, so much value from playing judge, especially on a map like Bind. And you said it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Muping, she's the team captain. She's the one shot calling, so she can do whatever she wants, if ever. Be My Team, though, have made their way towards B site. The wraparound from MLT doesn't find any stragglers whatsoever. And they've regrouped outside of hookah and will push towards long instead. It's still 5v5, and eventually, Be My Team, they're gonna realize, oh, we're pretending to be a defense now? Okay. MLT going back to the first half, apparently, with only the sheriffs, though, Zach. And this is so dangerous now from MLT. Will they just go for the exits here? No, they're gonna push. They're gonna try to find a pink or two if ever. Cyber Cage is there to play. Lily already with the volley. And again, deja vu. The second half looking like the first half here with how they're stationed. But Elu trying to get close here. Pretzel Lily on the board. The Spectre's finding value. And as of right now, MLT, they just want to keep Be My Team contained. But no, the escape route is back to where they spawned from last half. MLT will fall and Be My Team move the match points.
12-2 here, one round away, and MLT, they're gonna be able to buy up for this particular last hurrah if things don't go their way. But last time as well, despite this advantage that you see in weaponry, Be My Team were still able to convert that bonus round. And if they do it again, that's gonna be all they need to take this map away. Looking at the scoreboard as well, right? It's really interesting. Only one member on MLT's side has really managed that double-digit scoreline at all. Be My Team have just been completely dominant throughout this map, and it's interesting because, you know, MLT, they started off on attack, they had that double duelist, but they just weren't able to do anything against the kind of setup that Be My Team had on defense. And now that they're on defense themselves, you know, you think that with like a Brimstone and a Cypher, you'd be able to hold a little bit stronger, but Be My Team, they've just been able to kind of waltz into sight without any kind of opposition at all.
Yeah, and it's just that coordination we're looking for from MLT. You brought out the scoreboard, and me seeing K Aphrodite there on top of things when she was usually on the lurk, when she was the one playing solo compared to everyone else, that might be pretty much the crux of the problem. The double duelist that we were looking forward to in terms of synergy, it just didn't happen in this game so far. And now they go for that timeout, maybe a last chance here to try and find that 1-2 punch that they could have brought out here so far. But perhaps, Zach, that since it's a new composition for such a new team, you can already see the struggles here from MLT coming out, especially on broadcast.
I mean, that's also something else that being so much more experienced gets you. Just the map pool for Be My Team is so much more deeper than what MLT have been able to muster over the course of these last few weeks. And the synergy aspect is one thing, but Bind as a map, it's quite clear that Be My Team is super comfortable on it compared to how MLT has been feeling so far on it. With map number 1 being Be My Team's pick, it's just impossible for MLT to really do anything at all.
And this is such a good sign for Be My Team with a commanding scoreline so far. If they get this win, they're going to be a lot more confident playing Bind moving forward. This is a map that they like to let through. They like to leave as a decider, but it's been a bit hit or miss for them so far in the LCQ run. Just add a little bit more of that depth that you mentioned here. And Be My Team now, they're regrouping to move towards A. As Hawkpip leads the charge, Trailblazer clearing out lamps as well. Doesn't realize yet that Alamu's gonna push, timing perhaps, and Alamu gets to exactly what MLT's been looking for. A bit of heroic so far. Envious on the board as well, and they have trapped Be My Team and have come to collect a third round and a lifeline made here for MLT.
Yeah, Lulu finally wakes up. They're able to do quite a bit of damage. The weapon advantage also kind of kicking in, just tearing apart Be My Team as they push towards that U-Halls area. Now, though, it's going to be even footing all around. Ultimate-wise, neither team has anything ready to go with the exception of the Neural Theft for Kara Aphrodite, but Be My Team, this is the kind of chance that MLT has to steal the momentum away from them and try to make a comeback here. Sure, it's a long road. They only need 9 rounds in a row, but hey, it ain't over until it ain't over.
Ain't over until it ain't over indeed. There's always a chat. And MLT, they're looking to play big instead. Alamu gets one. A heavy stack here towards long. The flashes get value. But they cannot push here for BMT. And instead, it's MLT who does get the kill along the way. The Yummy, though, doesn't find anyone with that pop flash. MLT still sticking around towards the corner. Can evacuate towards the teleporter if ever. The Molly's there though. And oh, interesting. So there's no escape this time. Does Be My Team dare push this though? That's the question. And Lily, no, she's just waiting so far. A triple stack awaiting Be My Team here. Effectively now, a 3v3 for this angle as the Viper's playing away. Samfire crawling slowly to get out. And in the end, it's MLT with advantage.
Yeah, they find that early pick and immediately they're able to retreat here. Still though, it seems like Be My Team, they want to force the issue on this B side. Once again, looping with the judge in hands. This time around though, nobody quite in her crosshair. She's gonna have to go a little bit further to find a kill. But look at the clock, Daks. It's only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, one last push basically for Be My Team unless they teleport through to the other side. Everyone's looking at Luna now. What can she do here with this angle? Especially Pain Shells though, primed and ready. Good timing there with the nade. Hawkman though finds one with the snake bite. Sapphire has back on the way, but Luna's still in the corner, willing to fight. Sapphire swings two, and now it's 2v2, but Be My Team have gotten the job done. They're onto the site. They can go for the plant. Crawling through the holes though, MLT. A chance perhaps to play from elbow. Envious is there. Aphrodite.
One enemy
perhaps she
remaining.
gets attention. Even better, she gets that kill. Hawkman falls, and it's all up to Lily. 3 for Lily so far, and a 4th even to clutch it. Be My Team takes map number 1. Cheers galore. You can see that they're feeling very happy after that win.
If I won 13-3, I would be pretty happy as well. And just a really beautiful play coming out of them throughout that game. They had the setups, they had the protocols. And in that last round, I think that what really worked out for them was the kind of spacing that they were able to maintain, just favoring them for trades. And compared to that, MLT throughout the map, right, they looked quite disjointed, a lot of isolated plays coming out from their players. You know, when you take that 1v1, it's always a 50-50. And it just seemed like throughout Be My Team, they were just on top of those fights and being able to win them out. But that's just map number 1. We still have 2 more to go, or maybe just 1 more if Be My Team keeps it up. But before that, let's see what our panelists have to say.
Looking clean indeed, Be My Team. I think that, you know, we were talking about momentum earlier. I think that this bodes well for Be My Team, especially since they took bind with such, you know, such a definitive kind of like, you know, feel. You saw them after the map. They were, you know, giggling and just having fun. They still have a lot of energy left in them.
I mean, the first half, honestly, was just, I think, so overwhelming, not only score-wise, but in the game. MLT really struggling to find the foothold that they really needed. And after that pistol round on the second half, I think that really sealed the deal on map number 1. They tried to get it back, a couple of rounds here and there, but it is a very, very definitive map 1.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, the stats don't lie, the numbers don't lie. Those rounds, that scoreline does not lie at all. And you know what? I think like on the side of MLT, they did have Luna, they did have Elu over there in the double duelist. I was waiting for that powerful entry, you know, possibly escorted by like, you know, Samfire, right? I was waiting for that, but it never really happened. It just seemed like, you know, Be My Team was just so ready for whatever they had to throw in. And then they had the style wherein they would mix things up as well. You know, you had some rounds wherein they showed a lot lot of discipline on the defense side. So it's like, MLT was like, do we enter? Do we not? And then you had some rounds where they were so unafraid to challenge MLT. I mean, that probably, as we mentioned during the halftime, it probably messed up with like their strategy, how they were supposed to attack and everything. And it just seemed like MLT, they were thrown off by what BMT had prepared for them.
Yeah, they're just really changing the rhythm with that one and making sure that not only are they hard to read, but also what they're going to bring every round is so different. And you're right, there are some rounds where it just feels like a full send rush, but it just gets punished. And then there are other rounds where one person just pops off. I mean, towards the end, Lily with the clutch to seal the deal with that game just really shows how a lot of these players is very potent. But for MLT, it also shows a lot of their weaknesses. Zahk brought it up earlier, how it feels like the map pool for MLT is not as structured as what we've seen from Be My Team, because again, this is the Be My Team map, but also this is a map where they struggle with it, but I didn't expect them to struggle this much on Bind, which kind of makes me a bit worried as we move on to Fracture later on, because it's kind of similar in the way that you play the map.
Yeah, we're gonna see if MLT have something else planned for our second map, which I believe will be Fracture, especially since, we did mention that, like, hey, the first map, it could kind of swing the way in one team. Second map, who knows? MLT might have something prepared exactly for that, for Be My Team. But we're gonna find that out after this very, very quick break. I just can't get over those logos over there flashing as the stinger comes in. It's just so adorable. But it looks like Be My Team decides that Bind will be our map as they take the first one for the day. The question is, Fluffy, MLT, are they looking like the kind of team that maybe has a slow start? Maybe they come back with a vengeance coming into our second map, which will be Fracture.
I mean, quite possibly the first map might just be because they're running that new composition. Maybe it's just because they're not so familiar with each other compared to how you see Be My Team be played. They've been so consistent for so long, but you know, it's their turn at least to really go for the throat here as they are the ones picking this map. Fracture is gonna be very important. It could be the end of the series possibly, but MLT, they can really show their stuff on this map if they go down the right route.
I mean, when they went up against Neons on this map, they did bring it really, really, really close, and we did see Alu and Luna pop off really. Although Luna was on they didn't run the double duelist on here on Fracture, but they did pop off, I think, in the way we were expecting them to on Bind. So it is possible that maybe they're far more comfortable on this map than they are on Bind. Perhaps they just needed that first map to kind of like feel the water, so to say. How are Be My Team feeling this day? Maybe, you know, for this Fracture, they're probably gonna make a comeback.
I mean, hopefully, because if they're testing out the waters there, it looks like they got overrun and overwhelmed, at least for the first map. I think that they really need to start putting those adaptations into place really quickly, because we've seen when they do win the rounds on the first map, it comes off those quick adjustments and the fact that they're able to punish a lot of the aggro plays that the other team is doing. And at least on Fracture, it gives them the opportunity to really go for more dynamic attacks, but also to make sure that when they're on site, to really focus up. Because my worry personally is just the fact that, speaking of the map pool for MLT, these multi-choke maps, these non-util dump ones, basically not Ascent and Pearl, so the Fractures, the Binds, the Havens, the Lotuses, they have struggled with. But the fact that they're still resilient enough to choose this as their map pick also shows a lot of confidence, because like what we've seen from Bind, they do change up their comp a bit, they do change their playstyle, and it could be a positive thing as we move on to map 2.
Yeah, I think it's interesting also, we haven't seen Be My Team on Fracture in a while, so it's possible that, you know, this could be working against them. It's also possible that maybe they're saving some sort of strategy for this particular moment, especially since, you know, MLT, we do know that they do perform well on Fracture. Like, maybe, you know, it doesn't exactly, I wouldn't call it like their map per se, but they do have some strategies that have worked so well against so many other teams. And again, you know, just looking at, for example, K490, who is, in my eyes, like the player that I'm looking at the most in this roster. She is definitely, you know, a player that can, with the way that she plays, can use Fracture, all of these, you know, little rotations and stuff to her advantage. So I'm thinking that, like, MLT, this is looking more positive for them. The question is the momentum, though. Are they able to swing that in their favor, especially since Be My Team had such a big lead, you know, against them on Bind?
That's a good point. Aphrodite, of course, we know her to be that lurker. She has that pedigree from SMG, and if she gets on that Chamber, the Viper, the KJ, whichever agent she decides to play, if they get the space that allows her to creep, it could open a lot of the cracks in the defenses for the side of Be My Team. And I think that although Be My Team really shows a lot of their control on the first map, it could be a different story here on Fracture, because their attention is so split for how wide this map is. Because on Bind, to be honest, like, yes, you have to mark the TPs, yes, you have to mark a lot of these choke points, but really you can stare down at like 2 or 3 of the lanes and get control, whereas on Fracture, you have to be very active for the defense, and for the attacking side, it also matters if you're able to stop these early picks, because if MLT can get the ball rolling fast enough, it could solve a lot of the weaknesses that they had in map 1.
We did see, though, that Be My Team were so prepared for those early picks over on Bind, right? We did see that, you know, Mooping and Diami, they were just so prepared. And Diami, it looks like, you know, she's having a really, really good day. She's running hot right now, especially having the first ace in the LCQ way too early, I feel like. But all right, girl, you know, setting the bar high, setting the standard high for everybody else. Right now, going into Fracture, we are going into Agent Select. Fluffy, how are we looking right now?
At least for the attacking side, MLT bringing out a standard composition, bringing the Raise and Brim and Breach, but also taking a bit of that EG flavor, bringing in the Sova, which I think is very good considering the fact that the opponents are sticking with that Killjoy and running a bit more default, I would say.
Yeah, I think that the Sova and Fracture has definitely been like, you know, everybody's been seeing how it works and it's like, all right, okay, we're gonna stick with this. Wondering what Pretzel is gonna lock in right now, as we're seeing so far a mirror matchup, but we do see the cover on the Chamber. She had a great play, by the way, on Chamber earlier. I do remember that, you know, that double kill over onto Bath. So I do feel like, you know, if she's feeling it, why not? Why not here on Fracture? I do think that, you know, when watching out for Diyami, she did so well in the sky. Seeing her on the breach here on Fracture is probably going to be really, really powerful, especially since she and Moopings have this dynamic going on, have this, you know, have this tandem going on, especially in setting the tone for the rest of Be My Team.
They can really change up the pace for the rest of this game, but what worries me is if this Chamber gets locked in, it will be the double Sentinel for the defense. Maybe double down on the fact that you just want to hold down the sites, but that's a lot less info than you have in general, and a lot less info compared to the attacking team because they have that Sova, they have so much more information, and they can play off that. I feel like, yes, it's good to really just lay down that this is the rules for defense, but if the Sova can get through a lot of these traps with these shocks and things, it can really screw up your plan.
Yeah, exactly. The Sova is probably going to be that game changer indeed into this map. Heading on over to Fracture, so let's throw it on over to our casters, Daks and Zahk.
Well, come on, in a series like this here in Game Changers, it's the better team that can get that win. And Be My Team proved it in map number 1. Here we go though for map number 2, Fracture, and I feel like it's gonna be a lot better for them, Zahk, since they're a lot more familiar and a lot more accustomed to playing this map.
For sure, a little bit more experience when it comes to this map. They've proven to be successful on it in the past as well, and this is their map pick, so I'm personally really excited to see what exactly MLT have cooked up. But this map, it's also going to be a little bit more of a challenge for them because map number 1, if we say it didn't go their favor, that's a little bit of an understatement, but yeah, it did not go well for them, and they have to like kind of mentally reset, come back from that, and try to push this forward to try and make the series go to a map 3 and to try and possibly win it. So there's going to be a bit of additional pressure heading into this particular one. And while MLT, they are a team that has experience on this map, Be My Team, you wouldn't exactly call them slouches either. They've been able to win this map twice in the past, and they also found an overtime loss against Deviant Topaz in this very tournament. So I think that they also have some experience on this one. So I think this one, maybe, hopefully I'm not jinxing it, but at least I think it'll be a bit closer.
I think this is going to be a lot more competitive, given the fact that compared to map number 1, Bind, MLT look lost. We've seen in their history so far that as a team that they can get these dubs. But you mentioned it also, Zahk. The last time we saw Be My Team play Fracture, it was all the way back in Open 3. It was against Deviant Topaz, one of the teams that we have here right now in this competition as well. And that change-up that the panel's been talking about, that now you have that Chamber to run that double Sentinel over that double Duelist that they used to play back then in Open number 3. And Be My Team, I do wonder if they can actually get the job done here and now, or will we see a map number 3?
I mean, Be My Team definitely have the momentum heading into this particular one, and that team comp as well, a little bit of difference coming in with Be My Team starting on this defense, definitely going to be a little bit more effective, in my opinion, especially with how good Killjoy is on this map. Even with the patch making her ult brutal 9 points here, I think that she's still going to be one of the... She's definitely one of the most consistent agents. In fact, fun fact, she was the highest picked agent at VCT Champions. Remember last year when it was Chamber meta? Well, this time it's Killjoy meta.
It's always been Killjoy meta. You just didn't know it yet, Zahk. And even though the ultimates, they get added on to the lockdown for the next patch, right? It also happens to a number of the other agents, so it's pretty much par for the course anyway. Still though, into the game we go. Pretzel, value needs to come early on with these kills, but the headhunter shots don't actually lead to the demise of the Brimstone. Hawkfib though on top of the tower. Alu trying to go for the isolated angle. Sapphire waiting patiently, and MLT already. Pistol round already looking strong so far. They get a very quick plant to begin with. They're watching the flanks too. The Yummy trying to clear out the arcade, moving on the board for the defense, but it's all MLT despite that. The fight comes and the Yummy's there yet again to keep the push going. Lily on the board as well, making it 2v2, and Be My Team, resiliency looking proper so far. The fault line now into play, trying to go for the suppressed towards tower. Okay, for Deity though, again with the off angle. She's been stellar in those kind of plays. The reconnaissance from the dart, the Yummy trying to go for the bait play, but the swing comes and MLT gets the hit. The pistol goes their way.
Really nicely played by them. And again, it's just such a huge difference coming in from that previous map. Like, they look so much more prepared to take this on. For example, that execute that we saw coming in onto the site, the way they were able to kind of clear out the chamber and just pincer down the player towards that tower area, clearing them out without too much difficulty. Really cleanly played by MLT, and the post plants as well. They just were able to set themselves in a much better position, and that's where the experience really kicks in. Now for the Santi Eco, they're going to be quite well stocked up for 3 Spectres and a Bulldog across the board here.
Yeah, they have the Arsenal out to push. Will they go for it? The darts there, broken down immediately. Fault line into play a pretzel this time. Thanks to a bit of the helping hand from the stun. And just caught out in the open. And caught now. Full fall. MLT losing one along the way. Aldron's there, goes to get a bit of intel. And Luo tries to push with pretzel again! The headhunter playing to that namesake. Aphrodite though finds 2. Here comes Luna as well. MLT, a twist of fate. A push comes to a shove. And it's Be My Team who gets toppled on over. Moving though on the board still to fight back. Classic was all she has. And now she has nothing. 2-0 here for MLT.
They won the round, but it was really expensive for them because they went in with a decent investment, 3 Spectres and a Bulldog. So with them losing 3 of their players, that's at least 2 of these weapons taken off the board here, making this bonus round look just a bit less aggressive coming out of them, unless of course they go in for a full buy. But that said, right, at least they are able to kind of charge up these ultimates, and in particular, what I'm really impressed with the most from MLT's side is the fact that they're able to just space each other out so much better than what we saw in Bind. The trades have been impeccable so far.
Look, I'm gonna already say this 2 rounds in. It's such a night and day difference here, Zach. MLT looking like a team more so compared to what we saw on the first map. Be My Team, they're still such strong players, and especially from what we saw from Pretzel so far. She's Lily Vito, 19 HP spotted out by the Boombot, and Lu gives her a taste of her own medicine. Stellar takedown to begin with. MLT on site already, and another quick execute with that tower control. Lily with a fight back though, making it 4v4 as Sapphire watches towards the tower exit. Hawkpip here working together with the Raze, the Boombot into play, and perhaps a split approach on this retake. Canteen trying to find at least an angle to work with MLT staying on the inside as much as possible. Moving now onto the site with the satchels. Here comes Alu, but moving wins it anyway. Aftershock into play. So much breach utility here. Be My Team in the fight. Sapphire though gets up close personal, and a rolling thunder to change this tune. Now it stops defuse. Lily Go does get the kill. Does she have enough time? Already halfway a while ago, and with 0.05 she doesn't make it. MLT still win it at the end.
That was so well played by Sapphire there to be able to get that kill, get the rolling thunder, and just buy so much time to deny that defuse. Incredible plays coming out of MLT's side. Remember, this was their bonus run with Eluvu finding that opener, getting that Vandal in place, and just getting it in place for Sapphire to find that clutch. Absolutely outstanding work. Very, very unlucky for Be My Team, but all things considered, excellent work coming out of MLT, and that's going to really set them up for success in these next rounds. You can see them starting to build up that economy, and it's gonna be interesting.
Oh, Be My Team, one thing that has kept them in this fight so far, even though they haven't gotten around yet, is just the heroics we're seeing in terms of the frags. It just seems like it's such a flip of the script here, Zach, because MLT is the one with the strong executes, getting such quick tower control towards B. And finally, from Be My Team, that single shot from the chamber is enough to change the pace of this round. MLT instead pivot towards A, where Mooping wants to play as close as possible, perhaps spotted out the timing there for Mooping. MLT, enough damage done. It's not enough to get that kill. Be My Team staying towards tower. Beautiful ball fight from Yummy. Can anyone spring from it? She does so herself, fully on the board, but MLT have the firepower. Moving in the fight back. Aphrodite gets 3, no matter what angle she can handle. And as Hawkpip is spotted, it's now a 2v1. Bucky in hand, doesn't have the range. Do they play for a different angle? No. A regroup instead towards A here for MLT.
30 seconds left. They do have side control, so they should be able to at least get that spike down. And they also know exactly where Hawkpip is. Does make the sound of the door opening. Lockdown available for Kara Aphrodite, but I don't think we're really going to be seeing that invested here because all they have to do is win out this fight. Hawkpip able to pick up that upgrade at the very least. but now the positioning being held, it's going to be very difficult for her to find that isolated 1v1. Vampire spots out this player as well, hits her with the stun, and Hawkbeb just forced to sit it out here.
Yeah, staying in the corner, Sapphire saw the barrel, and now she just sees the kill, courtesy of K4Tidy as well. 4-4 the killjoy, the lockdown at the ready, as you mentioned, and MLT are now on the board again and again and again and again here, Zach. They're looking so different compared from what we saw in map number 1. Things are just so much more cleaner, things are so much more executed well, and honestly, MLT right now, it just seems like that this is a completely different team from what we saw in that first map.
Yeah, definitely much better coordinated, and in particular, I think that K4Tidy looks much more comfortable on that killjoy. Last round, her being able to find those 4 kills, really setting the team up for success and making up for those initial picks that they lost. They're looking now, MLT, they look to be fast and aggressive towards this A-side set.
Yeah, the speed has been helpful towards B. Does it work the same pace here at A? Pretzel though holds down the line. She's good for 1, but that's all she gets. Here comes the Yummy on the board, yes, but MLT still with the advantage. 3v2 and the spike being planted. Quick plays here from MLT, answered back by the Opal strike from Lily. It's a little too late. Lurk though, perhaps the Yummy doesn't get value. Found out instead by the members of MLT. A 3v1 now. The lockdown's there too. The boom bot seeks and destroys. And Lily, it's not gonna happen. Luna's there, and it's now a handful of rounds here for MLT.
5-0 now, and that was another buy that BMI team really had coming in. Unfortunate that they weren't able to capitalize off of it, and yep, that's going to be the timeout as they try to figure out what exactly they can do to stop MLT here. But yeah, like you mentioned, Daks, completely different looking team here. MLT, they're just so much more coordinated, so much more confident, and in particular, they're just more good at trading each other out. That's the biggest difference so far this game. Even if one of them does go down, there's an immediate response from the rest of the team, and just the practice that they've put into, the prowess that they have, it's incredible. And the fact that they lost that first map in such a deliberating way, it doesn't seem to have affected them at all negatively.
Yeah, it's like we have completely new team here from MLT, and it's not just how quick the trades happen here, Zach, but the way that they're able to find the trade and find the space at the same time. We barely see them stalled here on Fracture. There's only that one instance with the Headhunter peek towards B main. Comparing it to Bind, where it was always utility there from BMI team to keep MLT at bay, to just desynchronize the pushes that they wanted to do. This time around, the advance from MLT is looking unstoppable.
That's the right word here. Once again, the economy not going to be in the greatest spot for my team. Going to be going for a bit of an eco here. You also do see the Bucky coming in this time for the Yummy. We haven't seen the judge quite yet from Mooping, but maybe that'll change as the game goes on. They have a couple of ults. In particular, I have my eyes on the Tour de Force for the side of my team. But MLT, they have plenty of counters, 3 of their own, in fact.
Look, maybe not this map here, Zach. Maybe not here. Maybe later on Lotus. I wonder if my team will be willing to play shotgunners yet again. But Pretzel, the Tour de Force, ready here to get the shot. And she's been good for these kind of intro kills. Unfortunately, though, for my team, despite the numbers advantage, they've struggled to actually find these rounds. And you can see it on the scoreboard. MLT now rotate the way, look for another opportunity elsewhere.
Seem to be pivoting towards that B side instead. Still, though, gonna have a player at least towards that CT to get some information. So, my team, they're gonna be finding it a bit difficult to take space. Moving towards tower as well, has the showstopper ready to go if necessary. And despite this being an eco round, if she can find a couple of kills off the back of that ult, it might be exactly what the team needs here. This interaction towards tower is going to be so important.
Oh, Luna, she finds the corner and she finds the kill. K4Tidy, the same kind of case. And MLT, they still find a way through to the other side. It was 5v4, now it's 4v2 in favor of MLT. Spikes planted, and there's no way now for my team to make it through to the opposite end of the map. Will they decide to go for the push anyway? It's an eco round here. Still for my team. Perhaps try to find a kill or two. But now, Tour de Force being set yet again. They're just blocking each other. They're spotted out incredibly easily here by MLT. And such a struggle to actually push anyway. The turret getting a bit of intel, yes, but Luna's already on it like a bullet. 3 make that 4 for her. The transfer looking solid. And the scoreline looking one-sided. 6-0 in favor of MLT.
just really, really clean work coming out of them, and that's going to leave them with all three outs still in their pocket. MLT, they are dominant so far on this particular map, and I'm very impressed with their site executes so far. They're really good at these default kind of plays, but more than that, their decision making just looks to be on another tier compared to how they were in that map 1. Me, my team, though, they're finally going to be able to buy up again, and in particular, my eyes are on that operator for Pretzel. She's been excelling in these first fights, like you mentioned, and assuming that Be My Team can keep it going and maintain that advantage, which they've kind of failed over the last few rounds. That might be the difference maker over the course of this half.
Yeah, they need to capitalize on what Pretzel gives them here on the defense. But MLT, veterans of the game changer scene for good reason. Not just here in APAC, a bit of NA experience as well. Of course, the SMGs from last year, but Elu hampered by the killzone setup. Sapphire through the wall even. Hawkbib will fall. And from this point on, MLT, they draw first blood and immediately put that spike down. Things even quicker right now for MLT. Pretzel looking for any kind of opportunity, but sees no one through that smoke. It's a main hold here now from MLT, playing towards the halls, happy to play offsite now. The Rolling Thunder, though, keeping the attackers at bay. We hear the showstopper as well. Movement going for the clear, but is it going to be enough? MLT, they have so many options. The Orbital Strike and the Hunter's Fury are for the spike. Elu and Luna are for the contact. It's just a checklist made here by MLT, while Pretzel gets her one. Yet again, it's all she will get. And now, look how the tables have turned, Zach. From a dominant win from Be My Team a while ago to a scoreless run so far, courtesy of MLT.
At least Pretzel is able to save that operator, but that's a very small mercy compared to the amount of damage being done by MLT as well. And just the reads coming out of them, right? It's incredibly impressive here. 7-0, that previous round, they knew that the Rolling Thunder was available for Be My Team, and more than that, they knew that they had the cards in that post plant, and they only needed to use that Orbital Strike. That Hunter's Fury is still going to be online for that next round. The rest of the team as well, they have a chance to kind of recharge on those ultimates, and MLT, they have been incredible at not just taking the site, but also holding on to it, something that they really suffered in that previous map. They've adapted so well, and it's just an incredible reset coming in on this particular one.
Yeah, it's just so familiar here for MLT, and I think it kind of begs the question now, why would MLT let bind through like that if they struggle so much on that map? Because comparing now to what we see on Fracture, they're actually reaching the potential and honestly some of the expectations people see from them. Yes, MLT is a new roster, but you see some of these names, you look back at those old VODs from the APAC scene, and you would know some of them who were absolutely incredible in their months and years of play. Now they're back here in LCQ. This is their first foray this year as a unit, and with a scoreline like this, they're making a case for themselves here in LCQ.
Indeed the case here. Pretz, I think off the back, but you know, you talked about that experience, about them making a name for themselves, and the fact is that for MLT in particular, right, this is a roster that is very, very new, comparatively inexperienced as a team, and for them to be able to put up this kind of dominant show really explains why they are veterans of the scene here, to be able to put up this kind of performance. And of course, positioning coming out of this round so far, it's incredibly impressive. 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, and Be My Team's the one who's struggling to play as a unit now. They effectively leave Pretzel to her own devices. She still gets one along the way, so big kudos to the chamber. But beyond that, the position favors MLT. If they can bring that spike towards the site. Aphrodite, it's a dangerous cross. The timing there, she still wins it anyway. The Yummy will fall. Sapphire providing covering fire. And now MLT realized, oh yeah, the spike's here in her hands. She moves through, crosses the road safely. Luckily, it was a green light instead from MLT. And now Elu will just road rage and kill the other targets. MLT make it 8.
Just dominance at this point coming out of them. And you know, in particular, I just got distracted by Kira Aphrodite walking into the site, seeing a player and be like, wait a minute, you're not on my team, and then finally taking her down. A little bit of an awkward interaction there on the site, but in particular, I'm very impressed by the utility usage as well coming out of MOT. Kira Freddy's turret has been such a menace throughout this entire map. Sure, Timmy hasn't gotten a kill quite yet, but still, just giving away the positions of Be My Team as they attempt to flood in for the retake just sets up the rest of MLT for success as they're able to swing off of it and get a couple of kills. And once again, Daks, the economy is just in shambles for Be My Team.
Yeah, Be My Team, they now understand what an eco round is. They didn't get that lesson on the first map. MLT making sure they understand the curriculum. And look at how decimated Be My Team is already in this round. I think one thing I also want to point out, Zach, is effectively this is over unless Sapphire falls here, is that MLT are playing off those kills courtesy of K4Dite. A while ago, it was only space made by the Lurk. This time around, they're effectively the last player standing to get their way towards the site. And from that point on, advantage after advantage from them. Bucky tries to go for something. She gets nothing there for moving. It's not a judge. It's not a judge. So it ain't gonna work.
They're going to scatter from my stuff.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Bucky is a little bit more difficult to use there. It's not just an automatic shotgun. Man, I hate that phrase, automatic shotgun. But anyway, I digress.
Oh, the shotty. Come on. Be like
Zero.
the cool kids.
The cool kids, yeah. The judge is just, it's a weapon of its own class. I feel like just calling it a shotgun is a bit of a disservice to the other shotguns here. It's in a class of its own for real. But finally, Be My Team, they're gonna have yet another chance to get into the economy here. And it's incredibly impressive for MLT that they have a player on 1 kill and they're still like leading so far, because it's not that Envious is having a bad game, it's just that she has nothing to do. Kira Freddy and Level between them have been just shredding the rest of them apart.
I'll say that's a good sign for them, because the fact is they're playing like a team. They're playing like a unit. And here we go yet again with Aluo going for the advance, but Lily holds down the line. Good start here for Be My Team. We've said that though so many times in this map so far. And they capitalize off that pick. K4Dite though says no. There's a kill courtesy over. And another one bites the dust as she just advances forward. Lockdown into play. But MLT will answer back. The Yummy barely missing the timing there towards drop. Now Be My Team need to respect MLT's lockdown because it was later on into the round. And you mentioned a while ago, Zach, that MLT still has something for the post plant. That Hunter's Fury in hand here for Luna. Pretzel though keeping tabs towards drop yet again with the operator. Nano Swarm, initial utility to go for the stall towards the objective. Envious though on the board. There's a scan. Is it going to be another round where MLT don't even need the Hunter's Fury? Seems like the answer is yes, unless Hawkpip could say something about it. It's 1v1 now, and Envious is just waiting for the timing. 10 in a row for MLT.
No sweat at all. Sure, Envious is the last one standing, but at this point, MLT's economy isn't even going to be breaking a sweat to buy up for the rest of the team. And unfortunately, once again, despite finding that first kill, it's just going to be the kills coming on the board, online for MLT right after that. And they still have that Hunter's Fury, one off that orbital strike, just so difficult for these retake situations working out for Be My Team. They really have to try and change how they're playing the game here with 2 rounds left in the half. Once again, another eco. Finally, a judge coming in from Mooping. It worked great in map 1. Maybe this is what they need for the second one.
If they win here, you already know what the plan is, but there is just no planning for the firepower of MLT. Luna already with the double up and the double kill. Elu already with the advance, and Luna still gets the takedown anyway. Great for Luna. Lily on the board. Mooping makes the judge count, but it's a 1v3, and you can already see the level of difficulty. What else can she do? The Angels, though, perfectly lobbed at the right time. Lua trying to play protector. K4Dite putting that spike down, but the time for Mooping perhaps could have gotten that kill. Not gonna happen this time around, not in this reality. And instead, it's checkmate there, courtesy of K4Dite. 11-0. What is going on in this series, Zach? Is it domination versus domination?
It's multi-go kill. That seems to be the show here. Kira Freddy with the 4K in that third round. Luna with the 4K or 3K in that last round. Just on track for the kills. when it comes to MLT taking the sites. And, you know, you did see a little bit of an attempt at a change coming out of Be My Team's side. They fought more aggressively on site instead of trying to let it go for the retake. And that might be what they have to do that in this round as well. They cannot afford to let MLT get that spike down because once again, it's both that Orbital Strike and that Hunter's Fury in that post plant. Combined with the mollies, you're not even going to be able to touch the spike if it goes down.
Well, easier said than done, Zach, because MLT, they just speed their way through anyway towards the objective. Orbital Strike, though, used early on, actually. Be My Team expecting that and playing away towards spawn instead. The plant will go down, though, no matter what. Elu now lobbing the pain shells, keeping Be My Team yet again at bay. The flank now, courtesy of Be My Team. K4Dite can't play towards the corner because of the aftershock, and instead, she has to deal with 3 coming her way. Luna, though, on the board. Elu was there, too. Fly high, perhaps removing. Before she falls, she destroys 2, but K4Dite, a witness to many, now a killer of 1. It's 2v1, all left to Hawkbib. What can she do? She just wants to give Be My Team a score on the board here for the first half, but MLT make it difficult yet again. One more chance here for Hawkbib. Perhaps his time is running on out. Goes for the tap. Looks, forced to push. K4Dite swings and falls, but Sapphire so quick on the trade. Shines there. MLT. Where was this in the first map? Because this is theirs for the second. We're gonna throw it over to halftime because perhaps it might end soon.
Can you really call this halftime, though? Can you really call this halftime? Fluffy, I mean, we did say that, hey, maybe the momentum can swing in favor of MLT this time. I was not expecting this. You know, this kind of like steamrolling. This is a 12-0. And this is a halftime that's not really a halftime here, Fluff.
I know, it's more like a match point at this point. I mean, I think it's fair to say, all analysis aside, that the pistol round is going to be very important with this one, because that might just be the end for a lot of things. But MLT, they really look like such a different team from how they played on the first map, you know. They're really exposing, I think, BMT's weaknesses of having no info. And in all seriousness, for a team that has picked that double sentinel, it feels like they've relied on sitting on site and making sure that they have the contact. But MLT, that breach and the Sova just pushes them out of position and they get so punished. It's really hard to defend that way.
Yeah, and I don't know, as the sides are going to switch around, I don't even know if this is possible. But hey, Be My Team, you could be up for the challenge. It's going to be really dicey indeed to see if they can bring it back here. But it looks like we may potentially get a map 3 over here. So, casters, over to you guys.
I like what the panel said. Match time. You can go with that. It's match point here, Zach. And MLT are 1 round away from forcing a decider. The panel mentioned it though, Be My Team, they've been flushed out too many times in that first half on that defense to find that staying power. Perhaps you're on the attacking side, especially with the prowess of Pretzel and Mooping so far from what we've seen. That can give them that chance to at least get on the board and go for a potential rally here.
Yeah, all they need is 12 rounds in a row. Can't be super difficult to do.
Control C, Control V, and now Control X because Mooping is cut away.
No.
Envious also helping out K4Dite here. And from bad to worse, and perhaps to even done. Hawkbib all alone in a 1v5. MLT, there's just no way about it, Zach. This is their map. Great effort here from Hawkbib though to fight back. It's a 1v4 as K4Dite will fall. The smoke is there yet again. A minute though for Hawkbib to try. But in the blink of an eye, she is denied. Will the real MLT stand up? Because now we see them and now they have our attention.
Yeah, for sure. This entire map was a case of call an ambulance, but not for me. That's exactly what happened. And MLT, they take it 13-0, absolute domination on their map pick. And from what we've seen so far, Daks, it's been domination for both of these teams on their respective map picks. When they're comfortable, when they have their synergies and strategies ready to go, they have looked great. But, you know, the decider is coming up. Both of these teams, they didn't choose the map, so I'm excited to see how that one's gonna go. But before that, you know, we just saw our panelists like 2 minutes ago. Let's see what they have to say.
We're back!
Looks like
we're back! You just saw us a while ago for the halftime or match time, as we'd like to call it now. But that was the most definitive round that I think that we've had here at VCT Game Changers so far. MLT, I mean, Dax is right. Will the real MLT please stand up? It looks like they are one of those teams indeed that do need a little bit of that warm-up. Bit of a slow start, but once they get going, oh my gosh, they are unstoppable, it seems like, Fluff.
Unstoppable 13-0. It seems like this first opening series is doing everything already. If we had a checklist of achievements that you could have, first ace before the first half of the first map, and then first 13-0 second map. So at this point, anything can happen on the third.
Yeah, I totally agree. I do have to commend, like, you know, I was wondering, like, what exactly changed here for, you know, MLT, other than, like, yes, you did point out that, for example, their composition probably, you know, was in high favor of our MLT, but I do feel like Aluwu as well, like, suddenly, like, the courage to make those openings happen, it was there. That was what I was looking for in Vine, that you know, wasn't exactly there. Maybe it was a double duelist kind of throwing her off, wasn't really setting a tone. Maybe it was like a you go first, no, you go first kind of thing. Now that she was the clear entry here, she was like, you know, she was really, really making that space for the team.
For me, I think Samfire really showed up this game because 12 assists on that breach. Unlike the Bind game where it was just like, okay, we have two duelists, let's just go in YOLO. This time around, they have that support from that long-range breach, and because the opposing team is just running no info, it's just so hard to expect when that explosion just comes in. And even on the pistol round of that last half, or I guess if you want to call that the half, it was just so hard for them to do anything.
Is it really a half though? It's kind of like weird. I do have to commend as well Kphrodite. She was just always at the right place at the right time, you know. You mentioned how, you know, Be My Team didn't exactly have a lot of info on their side, which is really, really, you know, worked to their disadvantage, because Kphrodite was just like, you know, they could have used that. I mean, like, especially when looking out like for a player like her. And I feel like now that the score is 1-1, but MLT, they have this overpowering momentum on their side. So I feel like going into our final map, which will be Lotus, another very interesting map for a lot of teams here. Oh, I gotta say, maybe I'm favoring MLT now. I feel like, you know, this is the thing that they needed to get going, but we're gonna see how exactly that turns out right after this very quick break. Don't go away. LCQ will be right back.
Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here, know we get hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the
The score is now 1-1 between Be My Team and MLT Esports. In the first map, we saw Be My Team really taking that momentum, and in the second, we saw MLT just grabbing it and taking it for their own. Who will it go to in map number 3 as we step into Lotus? Fluffy, I feel like at this point, if we see both of these teams on their best sides, it could be anyone's game.
I mean, it's honestly a coin flip now, 50-50. Both teams showing how strong they can be at their maximum potential. 12-3 or 4 versus 0-13, you know, it just goes from one side to another. And now you're playing on Lotus, a map that, well, essentially nobody picked. So it is going to be very interesting. Not only is it going to be our first 3-site map here for this series, but it'll also, I think, expose a lot of the weaknesses, maybe from MLT a bit more than BMY, as BMY does have a more significant map pool, at least knowledge.
Yeah, you talk about the knowledge of Be My Team, right? They have played Lotus a lot more times than MLT has. So I'm expecting that experience to come in here again, much like they did on Bind, by the way. So I feel like, you know, maybe it was that familiarity of the map that really carried them through. Perhaps that means that it favors this, but I don't know, man. 13-0 is just too much of a high to really ignore, especially morale-wise for a team.
I mean, momentum is something that you can't really ignore in these types of events. You know, it's LCQ already, the pressure is on. And even though you're like, let's say you're on Be My Team and you're like, okay, map 1, we went so hard, we did so well. But that momentum is just shut off by map 2. And MLT is on the other side of things where they're like on a sky high and you're going to keep on climbing that all the way to maybe even secure this series if they get a good start.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like, MLT, if they play the way they did on Fracture, I feel like, they just need to feel themselves and they could possibly take this perhaps with the same sort of dominating fashion that they did on Fracture. But looking at these teams with recent comps here on Lotus, I feel like right here, Be My Team, it looks like a little bit more safe, I would guess. They usually run the Astra with the Breach, Jet, and Killjoy with Sky. And on the other side for MLT, they go with the Fade instead, and they'll go with the Raze with a Viper, Omen, and a Killjoy. So they'll go for that double controller instead. And I think it's really interesting to have the Sky doing that info gathering and compared to the Fade. So we have two very different approaches here on this side. I feel like these teams are going to stick with what they know. So Fluffy, how are you feeling about the composition?
I feel like for MLT, one thing that has come up, I think not as much as a lot of people might have expected, is Kifrodite's lurks. And I think on a bigger map like this, there is a bit more opportunity for her to do that, just because there's so much space that she can claim on this Killjoy. On Viper rather. And I feel like with this double controller setup, it is pretty balanced. And on the other side of things, I'm surprised that they're going for double Sky. You did mention the Fade earlier, which I think, especially after Champions, has had so much more popularity, especially towards the more APAC side of things, because you're just able to re-clear a lot of things really quickly with little risk. But that's more of an anti-strat thing. The Astra versus Omen, though, I think is the most interesting for me, because without having that counter paranoia, what is there to really stop? Maybe it's the dummy on her Breach that'll do the defending, but it's just a weird dynamic, especially because on one side that's more the Viper for more stall.
Select your agent.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this Aluwu hovering over that Jet. Perhaps we get that. I do have to point out as well, Pretzel is now on the duelist role rather than Moopings, who has been carrying it for the past two maps. Perhaps this change is going to throw a wrench into MLT's plans. They were playing with a very sort of rhythm in the first two maps. Suddenly you have Pretzel coming in with that Jet. Perhaps that's the thing that will probably swing the momentum in favor of Be My Team. Perhaps that's what gets MLT suddenly second guessing themselves. As we saw on Bind, once they kind of doubt themselves a little bit, it could go very, very wrong. It could swing in favor of Be My Team. Who knows? I'm ready to find out though, so let's throw it on over to our casters, Daks and Zahk.
There's already too much history in this series alone, Zach. We got our first ace of the playoffs. We got our first 13-0 of LCQ. And now we're going to be getting our first decider between Be My Team as well as MLT. Daks and Zach with you here still. And any expectations right now, Zach? Because I'm really interested to see some of the changes we have for both sides here.
My only expectation is that this is not a stomp like the first two maps. It's more of a Feveran's hope than an expectation at this point, because it just seems so unpredictable. Anybody who has been sticking around for this series since the beginning, if you were there for map 1, you were probably thinking, oh my god, Be My Team is the best team in the world. And then you come to map number 2 and you're like, wait a minute, MLT is the best team in the world. Now, map number 3, it will decide who moves on in that upper bracket for this LCQ. And it's going to be pretty interesting. Like our panelists mentioned, a little bit of minor changes in that team comp. But in particular, I have been very impressed by the Killjoy players of the series so far, Daks. So I hope we see more of that.
We're gonna get Kifrodite though moving over to that second controller instead. And speaking of that, there are a lot of these changes here from MLT. They're running that Sky instead. They're moving over from the Raze to the Jets. And I do wonder if these adjustments are because of some of the experiences they've had here in LCQ, or will it be a bit of innovation gone wrong yet again, like what we saw on Bide. On the other hand though, for Be My Team, one thing the panel did see was the shift of the duelist. When you get Jet for Be My Team, it's no longer Mooping on it. It's usually Pretzel who actually fills in that role. Astra though versus Omen and Viper as well. There's already so many nuances here to this map alone compared to the first two we've seen so far.
Yeah, and in particular, you mentioned about the shift of the duelist, but I think I'm also interested in the shift of that Sentinel role coming in. Kifrodite, like you mentioned, on that Viper, but Samfire gonna be that player to pick up that Killjoy instead. It's a lot of role changes across the board here, but I I'm just not sure how exactly it's going to interfere with these executes coming in, as Eluvu already takes the charge here on this B side. It's completely empty.
Yeah, she did trip up on the Trailblazers. Okay, for Daiti
my.
instead. The angle taken, the opportunity is there, and she's come to collect yet again. Doesn't disappoint whatsoever. When she's on the lurk, when she's away from the action, you know she's just good for it. And MLT on the board immediately after those kills. They have the site, they put down the spike, and it's looking as perfect as can be from them so far. Fluffy said in the panel, there's so much momentum here for the attacking side right now after that 13-0. And you can see that MLT is feeding off that energy. Hawkbib, a chance perhaps inside the smoke, but no, Luna will deny her of any kind of glory. MLT, a flawless win to begin this round, or rather this map.
Really clean way, and just the shots that Eluvu and Kira Freddy were able to hit, right? It just looked like they were spending some time in the range or doing some aim labs or something. That third shot, especially from Kira Freddy, was absolutely nasty. So yeah, MLT, they're off to a strong start on this particular map with a flawless. Once again, that buy that we've seen coming in, where to a couple of their players just keep those pistols from that previous round, while the rest of them, they buy up those Spectres and Bulldogs. It's gonna be the case to be coming in. And when it comes to those ultimates, I think if Kira Freddy keeps this up, she's gonna have that Viper's Pit for that bonus or that 4th round after that.
Yeah, it's gonna be so important for a side take later on, especially. But Be My Team, all I have to say right now is they need to shake things off. It's one thing to lose the previous map, it's another to get 13-0, and you know that it's true, it has to affect their mental. How rare does that happen? And MLT instead, they're navigating now to try and push towards AK. For Daiti though, doesn't want to be part of the majority. Moves to the back line instead to allow Elu to lead that charge. The cross there from the open, actually not getting punished whatsoever. Elu Luna on the board. It's MLT already with the kills, with the better guns anyway. And Be My Team, they need to brave through the smoke to at least find a frag or two to help them out in the long run. Daiti already says no, and Fuse is there too. And no matter what, it's all MLT. Zach, I'm gonna give you numbers. 2 back-to-back flawless rounds and 15 rounds in a row already across 2 maps for MLT.
Yeah, definitely keeping up that W streak there. But hey, for Be My Team, it's not entirely hopeless. You know, some of the best teams in the world have been 13-0 in the past. You know, I think both the finalists of Champions this time had a 13-0 coming in. So I think that it could also be some solid motivation to kind of take this map going forward. They are going to be finally able to buy up for one thing. And it's going to be rifles across the board here. No other upgrades aside from that for the side of MLT. They're happy to work with what they have, and it's a bit more of a default start coming out of them.
Yeah, my team, that's why they have adjusted accordingly. Go for the aggression and the flash positions actually in their own push. MLT is already expecting it. As soon as Daiti realizes what's going on, the rest of MLT pivot towards B. And now in closer quarters, MLT stand a good chance. Spikes planted. Be My Team now moving towards upper, especially Paranoia, though such a strong piece of utility that Be My Team has no answer for. Flash scare, Pretzel dashes on it, Envy is looking to go for her own hold, protects the backline even, and somehow MLT still wins those fights. Elwood now peeking on over, Sapphire on the board, and it's all left to Hawkbib in a 1v2 situation. What else can she do? It's so difficult. The defuse coming on in halfway, sure, giving them a hope, but there's just no chance against MLT. 3-0, and it's looking to be already a few signs of a repeat from what happened at the second map.
They look so confident. I feel like that map number 1 was just a kind of a red herring to give Be My Team some confidence. MLT's warm-up, you know, they don't play deathmatch, or they don't spend time in the range. It seems like they just jump right into the series, and even if they don't do quite well on that first, they're warmed up enough for the second and third. But now the timeout gonna be called by, I believe it's Be My Team's coach here, but I'm not quite sure. But either way, it seems to be a Be My Team timeout coming in. And talking about what we've seen so far from them, right? MLT, they have looked very convincing on this attack. They're able to stick together. The spacing between the players is immaculate, and their post plant is impeccable. But for Be My Team, on this defensive side, there is not really much early information being taken. They're not being very proactive about it, and it's the same symptom of what we saw on that map number 2, right? They just are not able to retake after MLT gets that spike down.
I think I'm very impressed also from MLT the fact that they don't put themselves in committed positions. You saw how they played against that A main push from Be My Team.
Exactly.
You have Aphrodite who controls not just sightlines but also intel with that toxic screen. The rest of MLT hanging back, looking for any kind of opportunity. The Be My Team basically guesses wrong in their proactivity here, Zahk. MLT will use that to go away from the fight and put that spike down elsewhere.
They're just very, very good at reading their opponents. MLT, they kind of seem to have held the guidelines, the books for these last two maps, and for this map as well in particular. Again, Kara Aphrodite, she has been that first point of contact so many times. You really don't expect your Viper Lurker player to find those openers, but across this map as well as that previous one, she's just had so much impact, so much pandemonium that's been created by her plays across the map.
She's had an incredible series so far. Even in map number 1, she was able to net a number of kills to at least give them a small chance. And here we go yet again. The pivot comes on in to allow MLT to move towards C. Paranoia lobbed. Hawkpip though on the board. Stellar hold so far. Could have gone a second. Aphrodite is just unwilling to let those angles go. MLT now moving on closer and closer to more success. Poison Cloud in the way towards Waterfall, and MLT, they just have every angle checked as much as possible. What can DMT do in the situation? They only have the Sheriff, and now they're running out of players. Mooping, the only one still standing, and Envious. Well, she's just ready for it. Zahk, I'm gonna stop calling the scoreboard. I'm gonna say it how it is. 17 now here for MLT.
17-0 so far. Now, that's a more fun way to say it. Usually you don't expect a scoreline to go like that, but if that is a story, and if that tells the entire story of the momentum that they've garnered, the confidence that they've begotten, despite that brutal first round loss, and that kind of resilience is what you really love to see from a team. Remember, MLT, this is a team that is not only new on the scene, despite their veteran experience individually. They're a roster that's been playing together for weeks. That's it. And more than that, they're a multinational roster. You don't have that homogeneity that often comes from teams coming out of the same region like Be My Team. It's more difficult to make that roster work, but MLT, they're doing a fantastic kind of job, and honestly, those kind of rosters, they often tend out to be some of the best ones you see on stage.
Absolutely, talent from all across the region, right? You wonder if there's a language barrier here from MLT, but Alu already proving there is any kind of barrier in the way, it will be broken. Lily now trying to hold towards Halls. Immediately, the Viper spit into play here from MLT. For Be My Team, they're just looking for a bit of hope here, but no, not at all. It's not gonna happen as MLT denies them yet again. They try to brave through the pit, but Moving knows she is just absolutely caught in the crossfire. 18 now here is Zahk. MLT just making it as clean as can be.
I think almost everybody who died in that Viper pit didn't even see a single opponent. They just got sprayed down as they were trying to come in. Very, very brutal round. And MLT, right, that was just one ultimate that they used. They still have the Seekers available for Luna. Envious has the From the Shadows as well for a quick flank or rotate or whatever might be the case here. The one saving grace for Be My Team is that they have that lockdown coming into this round, and that is probably one of the strongest ults that you do have on Lotus. It covers the entire site. It's just so easy to try and retake off the back of that. However, Samfire is only 2 away from one of her own to kind of counter it, so MLT, they still not only have the rounds, but also all the cards here. Luna already with the opener.
Yeah, all the cards, and it's just a royal flush for every single firefight that they bring to the table. Elu now dashed forward. The confidence is just unreal here from MLT. And already the covering fire is there too. Who needs a trade when you can keep your own teammate alive? It's 5v2 as Luna's looking for a target, but Pretzel finds her opening. Picks up a gun, dashes on out. With retrieval, but Elu still wins versus the Yummy anyway. Pretzel now with the trade. It's 3v1 as the spike is all the way in a different area code. You pretty much need a visa to cross this map, and Aphrodite refuses to let her leave. Pretzel falls, and MLT, it's 19 now.
Wow, it's more difficult to get a retake on MLT's side than it is for me to get a visa internationally. But jokes apart, bad jokes apart, you know, it's okay. This could be the round where Be My Team is really able to excel. They have 5 ultimates ready to go. They have their buy coming back in, and they might be able to make this retake work. But I think that strategy of trying to retake from an MLT health side, it's just not working for them, Daks. They really have to be proactive. They really have to take these fights.
Look, Zach, you don't need to make it too real. Same here. Where can I go? Only in my country. But now MLT, this is their domain so far. And yet again, they begin with success. 3, make that 4 are gone. Be My Team has become a single individual. And MLT, you can see that they're just so sharp. They're so secure with their plays. And what else is there to say? This is going to be another round on the board as Be My Team is looking for a hero on this map.
Again, just MOT, they're so aware. The adjustment, like, you did see the adjustment coming out of Be My Team. They realized that the retake situation wasn't tenable. So they tried to go for some aggression, but MLT were just prepared for it. They're firing across all cylinders here. You know, on this attacking side, they look like they can just do no wrong. And, you know, unfortunately for the last member of Be My Team, just trying to hold on to this rifle because the economy, it's still not at all in a good spot for this particular team. And MLT, you know, Daks, I'm gonna work with you here and say they
Zach,
are 19 rounds in a
what
19
number?
rounds in a row.
No, it's not 19 anymore. Wait for it. Wait
About
for
20,
it.
yes.
Ah, there you go. 20
Quick maths.
rounds in a row over the past 2 maps. It's just such a heartbreaker for Be My Team because we saw how incredible they were on Bind, how familiar they felt on how they played those rotations. You could see they put in so much work to prepare for that map. But moving into Fracture, moving into, honestly, Lotus, where we believe that they had a better chance, given this is their second most played map after Ascent in the whole year of Game Changers APAC. And MLT is getting away with everything that they want. Aphrodite has not died yet. She's been in control so far. Incredible openings made by Eluwu, and it really feels like the single duelist setup works so much better from MLT in terms of coordination.
They still, I mean, you're right about the coordination part, but for Be My Team at least, they just have to take fights that they set themselves up for success with. So far, it's been dry peaks, it's been 50-50s, it's been awkward positionings, but finally moving, able to kind of catch Aphrodite out, looking at that nanoswarm, if I'm not wrong, to find that first blood.
Yeah, there you
I've
go.
got your trail.
The hope for Be My Team. You're seeing it yet again in their eyes. Perhaps now, the way that they're able to go for the hold. The Yummy also on the board. Lily's there too! And Be My Team have stepped up now to find the fight in them. It's all left to Sapphire here, but it's such a struggle. We've seen this kind of scenario before, and we know how it ends. As Be My Team decide to coordinate, they're looking oppressive with the breach. And the chance we're seeing from them, this might be the rally point here, Zach.
Sapphire in a
30 seconds
1v5. Spike dropped as well in the open. Rally point indeed, Daks. Be My Team, all they have to do is hold on to the spike. They don't even have to hunt down this player, and they're being so disciplined about it. Finally, they're going forward, and Pretzel able to find the kill with the Blade Storm. Much, much better positioning coming out of them. And it all started with that kill onto Aphrodite. They were able to kind of find the advantages and timings off the back of that. And MLT, they're not used to really losing their player early on. In fact, if they lose one round, they lose that win streak of 20 rounds in a row, and immediately they call a timeout because they just don't want to give Be My Team a chance to jump back into this at all.
Yeah, just a moment of silence for the 20-round streak. The streak is over. But now Be My Team is alive. And I think you mentioned it so on point there, Zach. Discipline is what allows Be My Team to get these kind of wins. You not only see that first kill, but also how the Breach was able to get back towards the backside of A, go over to that high ground, get those utility kills. That's what was the success points of Be My Team a while ago. Gave them that chance by just tempering the expectations of MLT, making sure that if MLT does push, Be My Team doesn't get caught in the crossfire. And as of right now, maybe that's what they can work with moving forward in this half year.
It's an uphill battle, but at least they have shown signs of life, to say the least. MLT though, for how that map 1 went, they have definitely proven to be very capable, and they still seem to have more weapons up in their arsenal. In particular, this retake lockdown that's available from Hawkbib, it's just ready to be countered by one from Samfire as well. When there's no real way to break the lockdown, when you don't have that Brim or Sova ult available, you gotta do it manually, and it's just gonna be a lockdown for lockdown trade that we possibly see coming in. Pretzel kind of holding down this off angle, spots the dash, and will fall back with some additional reinforcements kicking in.
Yes. Speaking of here for Be My Team though, yet again they try to play a bit more safety. Yummy though, perfect timing! And now Be My Team, they draw first blood and give themselves a good chance to get on this hold. They're keeping tabs of FLT towards Prius. Pretzel gets one. She finds a second for her. Drumble flash comes on in. Pretzel with a third. No twists and turns needed. Envia, she needs to find all of them, but D-Yummy will seek her out first. 2 now for Be My Team. They're having their own bit of a streak here, Zach.
Just a little bit of an attempt, and it seems to be working out for them. Really beautiful holes coming out from both Pretzel and D-Yummy. Of course, that first point of contact being D-Yummy here, impeccable breach utility usage, and that's exactly what was missing from this team so far, right? You had those dry swings, those dry peaks coming in, but look at the positionings they're holding right now. Much more defensible. They're able to get the information without really risking their life too much. And every single peak that they took after that, right, it was off the back of utility, really minimizing the danger there. Now, again, Be My Team, they're able to kind of slowly build up the economy, but they'll need to win a couple more to break MLTs.
Yeah, MLT, they built up a bank, sure, but the baby steps from Be My Team is looking to be a stride that they can work with. Now slowly looks for the upper hold. The turret's there too, so at the very least, MLT keeping tabs so much so towards this B side. They've seen the pivot points there from MLT before. They've seen these kind of rotations, and just making sure that they have someone keeping tabs of every single site, especially. The things come out though. MLT still looking for a plan to go for the B execute. Perhaps if K4Dite could find that contact, that can give them that chance. But as of now, Elu will dash on in. He's trying to find an opening here. The spike is being ferried towards B site as well. But there's a chance for them to rotate towards A if ever. Break that door. Make sure that they play off the call of K4Dite. In the end though, that Jet's still watching. Keeping tabs of what Pretzel can do from that angle. Lockdown into play. Spikes planted towards B anyway, so the commit is there. MLT, but also with the latter lockdown, so that gives him the space. Cosmic Divide though into play. Pretzel trying to go for a defense if ever, but there's a Nano Swarm. The clash comes and it's Alu on the board. MLT making that space for their side take indeed. And as Lily decides to go for the cross, Hawk is on the board too. Be My Team with the fight back. The wall is there to keep
The lurk.
the opponents at bay. The lurk you mentioned though, the wraparound looking strong, and here comes K4Dite. She does it yet again to get 2, and that's enough for MLT to win it. 8-2 now, as our score.
So many ultimates invested by Be My Team, and they almost had it, but just that lurk from K4Dite is too much for them to deal with. They were not expecting such a late kind of appearance coming out of that player, but if you don't expect her, you're gonna be punished for it, and that's exactly what happens. The win streak, the 2-round win streak, which admittedly it's not as high as some of the numbers we've seen on the stream so far, has been broken. But MLT, it doesn't seem to have bothered them too much. They're able to convert that round, and now once again, K4Dite is only 2 off of that Viper spin, and we saw how oppressive it can be for that kind of retake situation. MLT, they are playing this game to perfection at this second, and with 8-2 being the case, there are only 2 more rounds left in the half. They look to extend that advantage even further, as now they look to assault this B side.
It's just such a struggle for Be My Team. You can see that if there's any moment of distraction, MLT, and especially that Viper, will take advantage of the chaos. Here we go yet again, a standoff though, towards B. Flash, reset, Luna, trying to just at least fake out the opposition, but as Lily gets one, K4Dite does get hers on the other side. An opening made towards A, making a bit of noise especially to try and pull the rotation, but an even smarter play here from Be My Team. Seekers are out and about though from MLT to give them a chance to go for the cross. The Nano Swarm is there from the side of the defense. Be My Team prepared for C. It's gonna be a huge clash yet again from the shadows though, as MLT decide to evacuate, and the rotations yet again keeping Be My Team guessing along the way.
It's gonna get MLT so much space to really set up for this post plant here. Be My Team, they have to clear out so much space here to try and safely go forward, but they managed to do it in good time. The problem is that Kira is only one off this Viper's pit, so if she gets one kill, it's gonna make it so much more difficult as they try to flood onto side, playing in a very, very awkward position here. Still able to find the first of the trade is immediate.
Trade indeed, and here comes the Yummy as well. 2v2 now, Sapphire on the board, and it's all left to the Yummy to try and save it here for Be My Team. It's not gonna happen though. MLT yet again. They thrive in the chaos and they thrive in these quick decisions. An immediate teleport towards A to give them that round.
That's one of the reasons why I really love Omen on this map, because especially Omen in general, you don't see him too often, with the exception of a Sense and maybe a Split, because everybody else, they prefer to run different controllers, understandably. But on Lotus, he's a favorite, not just because of how he can really play around with that verticality, but also just because of this kind of play. I really like watching it, and MLT, they put it to good use now. The final round of the half here, they have the Viper Spit, Blaze-Storm available for Aluvu as well, and immediately it's going to be a very aggressive push towards the C-side.
Yeah, might be a bit quicker here from MLT this time around. We've seen them though play with a timer before, but if they can get this first kill onto the Killjoy, it's exactly what they need to open up the side. The whip though with the right click, the shorty's there, the Viper Spit is online, and MLT still find the kill anyway. Aluvu forcing the issue, and that's exactly what happened so far. The advance towards Halls. Lily though does go for the trade. Moving has the judge in hand, and it's 3v3 now in the sea of green. It will be MLT providing a safe haven for themselves. Trailblazer though out and about. A huge stun into the kill. Pretzel on the board. Storm though away. Sapphire tries to hold down the line, and here we go yet again. Aphrodite manipulates the battlefield, manipulates the rotation, and moves on the round to isolate Lily. Mooping versus Aphrodite now. It's a 1v1. But you can dread it, you can fear it, you can expect it, but you know that she's ready for it. Yet again, the Viper gets it done. 2-10 with the clutch. What a half for Aphrodite, what a half from MLT. And we are gonna go to our panel to break down what just happened.
Chaos.
Oof, indeed, MLT, it looks like they're still taking that momentum. They're still running from that high from the previous map. And Fluffy, it looks like, you know, this is the MLT that really did want to show up today. Perhaps the first map was just a little bit of a warm-up. They weren't exactly, you know, awake just yet, but they're wide awake now.
I mean, they had a strong first start, and Daks even mentioned it's like 20 rounds if you include the previous game that they were able to string together. And we mentioned earlier on Agents to like how if you leave Aphrodite alone, she can really take advantage of how wide this map is. She had that pistol on the 3K on the pistol, I believe, on the lurk for A. Round 10, she even gets that upper lurk. And she closes out the half as well with the Viper Spit to really secure that lead that they have worked so hard to get for the past 3 maps.
Yeah, that last round was definitely amazing. I mean, we were wondering why, or we were wondering rather how Aphrodite would be. You know, it's been over a year since her last tournament, and we were wondering, is she in form? Is she back? Is she ready to compete? It looks like she's ready, and she has her eyes on Elite, and perhaps even Champions, of course. So I think that, you know, with this team in full form, it looks like they're ready to close out this map, but let's see. Maybe Be My Team? I don't know. Wildcard 50-50? Casters, over to you guys.
It's at least something to work with here for Be My Team. They got at least 2 rounds there on the first half, Zach, but they need this pistol to give them a chance because MLT have looked better than ever so far. That 13-0 on Fracture was the first step. Now here on Lotus, with Be My Team putting up a better fight, you have absolute standout players. Eluvu, one of them, Aphrodite, the other. And as of right now, you can see that these gals, they've come from something. They've had this history, and now they're putting it to good use.
Yeah, of course. You know, last year, I know the Team SMG is absolutely rocking it this year, no questions asked. But last year, you know, Aphrodite and Envious, they were both on that roster, and they were able to put up some numbers as well, of course. So seeing them back in the competitive scene, at the helm of a new roster, being able to continue that kind of impactful performance, it's just a pleasure to see here. MLT 10-2, 3 rounds away from moving on and winning the series despite an awful first map for them. And this aggressive defensive hold as well. Look at how far they want to go. Aluvu not quite spotted.
Oh, and she gets stumped, but still gets the kill anyway. Moving though. Quick trade and a second one to boot. A chance here for Be My Team now to push perhaps towards C. But they will back off because of the smoke. look to rotate elsewhere as MLT now decide to try and fortify the west side of the map. Still a good chance here for Be My Team. They got the advantage there, Zahk. Can they work with it?
I'm very impressed by the fact that Luna was able to find one before going down with the stun and everything kicking in there. But either way, MLT, they might be at a little bit of a numbers advantage, but they do have that A side kind of available for free here. They've left it for free, rather. You do see Be My Team just going for it, being able to set up the plans, and this retake for MLT, it's going to be very difficult because look at the kind of positioning being held by the Be My Team players. There's nobody from MLT flanking, so there's no real way to pincer them in that cave area.
Yeah, they give up the site just to stack instead. It will be a bit dangerous though. Lily trying to be a bit cheeky here towards drop and seeing that hook on down. She wasn't ready for the contact awaiting her. Hawkbib on the board as well. Be My Team. Well, the turret gets the kill and Moving gets a third along the way. 3 rounds up for Be My Team and a much needed pistol to begin the second half.
Timmy the Turret. The revenge of Timmy the Turret, rather. Finally being able to find the first kill of the day. You know, we were talking about the first, the first 13-0, the first ace. We can add the first turret kill to that list as well. As you did see Hawkpip's turret find that kill off the back of that round. Complete upgrades coming in across for the side of Be My Team. And this could that could be the round that they really needed to kind of bring it back, because 10-2 it looks awful, but 10-4 it's not as bad. And if they can continue to push forward in that bonus round, it might be what we need to really see this map get a little bit more competitive. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. We're still in this anti-eco round here. Not much for MLT to work with. I see mostly classics across the board. It's going to be a bit difficult for them to really hold on.
They have ways to flush out MLT's defense, especially. You have that breach, you have that Sky. So from that point on, right, you can actually get the advantage tactically along the way. Lily though does find NPS who tries to hold things down. Sapphire, it's only a classic. She still gets a kill anyway. But eventually, Be My Team have navigated their way towards C. The door though opens, and that's the angle that MLT wants to work with. Aphrodite trying to hug the wall as much as possible. There's a toxic screen setup as well. They see a gun. It won't be picked up perhaps. It's actually a bait. The Nano Swarm's there in position. Elwood though, a sharp shot onto the Yummy. A second one on the Hawkbib. Looking strong so far. Can MLT get it done in a 2v1? Be My Team on the anti-eco. Nice flick and a nice kill even. A clutch comes from Mooping. She does it yet again for the squad.
It looks so difficult there. It was a 2v3 to begin with against the two best players who have been popping off this entire map for MLT, and they continue to do that, right, Daks? They get those 2 headshots with Ilibu's Sheriff, and they almost clutch out the anti-eco, but thankfully for the IGL, the captain, they are able to kind of bring it forward. However, that's going to make this bonus round look very rough. In fact, Be My Team, they're going to be going all in here economically. Mooping now 1 off of the Seekers. That's an ultimate that we might see them put to good use, because it's not a bonus round anymore at this point. It's just a full-on head-to-head fight.
Yep, no bonus. You go for rifles, you go for half armor, and you can see that Be My Team, they're looking to just gamble on this round, especially. The Seekers, though, available now for Mooping. She's worked hard over the past 2 rounds to get that. Lily, though, just casually strolls into sightline. And from that point on, it's a double kill that Be My Team can work with. 5v3. Immense advantage here for Be My Team so far. Aphrodite stunned on up. Elu will looking to go for the cover. But while this happens, with 3 targets, these 3 Seekers know exactly where to go. They find out at least now that B side is heavily fortified. It's Be My Team moving towards C instead, where Sapphire will decide to brave through the Nebula anyway. A chance now perhaps to get a kill or 2. The flash show dissuading her. The Nano Swarm's there. And for now, Be My Team gets the plant going.
It's very unfortunate that Sapphire wasn't really on site, because that's the kind of setup that lets you isolate a player on site when they try to dash or satchel in. Just not able to do much. However, MLT's positioning, they're happy to let the mistakes be made here by Be My Team, and they're quick to punish off the back of that. Now it's just going to come down to a 1v1. Astra versus Jet. The positioning, though, so far away, letting Ilubu to kind of try to stick that spike down, holding onto the position. Lily forced forward, finds the angle, and a 4K for the Astra to keep them going.
Absolutely in bloom there for Lily. She started strong and she ends it also for Be My Team. 5-10, they win their 3rd round in a row. Their buys looking pretty much effective in the course of this half. And Lily, she knew that she had to actually make her way towards the site because of where that spike was planted towards safe instead. But a single gravity wall, I believe, was enough to keep Eluwu away from the spike. And in a very tense 1v1, both players were absolutely clutch. It was Lily who comes up with a hit from there.
Yeah, I don't think Eluwu expected her to be that much forward. Just the positioning wasn't quite what MLT was ready for, and I don't think they just looked a little bit underprepared comparatively. Of course, on site as well, Lily being able to just be that anchor around, denying MLT like any kind of positioning on the side before falling back. Overall, it was just a little bit of a shaky hold coming out of MLT because Samfire found no value off the back of her Killjoy setup at all. Now, once again, this A side, it seems to be kind of left for a retake kind of position, and the read is there from Be My Team. That's where they're choosing to attack.
I love from Be My Team also. It does seem like they're keeping one away to try and catch out perhaps a lurk or two here from MLT. Spike plant though comes courtesy of Pretzel, who dashes forward, tries to play a bit more advanced while the rest of Be My Team look to play towards 3 instead. They have the ultimates for the post plant anyway, and we've seen this a lot from Be My Team. Happy to play stay away. They have the shock though, that's dangerous for Envious. Luckily she's an omen, she can actually teleport on out. Eluwu gets the first win her plays. It's now 4v4 as Moving decides to advance, barely avoiding the wrath of the Jet. Envious though peeks the corner. Lily now with the trade. It's 3v2. The flash is there. Eluwu picking up a gun along the way, but the flash now from the Yummy is the answer. It keeps MLT at bay. Here comes Moving one more time. She tries to play the hero. Luna though and Eluwu clean up nicely, but is there enough time? It's gonna be very, very close, but MLT know that they can't get this round. Be My Team still with another one.
Remember, it was 2-10 Daks, and now it's 6-10. And the momentum, it's firmly in the favor of Be My Team on this attacking side. They just look so much more confident, and they're able to kind of tease out the holes that MLT they've had in their defense. Timeout could be called here by Be My Team because they probably looking to read it. Timeout being called here by MLT. Sorry, they're looking to kind of make this round come back. They want to deny Be My Team from really getting that scoreline even closer, and they have more to work with as well. In particular, before we went into the timeout, I noticed that Eluwu had picked up the operator, and this is something that we haven't really seen come out of MLT's side. I know for a fact that she's quite good with that gun, but this might be what they need to kind of drag the game back, because Be My Team, they seem to be more and more in control here.
Yeah, Be My Team, we've seen how when they adjust right, that's exactly what they need to find that momentum. And MLT, yes, they have that history. Yes, they have their strengths. But what else is there gonna be for the team if the lurks don't work for Kifedite, if you can't get the pop-off potential from the Jets? That's a struggle right now from MLT, and Be My Team is exploiting that. So this strong rally here from the attacking side. They've won round after round in a row, and they now have to deal with the rifles from MLT. Let's see what MLT can do here on this defensive round.
It's been a bit of an uphill battle for Be My Team, but yeah, they're certainly doing much better in the second half, and if they can win this round, it's gonna be what they need to really kind of even up the scoreline here. They have the ults with which to do it as well. They're just gonna have to be very cautious of that operator coming in from Eluwu, but now they know exactly where it is because Eluwu chooses to give away the position in exchange for that turret. I like how in all of these rounds, Be My Team, they are really farming up on those ult orbs and thereby those ultimates.
They're looking for that control as much as possible, right? Keeping MLT at bay, and with the smoke setup, at least to cover that cross. They know now that operator is a threat. So Be My Team, they're moving their way towards A. There's gonna be the guiding light, but it gets no intel, so this might be a false sense of security here from MLT, expecting instead it's a push towards B. But as soon as the star is set, Luna now knows where Be My Team is headed towards to. It's still a slow play though for the offense.
Don't want to make any mistakes, really. They don't want to give MLT kind of a place to come back from, especially since last round it was so close despite MLT not really having much resources to work with. Now though, that execute finally gonna be coming in. A side once again kind of looks abandoned here. Only Luna gonna be towards that heaven area, gets spotted out as well in Eluwu. Suddenly what was kind of the ace in the hole in that operator is gonna kind of drag her down, especially with this cosmic divide coming in.
Yeah, Be My Team, they love to play towards 3 and they're staying in cover as much as possible. Paranoia though from Envious can be dangerous, and Envious does get the job done. 2 for her. MLT on a strong retake, and they look to see a way to make this round work. Hopip gets too sure, but Kfredite with a quick answer. And yes, the operator doesn't find the target. Instead, they trap the opposition and they get the round done as a result.
That was a beautiful play by Envious. The paranoia, of course, towards Cave. I'm surprised that the players on side didn't hear her coming, but I guess they were preoccupied by the heaven push as well. Just absolutely pincered on every single side. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And that will be MLT finally finding a round, breaking the win streak coming through, and just 2 away from closing this game out now. Another timeout, this time going to be called by Be My Team, and it's a good one because they're at a deficit of 5 here. They really, really need to find their footing again because MLT, their adjustments have been perfect, especially over the course of these last 2 rounds.
I mean, MLT, they get the job done, sure. And it's their lead at the start, Zach, I'd say, that gave them this buffer. But Be My Team knows that this is still a very winnable game. They just need to be wary of the operator that can come their way. They also have to realize 4 ultimates are on lie here from MLT. So it can't just be them getting that objective done. They can't just get that spike planted. It needs to be them finding a kill or 2 before anything else.
I mean, the initial aggression is there for sure. They're able to find those kills when they play together, but in the last few rounds, they've been taking the bait that MLT's been laying out for them. Like, look at this nice, shiny A site. There's nobody home. It's completely free. And MLT, they've been able to punish off the back of it. Now, we need to see the counter micro adjustments come out from Be My Team. In the beginning, they were kind of going for a little bit of a default, a little bit of control, but now they're going for those fast and heavy hits instead. And again, the change of pace, the change of positioning coming out of them. Will it be enough to confuse MLT?
Eludo decides to go for a shot, doesn't get it. Mooping decides to find Sapphire instead. And what a way to get those taps going. What a way for Be My Team to rally with the captain. Not just leading, but also leading by example there. Pretzel, though, wants to lead this charge. Luna versus the world, and Lily will make sure that weight will crash down onto her. So a chance here for Be My Team. Can pick up the gun and move towards the site. Low HP, though, for many of them, if not all of them here so far. We hear the blades now in hand. Be My Team, they feel like they can still get the job done here, and Hoffman will prove it. Blade, though, tapped down by Aphrodite. An easy way to get that kill.
You should run.
3v2 now. Inside the smoke, she's looking for opportunity. Lockdown's there, and then will still brave it with the operator. Picks up a rifle along the way. My team making space for themselves, and MLT will have to respect it. But as soon as the lockdown does detonate, it's a chance here for MLT to push on forward. Moving towards 3, past the door. Aphrodite doubling up with her teammate, but the Rolling Thunder, you saw it, Zach, coming. It's such a good way to go for the stall, and Be My Team, they just made it work. They had lesser guns and lesser ultimates, but it's still gonna be such a big victory. Elu will get one for her troubles, but all she'll get as a Thrifty comes the way of Be My Team.
Beautiful play coming out for the side of Be My Team here. Just being able to find those kills with the Sheriffs. That initial shot, of course, was huge, but even after that, they were just so good at trading and the post-plant positioning as well, knowing that they had the Rolling Thunder coming out of them on site. They were just able to hold down the forts, and despite Alubu and Kira trying to do their best on that retake, it was just too much for them to handle. At least they make it expensive, but remember, that was a bit of a half by eco coming out of Be My Team. They were willing to let MLT get that match point and play for overtime instead, but with them winning that, that's definitely going to alleviate some of the pressure coming in. MLT, though, they still are leading in terms of not just the rounds, but also the ults. That's going to be an early Viper's Pit for KRF to kind of just try to solo hold down this B site.
Yeah, Be My Team, they postponed the inevitable there on that last round. But now with the pit online, options limited here for Be My Team. And perhaps they can use that in terms of a bit of confidence, perhaps, here, Zap. Now they know that Aphrodite is the one holding down that B site. If they can force their way towards A or C instead, or maybe even follow the Seekers if they're brave for it, that can give them the chance. They stay away from the Viper's Pit, though. They move towards Rubble instead. Envious evacuating with the From the Shadows. Does she go back? This is dangerous, but it's not checked yet. Eventually, Pretzel will see it coming, but Envious will be on the board. Elu will also with the kill, and MLT is looking strong so far. And how they just stonewall the opposition. Hawkbib does get the answer, but it's already critical damage done by MLT.
That was very unfortunate that MLT lost their Sky there because NVS is just so low when it comes to HP. Be My Team now quick on the pivot, quick on the rotation, go for the C side instead. There is going to be nobody on side, but MLT, they still have the numbers advantage. Alubu on a fishing expedition here, going forward and will find the kill. The first on the board, tries for the second, but it's going to be Hawkpip to find two, but Samfire says, nope. I'm the better Killjoy. I'm the one getting the kills, and that will bring MLT to match in series points.
Suddenly, Sapphire appears, and it leads now to MLT towards the promised land. A single round away to actually get this victory. What started off as a 13-3 defeat there from MLT turned into such a commanding fracture. And now here on Lotus, they know that they worked hard in the first half to give them a chance here in the second. They have the gun still here, Zahk, and Be My Team. They're just gonna force whatever they can afford. What else can Be My Team really do here besides winning some of these duels early on? Hawkpip watching towards lobby. Already the confidence for both Elubu and Envious. You can see the presence here from MLT.
No charges left.
Alarm bot gonna be broken, giving away the position, but Alubu still trying to take that fight, manages to win it as well. And with that overgrowth being available on the side here, it's gonna be a quick heal to come through to boot. MLT now with the numbers advantage. Sure, they lost the B side, but they still have so much to work with. Be My Team, they look to get a little bit more aggressive, but they fall. Just caught in that meat grinder. Trades come through though on either side. 3v2.
Absolutely found and absolutely red. Be My Team. A single chance here left. Mooping, working together with Yummy. They've been incredible in this series. They need to step up now as Alubu decides to updraft away to safety. Such a struggle here. The clash is forced and Alubu still wins. The blades are out, the push is there, and MLT knows that this victory is theirs. They're the new kids in the block here, Zach. They're the newest team on the Game Changer stage, but they get such a big victory to move on to the next round of the upper bracket.
13-0 on map number 2, 13-7 on map number 3. They don't get the 2-0, they get the 2-1, but they do have that 20-round streak in row here. And in particular, I am extremely impressed by Alubu. You know, last year when the Chamber meta was in play, she was just killing it on that agent. And now, for one last song for the Jet, showing off why exactly it is being nerfed. It's because of Alubu. Well, because of other players as well, but Alubu in particular. You know what makes it even more impressive for me, Daks, is that if you look at the pings in the lobby, Alubu will always be around that 90 to 100 mark because she's playing from Pakistan and it's difficult for them. That's the least you can say about it. But the fact that she's able to top frag here, she was far above anybody else on this map here. I think she had 28 kills by the end of it. Just goes to show why exactly she was that first female Radiant for Pakistan.
No, it just goes to show that MLT is a star-studded roster that is waiting to find more and more of those opportunities. And as of right now here in LCQ, it's their first foray in the Game Changers scene this year here, Zach. Together, they joined into LCQ. They said, we can actually make this chance happen. They qualified as that 8th seed, and they're now moving into the next level, into the next round of the upper bracket. So it's looking so incredible so far. Big props though to what we saw in this series, especially to Be My Team. That first map was incredible. We saw some big plays also there on Lotus to make it competitive. I look at Lily, I look at what we saw also from the captain with the judge, right? Again and again, Madeline's there. She was just willing to actually find those kind of brave plays. But in the end, it seems like we already saw from MLT, they built themselves up for success and they came to collect by the end. So a 2-1 standing, and we'll throw it over to the panel to break down what just happened there to see also how MLT took that series.
MLT takes the first series of APAC LCQ, and I have to say, it got really dicey there for the last few rounds. I really thought Be My Team was gonna probably make a surprise comeback there, and they did put up a very, very good effort indeed. But it looks like MLT, they were still solid despite losing a little bit of that momentum. Be My Team won a few rounds and were able to get the ball rolling on their end. MLT was able to hold it together and really power through. So I say that win, well deserved indeed, Fluff. Yeah, I think that with regards to this win and especially their journey up until the upper bracket, I think that MLT I feel like the hardest part is over. Kind of like getting their feet wet, kind of like making sure that they do make a splash here in LCQ. And other than this, they just need to keep this momentum going. For sure, there's gonna be harder opponents here, but at least they're already in the water and they're already swimming.
Exactly, and I feel like one big difference between the end of this game versus the first map is just, I think, the confidence that MLT has brought up, especially on the second map.
I think that also K for Deity definitely was somebody that we could not ignore at the very least. We probably wouldn't see her coming. Could definitely not ignore her presence. I think that Lotus is a map that works perfectly well with her Viper. There was that one round, I believe, where she threw in that Viper spit, and Be My Team, couldn't even see anybody coming. I believe it was Zahk that called it out. I don't even think they saw anybody from ML Team in that round. And that was just that was why it was so important to have a presence like K for Deity there. You had somebody lurking around you. At the same time, you had Elu, the spear to MLT here. And I think that, she just was able to get that confidence. I do agree with what Daks and Zahk said. The single duelist for MLT is just working so much better than the double that we saw on Vine. It just seems like the focus is just so much more poignant this time around. On the side, though, of BMT, I think that, Lily actually did so well in this round. And I think that, although it, you could see that, it didn't exactly work as well as Aluo, Pretzel's Jet was actually, it was, there were a lot of rounds where she was onto something there. I guess she just couldn't get the warm up. Oh, she wasn't warmed up in time. So I feel like next few rounds, I guess if they try out this composition again, perhaps we'll see a more impressive standing from Be My Team.
I feel like just refining this a little, but for BMT, BMY, it really shows their resiliency. I mentioned it earlier how they always go to that best of three. They always make it to 3 maps, and if they do fall down, it's not an easy one. It really shows, especially in the series.
And I do believe we have a representative from MLT on the line. We do have Sapphire. So let's bring her onto your screens so we can let everybody know how the team is doing right now. Hi, Sapphire. How are you doing? Congratulations on your win. Now, we do have to ask about, I'm going to ask about Fracture. I'm going to ask about that second map. How were you guys feeling after a very, very dominant, to say the very least, 13-0 on Fracture?
Yeah, we were so confident about it. We were feeling relief for getting 13-0. We didn't expect to get that, but we were super confident that we're going to win that, of course.
But ultimate morale boost, right, Fluff?
Exactly. And I think for me also, I also wanted to ask, on the same map for Fracture, how did it feel, especially because it was such a strong Breach performance for you?
Well, we did a lot of practice, even though it was 2 months for us. But we did prepare some stuffs, and we do have confidence together. We just fight for it, nothing to lose.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Now, of course, Samfire, since you guys are riding from this momentum and you're going through our upper bracket, ask which opponent are you looking forward to facing off the most here at LCQ?
Oh, it's NYX. We're excited about NYX. Yeah.
Definitely. Any particular reason why?
Well, we did lose when we fought on the Swift rounds. We lost from them. But you know what? No giving ups, right? We're going to fight back. That's all.
Of course not. Never give up. Not at all. Fluffy, any final question here from Samfire?
Is there a team that you're kind of worried that you might go up against and it might prove to be a bit more difficult, you think?
It's KDA. I believe so.
Oh,
KDA is pretty tough.
Can you let us know why exactly they might be the biggest threat?
Yeah, because it's just, I know that the players are very good. And I fought them 3 or 4 times. And yeah, I can say that they're very good opponents.
Oh, well, Samfire crossing fingers for that revenge match against Nyx. So, yeah, hopefully. Thank you so much for chatting with us, Samfire. And I hope you guys continue this momentum going on towards the rest of LCQ.
Good luck.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ooh, it's exciting to know that they already have their eyes on someone. And exciting stuff indeed that they're singling out KDA as possibly the top dog for LCQ. I mean, very interesting stuff indeed from Sapphire, and I think that definitely they were so happy to have that fracture win. I mean, how can it not be like such a morale boost for any team, right?
I mean, it was literally perfect. So there's nothing that you can, I think, wish for better than to have a start like that to start your eventual comeback.
Exactly. I think that I think this could be well for MLT, especially since like this is just the first series. They could they could still refine some things. They can still clean some things up. So this is very encouraging indeed. But we do have a second series still coming right up. We do have Deviant Topaz versus Neon. So I hope you guys will stick around for that. We also do have a second stream, by the way. Don't forget to check it out on over at twitch.tv/FSL. I think we do have a Vic over there on that side as well, so do give them a hi and check out what's going on over there. We will be back with our second series of the day, so don't go anywhere. VCT Game Changers APAC LCQ will be right back.
get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
Welcome back to VCT Game Changers APAC LCQ. Earlier, MLT nabbed the first victory of the day. Who will be the second? Will it be Deviant Topaz or will it be Neons? Fluffy, this matchup actually has happened in the Swiss stage, right? Deviant Topaz did lose to Neons 0-2. And for sure, Deviant Topaz are going to want revenge this time around.
Of course, and of course they played that Bind and Haven on that series, so maybe towards later we'll find out if they're gonna repeat and learn from their mistakes on those maps, or maybe choose something a bit different this time around.
Who knows, right? Who knows? I think that, with regards to revenge matches that happen in the playoffs, I feel like these teams are like fueled with like more momentum, especially since you have eyes on you this time, you have, this whole setup, and it is a high pressure environment, right? So going over, like, for example, for Deviant Topaz, revenge isn't the only thing that they're dealing with, right? They do have a bit of that roster change once again, and we're gonna see if that difference is gonna be what throws Neons off, or if the lack of time to practice will be their downfall instead.
I mean, there's a lot of different factors going to it. I think Neons especially, they are a bit more solid as a team, and I think that there's a couple players that we can talk about later that can really stand out and really push the boundaries of what they've been able to do.
Oh yeah, for sure. But checking out right now the Deviant Topaz lineup, they still need, I feel like, that big break, that big push in order to to let them, I guess, overcome somebody as powerful as Neons, especially since it seems like these guys are sort of like their uncrowned rivals, so to say, in this LCQ. And I feel like we do have some familiar names on here as well. We do see Elise, Ratatouille, who has been like a mainstay here at the VCT Game Changers, but of course, it seems like right now it's a new squad as well, and they're dealing with a whole there's a lot of synergy changes that they might need to do on the fly here.
Yeah, about specific players, I mean, you already mentioned Elise or Ratatouille, another graduate from that SMG squad previously, and Toffee Waffy, of course, being one of the core Sentinel players that always frag out. But on the other side of things, we also have the very strong Neons NE lineup, where we have these amazing players all tie, and although they haven't, let's say, skyrocketed to where they want to be, they've consistently been able to at least be in those qualities. On Open 2, they made it to the 24th, and in Open 3, they made it all the way to 10th. So they're slowly improving over time, and Yoki, I think, is one of those standout players that really has been pushing that envelope.
Oh yeah, I definitely think Yoki. She has storied history with qualifying for Elite in particular, right? She hasn't missed one yet. I believe like she has been part of teams that have qualified to Elite both in 2021 and in 2022. Foreshadowing?
She is
Anyone?
another SMG graduate. It seems like these players, they've always had that
common
pedigree
thread.
of competitiveness, and whatever team they're in, they've always been those shining stars.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of shining stars and skyrocketing, as you mentioned earlier, I do remember Yamroll being on the squad formerly known as the Capybara Gang. I do remember her being on the Rays and being very memorable indeed. So definitely two players that you want to watch out for. And now going into our map select right now, we have Pearl, we're seeing Bind once again, and we have Haven. And right now for these teams, what are you thinking, Fluffy? Is this favoring any one team in particular?
I mean, considering at the history where they got 2-0'd on Bind and Haven, and again we see Bind and Haven, it could be a good improvement for Deviant Topaz to really do a comeback and reverse things. But starting out on Pearl, that's a bit more of a 50-50 for me, as we know that Yoki has a lot of those aggressive playstyles, and if she is able to really leverage that, I think Pearl could be their map, but it could also reverse back on Topaz. So it really depends on, I think, the opening frags more than just the maps.
Yeah, Pearl is gonna be like the weird wild card here, especially since the previous time that these two teams have faced each other, they did do it on Bind and then on Haven, where we saw Neons really really challenge Deviant Topaz. And I feel like Pearl maybe it is going to be the pick of Deviant Topaz here. Perhaps they do have something prepared specifically for Neons, especially since this is a revenge match for them. They're gonna prove that they can't, Neons, you can't defeat us twice, in other words. And I feel like for Deviant Topaz, they do have to lean into that, especially since for Neons, they already have seen several strategies that come from the playbook of Deviant Topaz.
Exactly, especially on the latter two maps. So Pearl, a good way to start and set the tone for things. We move on to Agent Select to figure out what agents we're going to bring to the battlefield of Pearl. Attackers looking like they're going to lock in that Killjoy automatically for Toffee Waffy. We know how important she is as a Sentinel player. She always gets those multi-frags, and on Killjoy being able to lock down a lot of these long angles will allow at least the attack to move a bit more freely.
Oh, loving these two Jets once again. Yes, please bring her out a little bit more. Since this is potentially the last time we're gonna see her in this form, right? Oh, so sad. But yeah, it's looking like we are seeing the very popular Jet Phoenix duelist combo on Pearl coming in on the side of Deviant Topaz. Could this be? Don't tease us here, man.
I kind of like this double initiator hover on the defensive side. Normally, if you double a roll, it would be that controller roll just so that you get a bit more space, a bit more perceived pressure. But a lot of info is going to be coming out for the defense, especially if they run that KO. It's not the world's most popular pick, but it shuts down a lot of those early plays, especially if you hit those key targets when they're going on the entry.
Yes, and I believe this is Yam. I want to say that it's Yam roll over here, but she is going for that Astra pick as well. Very popular on Pearl, so we're going to see how she matches up next to Sakura. Very eager to see the Jet versus Jet battles that we have going on here, as well as it looks like we are locking in that Phoenix. So going to be very, very interesting indeed to see here. But composition-wise, Fluffy, do you think this is favoring any one team?
Not necessarily. There's on one side for the attack, it's a bit more standard in composition, but on the second, a bit more experimental. You never know where that's gonna go.
Well, we are gonna find out indeed where it is gonna go as we pass it on over to our casters to step into Pearl.
Where's it gonna go? We're gonna be going again for this kind of matchup, right? It's Deviant Topaz versus Neons. It's the LCQ. This is gonna be their last chance to pretty much face off against each other here in the playoffs, and they're gonna see each other yet again from what they had already in the Swiss stage. But Daks and Zahk, we're back together here yet again, Zahk. And come on, in this kind of series, what do you expect this time around? Because I'm really interested with just how we have Deviant Topaz slotting in Rattle least this time around instead of I believe Yu-Chan, which we usually saw perform really well for Deviant Topaz, and on the other it's Neons who has that advantage where they won against Deviant Topaz in the Swiss stage.
I think that Ratatouille was one of the most underrated yet incredibly performing players to come out of 2022 Game Changers in APAC. I think that she was mostly playing in that duelist / chamber position last time around, and this year as well, we haven't seen as much of her as I would have personally liked to, but I'm glad that she's going to be coming in today for Deviant Topaz. That said, though, this is a matchup that I believe, like our panelists mentioned, already did happen in that group stage, and it didn't go super well for Neons. Now, Neons, when you look at the roster itself, you do have some familiar names and faces in this particular one. Of course, Yam, Roland, Yoki, Kit Kat, all of them, they're veterans of the GC scene, and they also had that homogeneity that we were talking about, that experience playing together. So definitely a roster that has proven to, at least in the past, to be able to put up those numbers when they were part of that Araket Arista squad. But on Neons, even though they've gotten close this year, they haven't had the greatest numbers. But like you mentioned, Daks, LCQ, last chance to really show up, and them being able to make it to the playoffs, that's a pretty good sign by itself.
I mean, they're here, right? Even though they couldn't make it for, I believe it was both Yoki and Ratatouille, who were part of that Kizuna roster that did impress in the Swiss stage but just couldn't break that barrier. At least now they have their chance. Different squads though, different kind of formations, but it doesn't matter as we're going to be moving into Pearl instead. I do believe that is Ratatouille on the Phoenix. I wonder if that's how we're supposed to say her name instead.
I'm going to say it. I'm just going to say Taxivator. It's funnier.
Okay, fine, sure. I'm going to go with you. If you say you will, I will too. And Coyote, she's the one holding on to this jet so far. We already see Toppy Waffy. Standard lineups already, of course. Not just the captain, but pretty much the face of Deviant Topaz that everyone was watching out for back in Open 3. But Taxivator, she starts things off strong. Coyote does answer on fast. And Coyote holding down the halls! Just the monitor indeed, watching out for any kind of push. The ace so quickly here for Neons. And, well, history's on their side. They're looking to repeat it with a start like that.
Very, very nice. Ace coming out just unmovable from that backside area. And the thing is, even though the attackers were able to find that first blood with Elise getting that headshot, sorry, Taxivator getting that headshot, she was just not able to evade the crosshairs of Coyote. Just that Coyote howling on that backside. And off the back of that, it's going to be a full Spectre buy coming in for Neons here. You know, when you're a team like Neon, you got to be fast, you got to be aggressive. And if that first round is any sentiments of how this game might play out, I think we're in good hands, Daks.
Yeah, I think though Neons, they're very confident right now moving into a series like this. They feel like after that 2-0 win back in the Swiss stage, they do have Deviant Topaz's number. And not only that, the next two maps after this Pearl map are the maps that Deviant Topaz lost against Neon. So even if Neons wins this, even if they don't, they know that they have a good handle for this series. But here comes Elise. She wants to try and make an opening towards this A site already here for the side of Deviant Topaz. I do wonder what their new plan is with this Phoenix and Jet composition. They want to play aggressive. They need to find a way to support their duelists in the first place.
I'm very surprised that we didn't see a nerf coming in for Phoenix with almost every other agent kind of getting some kind of nerf in one way or the other.
He only gets played here. You can't be like that, Zahk.
Come on, if you watch the same VCT as me throughout the year, every time I see Jing pull up that Phoenix, it made sense to want to nerf that agent, especially with how attacker-sided these orbs are. It's just so easy to get that run-up back going, with that being one of the 2 6-point ultimates left in the game here. It's just a lot of work that can be done. The recon, though, that's a really beautiful one. Catches all 3 players on site, and just the amount of utility, it's denying the plan completely, Daks.
Yeah, Felsen just lobbing the shock dart now. Anticipates the push there from Toppy Walkie. And it's all Neons here as they hold down the site. Yet again, this defense looking very strong. And Neons, as of now, they'll make it 2-0 in flawless fashion.
That was a very, very satisfying round to watch. You know, a lot of mistakes that the most common mistake that you see in these anti-egos is a little bit of excessive aggression. Hey guys, they don't have guns. Let's go push and get some eco frags. And then there's somebody with a sheriff or somebody with a right click that just takes you down. But very nice disciplined plays coming out of Neons here, who will be able to keep all 5 Spectres into this next round. However, for Deviant Topaz, they're finally going to be able to full buy. A little bit of an awkward buy for just one of the players here, but you do see that a bit of a gun being swapped around Tub, given that Vandal instead being that Jet entry that you want to really see, or at least that Jet holder that you want to really see for the team. That said though, for Neons, they might be able to get that. Sorry, for Topaz, they might be able to get that run it back early on as they go quickly towards this B site.
I mean, you're running double duelist, you got something Elise on it, and they're gonna push forever. Elise already starting things off strong. Coyote, though, the answer back. She was strong and hauls back in the pistol. This is where she got her ace. Can she do it yet again? This must be cleared here by Deviant Topaz, and topping off the rule frame with Coyote with the frag. Answered back by Yuna. The trade works out in favor of Deviant Topaz. They have the man advantage, but it's still gonna be Jinwei who finds Elise there from afar. So 2v2, and Deviant Topaz already hurting here. They're trying to find the isolated angles. Yuna does perform, and the triple kill to end it. It will be Deviant Topaz on the board for now.
I really like that patience coming out of Yuna there. You know, she got the spike. She didn't go for the plant immediately, though. Just waits for the peaks, the inevitable peaks to come out of Neon's side. And that weapon advantage at that range, just too much for Neons to really deal with. However, they made it so expensive here. With, of course, Coyote finding second. I believe that she could have gotten the third as well if she had time to get that reload or pull out the knives. But either way, they made it so expensive. Only 2 rifles are going to be carried forward by Neons. They're still going to be, by Deviant Topaz, they're still going to be able to scrape together a buy here. But definitely very, very expensive round.
Yeah, a decent bonus there for the side of Neons. But their B side hold has been looking strong so far. Even Topaz decides to play away from that and move towards A instead. You mentioned a while ago, run back available here for Elise. She's ready now to try and go for the A main clear itself. Push herself towards the corner, can pop that second life to actually aggress and advance. Tub though also dashing on in. Fragments there, Jinwei sticking around onto the corner. Former Capybara gang member hiding so far. Tub does find her, but it's Neons who finds a way to hold down the line. Spikes planted though, 3v3 for now. Deviant Topaz playing away for post plant.
Really nice shock dart from Felcha to be able to take care of those pesky nanoswarms if there are any on the spike here. But the positioning on this post plant from Deviant, it's gonna make things a bit difficult. Already half the 5 spike being stuck. They're just holding on to it for dear life. Finally the peak comes through though. And now it's just gonna be the defuse. They didn't expect Felcher to just stick.
They counted the members. 1, 2, wait, there's a third, and wait a minute. Neon just gets away with it. Pros don't fake, and a little bit of a distraction from the rest of the roster allows Neons to get that win. And this is what we're talking about, Neons. There is that confidence that they're familiar with the Deviant Topaz playstyle. They beat them before, and as of right now, they're putting themselves in a position of confidence to keep on going with.
This might be Deviant Topaz's pick, but it's also a map that Neons has just as much experience with. In fact, they're one of the few teams who are able to, if not win against SMG, at least put up a decent performance. They were able to pull across a 7-13, and for anybody who has been watching Game Changers APAC this year, that's a pretty incredible feat. Like, sure, you lost, but that's 7-13 against SMG, so that's still a win by itself, in a way.
Well, Deviant Topaz, they picked this map because of that experience, right? This is where they beat GE back then in Open number 3. They played against RQ and SMG as well, so they feel like they can gauge a bit of their experience on this map. But Neons, they know again what to do, holding back towards the dugout. CJ Sakura, the newest member of the Deviant Topaz roster here, looking at the very least to find any kind of contact. But Neon's just playing stay away. They get intel with the knife, courtesy of Yoki. As Suppress, keeping the opposition at bay. And Felsa, just a jiggle around to try and check out some of these corners, some of these angles. Waffy trying to find these contacts. And eventually Yoki will fall. A chance here for Deviant Topaz. We've seen these standoffs so far from these two teams. But Neons, they want to get the advantage yet again. The dart comes, looks for the intel. CJ Sakura distracted, but he's alive still. Coyote and Felsa eventually find the kills. And Zach, it's like we're watching a cover-based shooter right now. They're just waiting to find the angle against one another.
Yeah, that looked really funny, but also for Neons, right? That entire round, it was just a masterclass, as we've heard so many times from everybody when it comes to utility usage. First, to start off with that recon completely catching the Jet in her own cloudburst to be able to take her down, shut down Tub before she really finds any value on that site. And after that, it's just utility being spammed across the board. The shock darts, the Astra pulls, the smokes, everything. It's just, there was no chance for Deviant Topaz to even get that spike down, even though they were able to get onto site. And after that round, that was their last chance to really buy up. They're going to be forced into an eco here. I think I saw one Marshal and a couple of Sheriffs, not much to really work with for Deviant Topaz here.
Yeah, Deviant Topaz is struggling so far. Neons has just played the game that Deviant Topaz wants to play and still comes up ahead from it. Not only do they have that initiator utility, courtesy of the KO as well as the Sova, but Coyote has just been the rock of B site, and as Elise here tries at least to go for the pokes and prods towards the high ground, Steven Topaz bringing that spike away towards A instead. So distraction trying to be made here by Toffee Waffy as well as Elise on the lurk. Purple now as well as the hot hands. Still though, a single knife to keep them at bay, and Deviant Topaz rotate towards A.
The problem is that despite Deviant Topaz being able to kind of walk up towards long, they weren't able to create too much space, so it hasn't summoned the rotation over from this A side. Still gonna be Felcha as well as a teammate to kind of anchor it down in that same position. The recon as well spots out a player. The wallbang attempt comes in, not able to do too much damage, but still Jiwei able to hold down the fort towards his backside. Goes for the reload at the worst time, still staying alive though. Finds that kill finally.
She just dances around dugout, and now she dances on the graves of the opposition. Neons yet again breach clear and call it a day. A flawless win, and how does the Astra survive? I will never know.
Say it, but probably best
The newest member, perhaps, but still one blessed with a good amount of luck, and also the fact that her opponents don't really have any good guns to take her down with. But yes, the backup as well was there. By the time she finally managed to get the reload and somebody pushed out all the way in, there was another player who had come over to give them back up on that side, and in particular on this A side, right? It's just the Sova utility has made it so difficult for Deviant Topaz to really get onto the site without casualties at all. The recons are just perfectly timed to catch them out, whether they're in smoke, whether they're in the corner, do a little bit of wallbang damage. It doesn't matter because Sova, Felcha, she's got it covered.
I think for Deviant Topaz, also, they just can't find the catch that they want. They have a lot of flashes to work with, courtesy of the Phoenix in the sky. You already know they're going to advance, but Neons, not just the intel utility that you mentioned there, Zach, but the way that they're playing, the way that they're keeping Deviant Topaz at bay. I mentioned the standoff a while ago, and this just does not work for Deviant Topaz. They need to make that space themselves for this composition to work.
Even if they can try to make some space, like for example, you do see, Tax Evader / Elise being able to kind of walk up and do some damage, but they're making them pay in blood for every single bit of space they take on that B site. It's just the show coming out of Coyote, just holding it down, punishing them as they try to push forward. And Neons, they're so good at keeping the numbers and finding the advantage when it comes to the players on each side. Finally, though, the buy going to be coming in again for Deviant Topaz. It hasn't been the greatest start for them, but now they have a couple of ults to work with, in particular that Cosmic Divide. So this might be interesting.
Yeah, Neons knows this is going to be a B hit. They went for that A main push. They got the orb, I believe. And now it's Coyote versus the world here. She got the ace before in the first round. Can she do so yet again? Oh, all for nothing as Tax Evader. She finds the kill. Deviant Topaz, the opening that they need. Spike's gonna go down. A perfect chance here for Deviant Topaz. The Hunter's Fury a little too late to the party to cancel that plan. Here comes the lockdown into play as well. Tub gonna get tagged, but healed up as well. As DT, we're just waiting right now. Deviant Topaz towards the hallways, especially Cosmic Divide being primed. And Neons, they find the opening on the retake courtesy of Yoki. The flash is there, and Yoki gets two. Yuna with the answer back. Dulce confirms that kill. The alarm bot, though, gets the intel. Here comes Shockstar. Danger close. But the gravity well being a problem. CJ Sakura manipulating Battlefield through the wall, though they can't hear the defuse. 1-2, swing they go, and Kit Kat gets on the board. Neons, they get the halfway defuse, and now they finish the job off.
Like we said, it's just so difficult for Deviant Topaz to make any headway, even though they got that first advantage, right? In that retake, that double initiator utility-wise, it's just too much for them to deal with. That recon from Felcha catches out the positioning of these two players. The Cosmic Divide isolates them, and they're able to just hold down the fort and finish the job. Now, to make things worse, it's going to be Coyote picking up the operator as well. And for Deviant Topaz, they're stuck in that vicious economic cycle of eco-buy because they aren't able to convert these rounds.
Yeah, they just can't find their footing. That was their best chance, as they actually got that spike down and had the chance onto the site. But you start with a KO of Yoki, and then you end with finally Kit Kat getting those much-needed kills. Neons now acclimated and ready for whatever Deviant Topaz Goes at them with the operator in hand. This B side take looks even more dangerous for Deviant Topaz if ever. Bulldog in the hands of Elise. Mid control has been taken here by Deviant Topaz, so it's something they can work with. And Neons knows they have to back away Coyote playing towards spawn instead.
With the operator just trying to watch for the cross here. Deviant Topaz though, they're not taking any chances. They have gotten a little bit of space so far, and they're going to be pushing in further off the back of the flash. The dash in fact, by Tub to take up that much space. And now they know that the operator is available. Plan denied off the back of that Astra pull. And now it's going to be more difficult for them to actually get it in place. The smoke goes away as well, and falling back, it's going to be incredibly difficult. The shot misses though.
Flank? The flank is what we're looking at though. Neons, they bring in the expedition, and now Yoki will come to collect CJ Sakura the first of all. Tub back onto the shorty because of the suppressive Kit Kat will take advantage. Jinwei as well. The Neon so far getting the kills, but it's Tax Evader. It's Elise, the new one here onto the roster, making her debut for Deviant Topaz. They're running back into play, but with no HP, there's nothing to work with. The fuse is already done, and Deviant Topaz is wiped out accordingly. Neons makes it 7.
It's so unfortunate that they actually invested that run it back there. It was like a 2v4, and the spike was 2v3. Spike was down. It was just planted in no position at all. And in particular, the ult that I really liked the most was that null command and the suppress, to be able to just ensure that the knives were no longer a point of contention. Tub could have done so much more damage towards that spawn area, but forced into a position with only a shorty, just nothing that she could really do. And just like that, it's going to be Neons extending their lead even further now, Daks. 7-1. And not only are they winning these rounds, they are forcing these ultimates time and time again out of Deviant Topaz, and they're left with nothing for these huge buy rounds at all.
Yeah, they're just outplaying Deviant Topaz right now. Neons has studied their opponent so well, based from experience, probably based from what they've seen so far in the previous Open. And from what we've seen, Neons is a team that has been hungry to be on this stage. They made it to 10th place last time in Open 3, so close to actually qualifying for those playoffs. But this time around, they're here to show their stuff to the world. Coyote playing towards the holes. Here comes the Seekers into play in response. Top has been struggling so far. Dashes out of the gravity well. The flash is there though. It's Keeper into the corner. And Yuna, CJ Sakura. That's what Deviant Topaz has been looking for. They're strong on the contact and they'll get it done. Felse, awkward there on the peak with a knife out. But eventually, they'll survive. 2v5. A big chance here for Deviant Topaz to get on board yet again. They've been looking for this kind of take. Now they have all the positions they want towards B. And as Elise holds down towards the center, waiting for someone to come her way. It's Jinwei trying to move closer and closer. The Astra, though, alongside the Sova. They want to go for the crossfire, but no, it's Deviant Topaz ready from all angles. They all get a kill and they get on the board.
You know, like how in those movies you have like a kind of prize being guarded by the lasers, and there's just like no way to get through it. That's what it felt like when they tried to go in for the retake.
Oh no! I just remember the one. If you remember the first Resident Evil movie, that hallway with the lasers.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
pretty much like that. Pretty much like that. Slice, dice, and no chance. Still, I think Zach, for Deviant Topaz, once they become a bit more proactive with their positions, you can see how strong they are on the contact, and we saw that so far with Elise, with Tub surviving to make that space. That's exactly what Deviant Topaz needs down the line.
Yeah, they were just, the spacing was just so much better to really enable them to take those 3v1/4v1s instead of just those kind of 1v1 peaks that they were giving away for free. Now the change of pace coming in once again. The fast and heavy hit on that B side worked out. Now, though, they have to be careful because KitKat has a lockdown for that retake.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they have any real way to counter it. They look to go for that A side through Art, but again, it's just that crossfire towards that backside that they have to break apart before they can even get that spike down.
And it's a different configuration also for Neons. The advance towards B instead, over onto the ramp. In the meantime, it's a hold here for Jinwei. We get it back. It was successful before. Here towards dugouts. And Deviant Topaz is kept guessing. Does Toffee Waffy realize someone's awaiting onto the corner? The captain moves forward and Toffee Waffy gets it done. Deviant Topaz, an opening made towards B. It's a huge pick, yes, but the job's not done. I'm watching out to what Coyote can do. She's there still, playing away from the rest. Toffee Waffy search. She's destroyed instead. And now with the spike moving towards Coyote, another duel won here by Neon. Such an important pick, made even more so here by Coyote. 3 down already, at least looking to challenge. But these duels are just not working in favor of Deviant Topaz. 10 seconds left, the curveball is there, but it's just a straight shot from Coyote even. What a statement made by her, and what a win for Neons this time.
Just being able to solo hold, extremely good awareness coming out of Coyote there to be able to find those fights and win them out. A little bit of an awkward fight there, Wolfie finding the kill, but just this performance coming out of Coyote to be able to not only find those first 2 kills in the spike, but also just clean up and get 4 on the round and deny any chance of Deviant Topaz to continue their win from that previous round. Just absolutely not happening. And KitKat still will be having that lockdown ready to go. Woffie 2 away from one of her own to try and counter it, maybe take some early space, but it's going to be so difficult for Deviant Topaz to hold on to the site, especially with the kind of awkward finagle buy that they have.
I just want to say she has had the hottest hand so far from the get-go with Coyote, and well, if she's going to be playing at that level, how do you even beat Neons at this point? Deviant Topaz, they need to find the answer. They just can't force those right peaks, that kind of contact against Neons right now, who've been strong in their positions. And as Elise spotted by the alarm bot, Woffie looking to lead alongside Sub. Coyote, though, still ready to challenge. The raid boss is ready. A jump peek now to get the intel. Woffie lobbing the Nano Swarm. And Coyote will have to give up that space. Dash in now by Sub, looking to hug the corner. Wants a surprise angle versus Coyote, and enough utility was lobbed here by Deviant Topaz to get the job done. A big pick so far. The answer back from Neons, it's gonna be the lockdown.
Cosmic Divide forced out as well to let them kind of fall back here. 1-for-1 trade as Yoki finds a kill onto Taxivator.
They're pushing!
They're going for the lockdown instead, but Felcha stops it in his tracks. They defend the lockdown as well and find a couple of kills to boot. So it is going to be a 3v2 situation as they aggress onto site.
Yeah, they split up their forces, and Deviant Topaz now at a disadvantage. They try to go for the long-range play. The taps come there from CJ Sakura.
Oh,
but
no.
KitKat, the defuse gets done again. A second time in the same half. Felse holding things down, 3 for her. And it's now a 7-round lead here for Neons. Yet again, you can see for Deviant Topaz, half of them went for the advance, half of them stayed back. And in the end, they all fell there to Neon's hands.
The thing about a Killjoy ult when you're trying to push onto it is that you have such a limited time frame, so it has to be kind of an all or nothing thing. And the plants coming out of Deviant Topaz, even when they get them down, they're in such a bad position on this B site because it's just not really visible from long. This time at least it was kind of sprayable down, but they didn't have the weapons. Only one player really had a rifle in the remaining 2, so it was just so easy for Neons to get away with this kind of spike sticking, pros don't fake nonsense. And last shot of the half, they have quite an insurmountable lead here. It's looking quite rough for Topaz.
Yes, unfortunately a bit sloppy here for Deviant Topaz compared to what we saw from them in the last open. And Neon's pretty clear cut on the advantage. Still though, Coyote getting ready, trying to play towards the alleyway. Neon's here, waiting for anyone to actually go for the push. Lisa tries to go for the challenge, and eventually she'll actually win it out. 4v4 though, as Woffie has been found. The run it back, utilized by Deviant Topaz, also to get more space towards Link. And it will be KitKat backing away in response. Belcher though, Hunter's Fury main throws from that last round used up here in the current one. Yoki though, Jinwei on the board. Here comes the Seekers into play, and Neon's here again. The numbers are in their favor. KitKat gets the kill, and it's all up to Elise in a 1v3. The wall falls, and Elise will tumble appropriately. Felse with another strong round here, Zach. And Neon's, it's 10-2 to end the half win.
So far, she is 2 out of 2 when it comes to Hunter Fury damage. She's just been just doing so much work off the back of the utility and the ultimate. I think for me, Falcha has been the player to watch out for so far, but before we head into second half, let's see what our panelists have to say.
Neon's looking very, very prepared indeed. It looks like they've, dotted the I's and crossed the T's. And I just don't think that Deviant Topaz clearly have, an understanding of how this series, how this map is going, as well as Neon's do at the moment, Fluff.
I feel like, especially as the tone was already set on that pistol round, it's such a big difference between how they're playing to how I imagined it, because Neons, they didn't play Defiant on this map yet they're still showing the same consistency and potency that they had in their previous time that they did play against each other.
Yeah, and I feel like, Deviant and Topaz are trying new things and stuff, but like the more they try it, the more Neons is actually like downloading all of the information that they need in order to, in order to best them. And I feel like, now, as we saw, like, Coyote's got that ace on the very first round, for example. You saw her face just kind of like and it's just like it was nothing to them. And then I feel like, everything seems to be on the side of Neons right now. But I don't want to make any like judgments just based on like how the first series went. I mean, who knows, right? And then in this fluff. So right now we're gonna throw it on back to the casters to wrap up the rest of this map.
Even Topaz, they need to make that chance happen, though. It's such a long rally to try and tie up the scoreline, if ever. And it will begin with a strong pistol. Seems like, though, Ratatouille, she's had a strong debut so far here, Zach. 10 takedowns along the way. She's found a lot of space with the run it back, but there's a few moments, perhaps, that it's a little too ambitious, and Neons are really good at punishing the plays that Deviant and Topaz do that are a bit risky.
They've been really excellent in just using utility to create the advantage of the duelist. Now with that, so it's just going to be a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Toffee Waffy to be able to ensure that the defense, it looks a little bit stronger here. Going to be that Soul Sentinel to really deal with. And with this double duelist kind of setup, you want some early information. And it's going to be playing with this gaming area.
Gravity well is gonna keep Neons though held so far, but Jinwei doesn't care. Sure, she has been stalled, but she cannot be stopped. And Neons, this is their chance to navigate their way towards a Yoki on board as well. The split working out so well for them. The pulse comes online to try and go for the stop. CJ Sakura, she realizes they're barreling down towards her, and Neons have made their way towards the side. Toffee Waffy versus 4. Such a struggle as Neons looking absolutely ready for anything that Deviant Topaz wants to throw at them. The turret's there too. Toffee Waffy gonna get spotted by it immediately. Seen here by Secret. Seems like it will just be absolutely open to Neon so far. Well, she's just waiting to get the turret first and foremost. Crossfire being set. Neons have the angle. Isolated perhaps. No, Fels is ready for it. And Neons make it 11 here.
Very, very convincing pistol coming out of them. You did see a nice little attempt at a set play coming out of Deviant Topaz towards main. Of course, the pull and the flash, it did connect, but despite that, it's still gonna be Jinwei walking away with 2 kills. And after that, it's just Neons winning their 1v1s across the board. Poor Toffee Waffy, you're not gonna really be able to retake that 1v4 plus Timmy the turret in a pistol round. It's basically a 1v5 Timmy the turrets there. Let's be honest in a pistol. It's just so annoying to deal with it. But that said, that's a really brutal blow for Deviant Topaz, because that was arguably the last chance they had at a comeback in this map.
Yeah, that was the biggest chance ever, but Tub looking to just come online here with a shot onto Coyote. A good start as Deviant Topaz looks to throw caution to the wind and play a bit aggressive towards the longer angles of B. The flash from the pillar and Tax Vader can't dodge that. Yoki will be on the board, and Neons will decide to just go away from this site.
I like how they're taking this factor with them. Like, okay, you might have gotten a kill, but nope, you're not getting the gun. Nice try. So they deny that completely, and they go for a quick rotate instead towards his A side, which is a bit empty because it was a bit of a stack coming in from Deviant Topaz. Still gonna be Tub rotating over, so she's gonna be hearing all of this noise at the very least. It's still gonna be a free plant though, and now it's gonna be a post plant coming in for Neons. Ooh, nice kill.
The timing from Yuna didn't work out. Jinwei at the ready again. And it's Neons now with the plant, with the man advantage. Deviant Topaz, they have to look for at least an opening or two towards the spike. But now the Swarm pops first and foremost. There's a star for the gravity well even. And Neons has all the stall potential that they would like to begin with. The defuse comes though, and oh, look at the block! Look at that! At least they get halfway there! Some smart plays from Deviant Topaz, but it cannot stand to the firepower of Neons. Match point now for the attackers.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you're running a solo like Neons is, there's no chance of Deviant Topaz being able to pull off what their enemies did. You know, just trying to spike, because it is going to reveal things perfectly, especially in the kind of positionings that they're playing in. Now, a last-ditch timeout to be called here by Deviant Topaz to try and ensure that this map, it doesn't slip out so easily. 10-round deficit here, Daks. And what can they do to really bring it back? Because at this juncture, right, Pearl, I don't want to be pessimistic. I just want to be realistic. It seems kind of like it's going to be a map that's going in the pockets of Neon unless something miraculous happens. And then you go to map 2. And map 2, Bind, the last time these guys played each other, it did not go well for Deviant Topaz. So unless they made some really huge adjustments, we're looking at a very quick 2-0 here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big struggle for Deviant Topaz. I look at that history on Bind, and you think before their series versus Neons that could have been the Deviant Topaz advantage. Neon's only really playing Bind here for LCQ, adding it to their portfolio. So as of right now, I think the biggest thing that Deviant Topaz can really do here to try and rally back is to find the impact with the double duelist. Sure, we've seen Elise get that space, go for the push, but Topaz absolutely struggled all throughout this game, and it's because of how Neons keeps them at bay with the double initiator, just the way the utility has been working out for Neons. Deviant Topaz, they need to get kills as soon as possible, make these rounds as quick as can be, and here we have it now. Towards A main, we're gonna get that clash. Coyote though, dashing on forward, it's all Elise in the front line, and she's left behind by the rest of the roster. Deviant Topaz backing away towards the site, but the damage has been done by Neons.
Huge kill on Elise there. That's going to mean no more run it back for the duration of the round because it was pretty close to getting online. Just a couple of kills tops, and Elise is more than capable of it, but not only does she go down, she also gives a Vandal to the side of Neons. Like they're already, like they didn't need an upgrade in this bonus round, but now they have it. Again, discipline coming out of Neons here, waiting for perhaps another mistake from the side of Deviant Topaz, but they're just going to be trying to hold on to the site, maybe punish them as they make their way forward, creating the impression perhaps that a rotation has come in, but Topaz, they're happy to kind of just hold it slow and play it to their pace.
Good flash though from Deviant Topaz, at least gives them intel, and that's the go signal for Neons instead.
Oh, no.
The rotate back, Tub kept that bait towards Secret as CJ Sakura burns down to the fragment, and Neons again and again, bit by bit, picking apart the opposition. The fight back from Tub, eventually she does get the kill. It's 4v3 though, and the null command is there from Neons. The suppress, looking absolutely stellar if ever. No heals, no way. And just no chance really here for Deviant Topaz to go for the top up. They need to go for the fight and fast. Toffee Waffy wants to go for the push towards main. Finds Yoki by the tail end of her ultimate. KitKat though on the board. Here comes Belsic. KitKat with another one. Just no breaks here versus Neons. And it looks to be a sweet victory to end it. 13-2. It's Neons taking Deviant Topaz's map pick away.
Really, really dominant, clean performance coming through on this map. And remember, this was Deviant Topaz's map pick. They expected probably not this coming out of the particular choosing here, and unfortunately it is going to be Neons taking it away. But for Neons, it was an absolutely fantastic performance coming out across the board. I think my vote for MVP for this one would probably have to be Felcha, not just because of the raw kills that she got, but also the kind of utility usage that we saw. But overall, they just looked so well coordinated. Even if this wasn't their map pick, they were more than ready for what Deviant Topaz had to bring to the board. And by themselves, right, this is a map that they've really done the prep work on. Incredible plays coming out of them overall.
Yeah, I'm just love to see what we can get from Neons. Give it also to Coyote, a way that she's able to just solo hold, win those duels, and be able to find the impact from all the angles. I'm not sure if I'm even more impressed compared to the pistol ace to the one where she held by club and just found the spike, found the kills,
Probably
and
the second
beat
one.
everyone coming her way. And this is what Neons is all about, a team that has been improving more and more in the previous Swiss stage. We'll throw it over though to the panel to break down that Neons victory.
Thank you very much to Daks and to Zahk. And it looks like, Fluffy, we have another case of a very, very strong team and an underdog that may potentially take map 2 with with all the momentum in the world. No, I'm kidding. I'm not sure if it's going to be an exact replica of what happened in the first series, but there's no denying that Neons came so prepared for this map, even though it was, Deviant Topaz's pick. I mean, we did see that Neons, I think, it's really just down to they were winning their aim battles. They were really taking the fight to Deviant Topaz here.
very sharp and on point for this game number 1. I'm sure it wasn't what Deviant Topaz was really expecting, since you mentioned it is their map pick, and you also mentioned that similar to the previous series, they did start with that ace on the first half before pistol, and they move on to convert it fairly cleanly. And I feel like it's more of the discipline that Neons has really built up. The fact that they're able to get a lot of these isolations, the double initiator especially, I think has let them really get a lot of these 1v1s or sometimes util kills we saw in the final round as well with the KO Molly, the fragment. But overall, it's a bit worrying considering the fact that the next 2 maps are maps that Deviant Topaz has lost before.
Yeah, I think that, you know, it's they're setting themselves up to repeat history, and it's not looking pretty for Deviant Topaz unless they have something up their sleeves once again. For Neons, though, you could just see them after the game. They didn't even break a sweat. They were just giggling, and they're like, "Oh, okay, all right, we just won a game." And it doesn't even look like they weren't stressed at all. You know, I think that, you know, for Neons, they keep up this confidence, and they could really go all the way. I think that, you know, having somebody, for example, like Yoki on their team was such a big, you know, such a big factor, especially because of like her tenure. And then you have somebody like Yamroll or Jinwei, I think, who was just such a powerhouse in this map.
You'd have to agree with you, especially on the Yoki side of things, because she's so aggressive with her plays and is able to really get not just the frags and win those aim duels, but the util really helps set up the rest of the team to get into a better position, or to at least get better fights by pushing people away with her utility. And overall, that clean playstyle from the discipline that Neons has really proven on this first map is a huge factor, not only momentum wise, but moving on to the second map, the confidence knowing that, okay, we won this before and we're playing it again basically, and we're already 1-up. If anything, if you're on Deviant Topaz's side, it's mostly, or like the first map is, I think, your linchpin of a map.
Yeah, I think that, you know, if Neons just play the way that they're playing, and Deviant Topaz, unfortunately, I don't know what else they could possibly pull out of their playbook here, especially since, you know, they've already shown their hand to Neon on this upcoming map. But we're gonna see. We could be wrong, but we'll see how this series plays out as we get into it right after this quick break.
Remaining.
Neons takes Pearl away from Deviant Topaz, and the question is, as we step into Bind and potentially Haven, if history is going to repeat itself. It looks like Neons are in top form indeed. Deviant Topaz, they need to pull out something a little bit desperate if they're gonna get the one up here on Neons.
I mean, we've already seen today that map 2 can swing the opposite way completely, and that's the dream right now for Deviant Topaz, because they need to strike really hard for this, or else they will be dropping into that low risk. And looking at the maps, being Bind and Haven, we already mentioned these are the two maps that they've played before, and Deviant Topaz, for lack of a better term, has struggled on this map, especially against this specific team. And I feel like, on one hand, though history has said other things about it, the fact that they're allowing this to even go through the bans gives them a bit of confidence to maybe show that they have improved or maybe change something up.
That's true. That I like that you brought up that point, especially since, like, you know, they probably have, you know, they did potentially learn from their mistakes, right? I feel like Neons here, they also have, you know, a lot more to add to whatever strategy they have prepared here. I feel like with the performance on Pearl, they were able to just download all of the strategies, every which kind of play that the Deviant Topaz was able to put out there. And I feel like the same may potentially happen on Bind here, especially since Neons, they weren't just winning like through strategy alone. They weren't just winning through utility alone, even though that was excellent as well. It was just like, you know, it was like, for example, Fellowship would just speak and then get two, and then, you know, it was things like that. And that unfortunately, Deviant Topaz were just caught unaware. Suddenly, their plan all came to shambles, and they didn't know how to take back the fight. They didn't know what to do when they were at a number sufficient.
And on the opposite side, you know, whenever Neons was down a person, maybe sometimes even Deviant Topaz gets the first opening pick, the first blood, they still manage to convert the round anyway. And going into Agent Select, we can finally see what compositions they're gonna run. Last time, they had basically the same comp, so it was literally learning from each other, and maybe those lessons can be applied this game, at least for Deviant Topaz to make a comeback.
Hey, Fluff, we're getting the Jet versus Jet on Bind that we requested for during the first series. We're getting that and more, because we're getting the Jet Rays versus the Jet Rays on this map. Should be explosive indeed. Looks like we're getting a mirror matchup here.
Exactly the same thing for both teams. This is what they played before, so hopefully Deviant Topaz really steps up with this time around, because they have a lot of VODs that they can look back on, a lot of mistakes that they could have worked on. And because they also played the mirror on the previous time on Bind, they can also see exactly what their opponents have done and if they can apply it for themselves, or maybe just adapt to counter a lot of strategies, since it's the exact same comp.
Yeah, Deviant Topaz has all of the information that they could potentially need for this to work in their favor. However, so does Neons. And right now, the upper hand is clearly with Neons. So Deviant Topaz has to work double time. In other words, they have to work twice as hard, and they have to, you know, they have to basically not make any mistakes this time around, especially since Neons, it just looks like, you know, they're like AI downloading everything and learning in every single round. So we're gonna see what exactly happens here on Bind, a very historical map for both of these teams, as we toss it on over to our casters, Daks and Zahk.
Look, it's as go again can be, Zach. Well, it looks like you're a little shocked there that we're gonna get a mirror matchup, that we're actually seeing Bind. But Deviant Topaz is willing to challenge Neons on, well, a map that Neons has beat them before. We are back though, ladies and gentlemen. Daks and Zach still together here. We're going for map number 2. And it's do or die for Deviant Topaz. If they don't win this, they will fall to the lower brackets.
Yeah, I wasn't shocked as much by the matchup as me dropping my phone like an idiot. But anyways, I don't need my phone, because we are going to be jumping back into the game here. Map number 2. I think these two teams, they faced each other on this map exactly once historically, and it didn't go super well for Deviant Topaz. Neons found a pretty dominating 13-6 victory the last time around, but things might be different this time. At least that is the hope for Deviant Topaz. Mirror matchup coming in. That double duel is definitely going to be helpful if they can make it work. And the thing I would like to personally note about this agent is that there is no true sentinel. You do have that sentinel on that Viper, but it's going to be much more difficult if you're attacking to really watch for that flank with just her on the team. So either it's going to have to be very quick and heavy hits, or it's going to have to be very patient defaults to try and sniff out the position to really make an execute. So when the attackers go in, it has to be an impeccable game plan. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, impeccable is the right word. It has to be so synergized between the two duelists. We already saw those kind of problems in the first series that we had, and as of right now, if Neons can just keep on with the same kind of momentum and pace that we saw in the first map, then they should be able to have the advantage yet again over a team that they already beat in this map back in the Swiss stage. And one thing again I need to point out here for Deviant Topaz, yes, you have Ratatolis, who has been an incredible player for Kizuna for quite a while, SMG alumni as well. But you remember, for Deviant Topaz, one of their more, I'd say, impressive players, and one player who was actually stepping up back in the Swiss stage here for the LCQ run was Yuchan. So she's not going to be playing right now. She has been replaced by Elise in this kind of rotation. And I do wonder how synergized would Tub and Elise be, especially given that this is the first time we're gonna see Elise on a tournament setup with the Deviant Topaz roster.
I mean, if map 1 is any testament to it, it's difficult. It's been difficult for them, like you mentioned, newest member of the team, gonna be difficult to synergize, but it is vital for you to have that synergy if you are running that double duelist comp. Of course, you know, some teams, they prefer to go in for something a little bit more comfortable, where, you know, you can really let your duelists kind of do their own thing while the rest of the team backs them up and plays off the back of them. But when you are running that jet race, for instance, you have to be perfect with your dash and satchel combinations. There's so much value for your utility to be able to take up space, but only if you use it in conjunction. Otherwise, you're just giving your opponents free 1v1s. If your spacing is improper, if your jet goes way ahead of your Raze or the rest of the team, it's just going to be a free kill. And wow, we're jumping right into it.
You wanted a free kill? You get it there. There's Zahk. Neon's already on the defense, playing aggressive. Coyote goes through the teleporter, and immediately we're into the action here, ladies and gentlemen. Yuna, though, does answer back. Neon's with the man advantage. And Deviant Topaz struggling to keep the contest towards showers. They're going to back away, move towards caves, and rotate towards hookah instead.
Looking to possibly go towards the B execute, but once again, with that information being gotten that there was a couple towards A side and are moving away, they're happy to go for this B hit instead, where there are still two members of Neon who haven't moved a muscle. In fact, towards the backside, smokes will come down as well, making things even more difficult. And if they want to go through this, it's gonna be incredibly bad for them to try and get onto side already. KitKat playing anchor, playing spoil sport, 1-for-1 trades, number advantage maintained, and it's all down to Toffee Waffy, a 1v3.
Yeah, such a struggle here. Yoki has done incredible already. Snakebite make it even easier. Toffee Waffy though, that's two! And a spike has been retrieved. It's Jinwei versus Toffee Waffy, but a single shot to the cranium. That's enough for Neons to win the round.
That's really nice positioning coming out of Jinoi there on that jet to be able to just push forward. I don't think Toffee Waffy wasn't expecting such a quick push onto site. Doesn't watch CT for like half a second and doesn't hear the sound cue either. So a little bit unfortunate. Almost the 1v3 for Toffee Waffy. But with that clock having ticked down, had to go for the plant. And just like that, Neons, they take the pistol. Now gonna be able to buy up convincingly a Marshall, 3 Spectres. Things looking good for them, and because the plant was denied, there's going to be no extra padding to the budget for the side of Neons. I'm sorry, for the side of Deviant.
Neons here, they have a clear advantage, and Jinwei again, one player to watch out for, formerly known as Yamori. We saw her back in Capybara Gang, back in Open 1.
Gang.
And truthfully, you're one of our favorite teams, right? One of our favorite names. But truthfully, you know, there are so many incredible players that flex between duelist and controller. I wonder if those kind of players win like champions or whatnot, right? But let's see if Jinwei can unleash the demon inside her as well. The Marshall is in hand, and the Trailblazer will seek out members onto the backside. Deviant Topaz slowly but surely crawling their way towards the default. They also have that lamps control as well. And as the smoke is being waited on here by Neon, Felcha wants to go for the close contact too. Trailblazer leads the charge, and Felcha will take advantage to get that pick. A chance now. The flash is there. The anti-flash position doesn't lead much, but Yoki instead cleans up house. Jinwei, no way. 2 for her and 2 rounds now for Neons.
Very convincing. They lose one player, but I think that was the player with only the Spectre anyway, so they only lose 1 Spectre overall. All things considered, not too bad coming in for the side of Neon. But back to what you were saying, Daks, your very punny statement about duelist controller players. I mean, it makes sense in a way, because those are usually going to be the best aimers, for lack of a better phrase. And when you switch them over to that controller role, they're going to be that second line of defense instead of the tip of the spear. So it makes it even more difficult to try and deal with.
Yeah, it takes an evil genius to be a prodigy for those kind of situations. I just went with it because you brought it up again. In the end, though, it's CJ Sakura versus Many, and the Marshall will matter when it's needed the most. Low HP, hunted down and taken down. Coyote is on the prowl, and as Neons will be able to pick up a rifle along the way, it's Deviant Topaz crawling their way towards B instead. Sub, though, looking for an opportunity towards the side, dashing forward after the clear, courtesy of the flash. Yoki now spotted by the guiding light, realizes that Deviant Topaz is all across the B site, and Neons will have to use the teleporter to rotate towards Hookah instead. Spikes planted though, they're waiting for the commit. Two also coming out from elbow. Belcher only with the Sheriff, but the Seekers can help out in such a big pinch. But watching Elise though, what can she do? Beautiful flash, and it's Elise who gets two and two only. Neons now all across the site, and Toffee Waffy, what else can she do? No Molly to work with so far. Seems like it has been used, but Toffee Waffy with the kill. Gonna be absolutely crucial here. She can find the angle. Smoke is gone though, and her life is forfeit as well. Neons will take the bonus 3-0 for them.
That was a beautiful play towards that showers area. Very, very smart. And them being able to find that early on kill to be able to just deny extra numbers for the side of Deviant Topaz neutralizes that weapon advantage. Not only does it give them a rifle, but also they have that crucial information, just letting the player on that B side go for the retake, especially with Yoki having those Seekers online. It just made it so much more easier. And despite a couple of kills coming in for Deviant Topaz, Neons had an almost flawless retake. Now economy gonna be completely in shambles for Deviant Topaz. They're trying to play it fast and aggressive, but Operator online, you gotta be careful.
Yeah, Deviant Topaz, they were just a step away from their own demise. The second shot rings through, and it's already looking to just scare off Deviant Topaz as much as possible. But Tub has no fear, dashing forward, and is able to isolate Yoki along the way. A chance now to pick up the gun. The Boombot is there too. Jinwei hiding into the corner instead, with the Cloudburst almost gone. There's the smoke as well, and Jinwei, this might be too many to handle. Still sticking around inside the smoke. The Sheriff taps do come. And still somehow Jinwei is alive inside that dome. So at the very end, Deviant Topaz, they've had enough. They'll back away towards B-Long for now.
They've gotten the pick and the rifle off the back of it, so not too bad an exchange coming out of them, especially considering it's an eco round. If they can get a couple more kills, it might be even worth using some of these ultimates that they're stockpiling for that next one. They've cut the noise, but they're still looking to hit towards his B side, and they still have to deal with that Operator because it's going to be present towards his back side. Tub, though, in the perfect position to kind of take care of it.
Jinwei's looking for it, and Kit Kat, a stellar swing on terms of the timing. Spotted though the barrel, Tub wants to go for the wall ban if ever, but the blades are out and about, and Jinwei eventually will be caught out in the open. So Deviant Topaz eventually, patience bearing fruits. They make their way towards the site. We have Belcha trying to crawl her way towards those halls, moving into elbow, and Tub will still be able to swim in these waters. Pray for Tub. Coyote will answer back, but immediately Elise is there. So a thrifty win for Deviant Topaz. This is what they can do in these scenarios.
Just a little bit of patience and a couple of headshots with the Sheriff and the Stinger. I think that was a double headshot coming in on the swing here. Yep. Just Stinger things in that range, absolutely shredding the player apart. You do see some pushback coming out of the defense here, but despite that, Deviant Topaz, they take it with perfection. They also hold on to all of the ults here, so they're gonna have both that Showstopper and that Orbital Strike ready to go for this. Suddenly a much more advantageous position, and because of that, it's going to leave the economy of Neons kind of on the last leg here. They're still going to be able to buy up, but it's going to be an awkward buy, if at all. I see a Judge and a Bulldog, though, I mean, I don't think we can really call the Judge an awkward buy after all the Judge fails we've seen so far.
I mean, on Bind especially, probably the best gun in these kind of corners. But you mentioned it. Economy here from Neons, teetering at an edge. Deviant Topaz with just that win alone, putting themselves in such a good spot. In the long run especially, But Yoki realizes all of the angle to watch out for.
Oh,
Here
no.
comes Jinwei! And she's happy to just pick up that kill and perhaps pick up a gun. Toffee Woffy was left all alone. Here comes the Seekers into play. The flash is the answer. And Deviant Topaz has had enough, but look who's holding here towards Showers. Yet again, Neons is ready. Coyote knows it's coming! And she's able to track down the dash anyway. Still, Elise does fight back. 2 for her to make it 3v3. And onto the side, Deviant Topaz goes. Tower being taken here, though, by the Brimstone of Neons. KitKat trying at least to go for the wall bangs. But the spike has been planted. Also, another angle of opportunity timing there. Yamori, or the Jet is herself, moving towards short. Jinwei is ready, and Yuna will get caught. Seems like Neons. Jinwei still alive! How? 3 for her! And CJ Sakura is the only one still standing. Looks for the lineup towards the spike plant, but Yoki's already on defuse. The smile, the confidence, and Neons, they just get it done yet again. Too late for the snake fight. It's all, again, what Jinwei can do.
Oh, you really don't want to be in a post plant in a 1v3 with so much time left, and that's unfortunately what Sakura had set up for. I think that the point of the fight that really decided that round was the one between Elise towards U-Hauls. She had that showstopper ready to go, and she just couldn't get that trade in that particular round. Really clean work coming in. Of course, Jinwei being able to find that kill onto not just Yuna, but also Elise just put the round firmly in the pockets of Neons, and now they're going to be looking a little bit more substantial. At least for Topaz, they're still going to be able to buy up and also consider, like, maintain those ultimates that they had from that previous one, in particular that orbital strike. But despite that, Neons, they're just slowly but surely building up the momentum once again.
Yeah, I think for Neons also, they're so much more secure about their calls. Even Topaz, they didn't realize that the market was open, and they assumed just a little too unsafely that CJ Sakura could handle it. Speaking of, though, Sakura gonna fall as Coyote plays the same angle from the previous round. Mistakes were made, lessons haven't been learned, and Yoki here play together Jinwei. And yet again, the setup into the crossfire. Neons, the traps are just ready, and they're sprung like Topaz instead. A good flash into the kill. Yuna fighting on back. The Guardian Taps doing the damage that needs to be done. And now it will be a 1v3. Realizes the rifle can't pick it up, and KitKat instead will find the stumble of Yuna there. 3 for her, and Neons now make it 4 rounds a gap.
5-1, and that's going to be ultimates charging up for Neon side as well. In particular, that Viper's Pit, we've seen it single-handedly shut down that A-short approach in the past, whether you're running a rifle or a judge. But in particular, it's a little bit sloppy coming out of the side of Deviant Topaz here. They're looking to get aggressive, but they're not really ticking their checkboxes here, being a little bit careless, and Neon is happy to punish them for those kind of mistakes. Just those crucial corners when you're running, when you have a Sky, when you have those mollies, those paint shows, you might as well invest them while you're trying to go forward. But instead, it's the carelessness that Neon are fully capitalizing on to make this kind of lead really work out. It's incredible.
I think that's really what we're gonna see here for LCQ, honestly. A big chance for many of these teams to qualify for elites, but they've struggled in the Swiss stage, or some of them newer rosters only being formed up right now. And if you're a team that can notice some of those small nuances that give you the advantage, those small little advantageous positions that you can do against, I'd say, teams that are still up and coming, then those are the chances where you can just snowball out of control. And Neons is one of those examples that have looked a lot more primed and ready, a lot more synergized as a team, and just all in all, a cleaner roster so far from how we've seen them play.
Clean seems to be the watchword here for most of these rounds from Neon, because it's not even like they're close, right? It's always like a 1v3 or a 1v4, and Neons, they're just able to really build upon whatever they have in the bank. Now, though, Deviant Topaz, they have the Bladestorm ready to go on top. They look to get aggressive on this A site, and it's all 5 players sticking together, so they believe safety in numbers, maybe a little bit more damage, and that's exactly what they did in the Drifty round that worked out for them as well, so we might see a repeat.
The double duel is already entering here, and we see Tub ready with the blades. Jinwei, though, waiting again for opportunity. There's one, there's 2, and well, she'll get 3. The numbers don't matter when Jinwei is just there. And now, with Deviant Topaz lacking the members, lacking the firepower, they're getting picked apart bit by Neons here. Just another round and another statement made by Jinwei. Can she get the 4th? The Trailblazer gets the intel. They know already CJ Sakura is absolutely cornered. A beautiful flash into the kill for Felche. and a flawless win for Neons to boot.
Unfortunate. They had quite a bit to work with. They might not have they might not have had the guns, but they did have the Blade Storm and also those ultimates. In particular, Elise has been holding on to this showstopper for about 3 rounds now. Hopefully we see it come through soon, maybe in this next buy round that we're gonna be heading into. But so far, at least, Topaz, they just seem to have no answer to the myriad defenses that Neons are putting up. In particular, Jinwei towards that showers area. Her and Coyote, they alternate and they just make that area of the map absolutely impenetrable. It seems like no matter which lane they venture into, there's just no way for Deviant Topaz to really make any kind of headway.
And just a game to remember for Jinwei, a series yet again defined by her, just like what we've seen from Neon so far in this stage. You look at the stats, she's just been one of the more efficient players. Coyote also, no slouch too. Catch out CJ Sakura, the showstopper a little too late to the party. Felcha though, stun is just a mindset, doesn't care about the leap of the Trailblazer. And now the updraft from Tub to avoid, but there is just no way for the safe landing. Yuna though with the trade, but Neon's again keeping tabs of the opposition. 3v1, make it 3v none as Jinwei has arrived. It's 7-1 now.
Oh my god, I don't know how Felcher got that kill. Also, just the awareness coming out of Neons, right? They hear the showstopper, they immediately manage to move into safety and are able to finish at least in that position. Really, really clean plays coming out of them. And even though a couple of them went down, it was still a trade for trade that came through from the side of Neons. Unfortunately, you can't quite say the same for Deviant here. They're kind of struggling in that position. A lot of these fights that they're giving away to their opponents, it's just a free 1v2 or 1v3, and there's no real way to make that trade or bring the numbers back in their favor. And that's been the case for all the rounds almost that we've seen so far. It's 7-1 now, and the one round that they win, it was more because of Neon making some crucial mistakes that rather than Topaz being incredible, but they have to say.
I mean, it was a thrifty, so at least even Topaz, perhaps they can make something work with this buy. Doesn't matter though, Felcha has already denied the 2, denied the 3 on the eco against them. And as Neon's already yet again onto the site, the spike has been dropped. The even Topaz is infiltrated towards spawn. And is Yoki ready for the snipers out? Dangerous assumption. Surprise, surprise, it's not just one, but a second there. Tax evader, well, at least she finds a way to get a discount there. No returns though, as
no.
Kit Kat! Well, have a break, have the Kit Kats, and have a round 2.
We should get Kit Kat as sponsors at this rate. Send them this clip like, yeah, look, we got a player with your name already. But that apart, right? That's exactly what happened, Daks. Your summary was pretty much perfect. It's just Neon taking the break as they break the hope, the mental, the economy, everything for their opponents round after round. Still though, for Topaz, they're gonna have a buy coming up. They do have some ults to work with as well. I haven't found too much success off the ones that they've used so far, but that orbital strike, it could be pivotal in creating some space, and if that spike goes down along with that Viper's Pit, it might be the win condition that Topaz desperately need to try and convert around here.
I mean, Topaz knows that post-plant is the way to go, and Neon's also with the same kind of inkling. They do go for the smoke into the flash. Yuna gets 2 though, is able to hold down the line. And Deviant Topaz, that's the chance for them to actually move through towards the site. Kit Kat though, deciding to play close, and Kit Kat gets the first. Could have been more. It looked dangerous, but Deviant Topaz survived the fight. It's 3v2 as the plant comes with the pins. Neons, they can answer with their own. Felcha does decide to go for it. The Trailblazer misses the mark, and Coyote blowing up Yuna with a well-lobbed paint shells. So a big chance here for Neons to fight on back. Bravery though for Felcha will be punished by CJ Sakura. Deviant Topaz now, a good chance, but Coyote spots the barrel and spots the kill to bring the pit down. It's 1v1 now. Coyote versus the Jet on the opposite end. What can Tub do inside the container? No spillage whatsoever. Deviant Topaz, that's the second round for them.
Really well played by them, especially towards that end. With that Viper's Pit going down, Tub's positioning was a huge advantage, but while credit can be given to Deviant Topaz for taking a round and finishing it perfectly, Neons did make a little bit of a misplay there. They tried to get aggressive, were punished for it, and it was also a very good read coming out of Topaz because they were kind of 3-stacking, watching that smoke. That when that smoke goes down towards long, you do expect that push, and they were quick to capitalize off it, so kudos to them. 8-2 though. This seems incredibly familiar, Dax. Just like that map number 1 score that we saw. Operator now gonna be online to boot for Neons, and already a very aggressive position being held by Jinwei.
Look, I saw it last time around. It might happen again. And,
Oh, no.
well, the writing was on the wall the whole time we were watching Jinwei. CJ Sakura just walks into the crosshairs. The operator out and about here for Neons. And Topaz immediately, the biggest rank to go for close contact has been dissuaded. Tub though, still no fear. Stellar kill versus Felchet to open up that B-long angle. Jinwei though, does she expect the challenge here? It's so dangerous to spot into the kill. Elise, why bother? And the tax evader has been felled, unfortunately. Toppy Woppy. Well, seems like the operator is the law. And while there are no judges this time here for Neons, they have been the executioner so far. Toppy Woppy now looking to go for the push towards elbow. Trailblazer gets the stun going. And Yoki, well, that's too easily. Looking for a third.
30
Doesn't
seconds
find
left.
it as Yuna's the last one standing. It's 1v3 now. And yet again, Zach, we've seen this happen multiple times. Deviant Topaz, necessary for someone to play clutch, to be the hero. Yuna is just an inch away from demise. And now she walks into it. 3 for Jinwei. And another win for Neons here.
Last
I
round
feel like at
before
this
the
point,
switch.
Neons, they're just that scary income tax authority that you have, like, you know, it's like paying tax in the US. You have like no idea how much you're supposed to pay, and the government doesn't tell you either. And if you do the math wrong, you're absolutely like messed up for the rest of the year. That's how this game feels. It's like Neons, they're banging on the door. They're like, yeah, pay your dues. And Deviant Topaz, they're just left with almost no recourse. This last round and a half, a very, very difficult buy coming in for them. Toffee will be the only player with a rifle, though Tub at least does have the Blade Storm. Neons, they seem to be holding every single piece that they need to complete this puzzle without too much trouble.
Look, Zach, if that happens to you, just pay attention, okay? Pay attention to your finances. That's all I have to say about that. So, Deviant Topaz, they have been attended to by Neons again and again. And how many times have we seen this from Neon? So prepared in terms of the angles. Deviant Topaz is the one looking to find the opening. And while they're strong, if they can put themselves in a good situation, Neons has done an incredible job this game, and even the last one, right, to keep Deviant Topaz at bay.
It's less bay. It's less at bay and more like completely stomped into the ground. It's just been a dominant performance coming out of Neon's side so far. They look incredibly confident, and that's what happens when you have a roster that's been playing together, at least the core of it, for the last couple of years here. Neon's just looking very convincing today, and now they look to get another 10-2 before we switch sides. Right now, they try to enter into the side already. The flash kind of playing havoc with Deviant Topaz's chances. Felcha in the smoke as well, trying to play spoil sport, but it's going to be Elise to take her down with the Sheriff, and they try to push even further, finding huge success here. 3v5.
Yeah, the confidence from Deviant Topaz to go for the overrun and gives them an angle to work with towards elbow. Tub now with the updraft, and the blade finds her mark anyway. Yuna also with the kill. CJ Sakura in position, and that was just smooth from Tub. Corrects mid-air to get such a stellar blade. But of course, who's amazing? Our panel to break down that half.
Fluff, you saw that last round, right? That push from Elise and Tub, and that was able to, like, you know, really push back Neons. That was what was missing, I feel like, for the duration of this half. Unfortunately, it seems like Deviant Topaz found that confidence too little, too late. And I feel like, you know, the rounds that they won here, it was just too expensive for them. They, you know, they needed like a couple of ults. They lost, like, you know, maybe 3 or maybe 4 members of their team. It was just like too expensive, and at the same time, just way too costly for them to win just a few rounds.
Exactly. The cost is just so high for them to scrap how many rounds together. Good on them though for finding the momentum back in those couple of rounds, but it's more on Neon's really playing so cleanly, because this double duelist composition has really went into their strengths. I think both Jinwei as well as Coyote have really popped off on the Raze and Jet combo, because if one of them falls, they just trade, or they're able to still get the space, and more often than not, they just win these opening duels that really put Topaz into a back foot.
Yeah, and I feel like again, you know, when you're up against these two, Coyote and Yamarol, who are just like really feeling themselves today, it's gonna be difficult. But the sides are gonna switch. Who knows? Maybe it feels like Deviant and Topaz are feeling this other side. We're gonna find out as we pass it on back to the casters.
Well, at least they found it at the end of the first half, right? Deviant, Topaz, if they can do what they did in that last round, if they can bring back that confidence even more so, they're gonna have a chance. If not, Neons are ready to run away with the series. We're back though here, Zahk, and look at how many kills Jinwei has had so far in just a single half a load. 17 takedowns. Looking so strong no matter what agent she's playing. This Neons roster really acclimated and looking more so ready here for LCQ compared to the other teams we've seen so far today.
Yeah, they've been definitely putting in the work here, and it's quite clear to see they managed to, from if you look at their performance from Open 1 until now, they've definitely managed to expand their map pool. But more than that, they've been able to kind of stick with the same players for most of the time. So they're able to like really improve themselves and build that synergy. So from Open 1 until now, they've shown significant improvements in my opinion. But for Deviant as well, right? They're just making some switches. It is LCQ. They have Elise coming in, and while Elise is a fantastic player by herself, she still needs to fit within the dynamic of her current team. Now Deviant looking to get a little bit aggressive here, and Tub finding so much value off the back of that first push.
And the confidence still here for Deviant. Topaz didn't flinch whatsoever. Found that third shot. And third time's apparently the charm there for Tub. Neon still moving forwards towards the site, the one way, keeping them dissuaded from showers. And a shorty in hand here, up close and personal for Top. But KitKat! Okay, sure. Picks up the shorty now. And KitKat ready for a break here perhaps. CJ Sakura getting away, 1 HP still alive. KitKat with another one. No, can't get it. But it's Coyote instead with a kill towards Tub. Advantage here towards Deviant Topaz though. Coyote holding towards showers. The poison cloud still a big bother. Yuna waiting on the opposite end. And this is gonna give a chance here for Deviant Topaz to just stick the defuse along the way. The flash into play, gets halfway. Yoki now the only one still standing, and Yuna will come to collect that kill. Deviant Topaz looking like they're more ready here for the second half.
Definitely better prepared, and of course Tub in particular, right? We've been talking a lot about Jinwei and how incredible she's been on that jet throughout playing throughout the series, but in this map in particular on that jet, she's been having just a hell of a game here. Now there has to be some kind of balance, and that's a good start coming out of Tub to be able to be that counterweight, to be able to put across just as much of an impactful performance of her own. Gonna be a top fragger right now. Upgrades coming in across the board here, and I think for Tub, what might be the saving grace for not just her but the entire team is the question of how soon she can get that operator online, because that is the kind of weapon that can make or break your defense. And in the hands of a player like Tub, we've seen the kind of shots that she can hit. It might be what they need to really make this comeback look very convincing.
Yeah, she's been ramping up, especially here in terms of performance, Zach, and perhaps sharp shot can connect yet again. Tub does not disappoint. Eunice there too, alongside, of course, what we see from Elise. And it's all Deviant Topaz so far. Up close and personal, KitKat finds a way. And the 1v3 situation, the pain shows to keep her opponent at bay. Does KitKat force the issue though? She has the spike, she has the frenzy. And as she's crawling, CJ Sakura's at the ready. Another win here for Deviant Topaz. They're getting back into the series now.
9-5, definitely looking much better than what we saw in that previous time, which was like 9-2 here. That's about, if we're going by the math, that's about 3 rounds in a row so far, and it might be the momentum that the side of Deviant Topaz need to jump back into this now, heading into their bonus round. If they can somehow convert this, it might be what they need to really steal this map away. The score last time was 13-6. They need to really improve on it significantly if they want to really take this map forward, the series forward to the map 3. And it seems like they're opting to just play for the bonus instead. No real upgrades coming in for any of their players.
Well, they did struggle on the defense last time around when they faced off against Neons in the Swiss stage here for Deviant Topaz. And if they can actually get this win again, then you can already see the improvement. You can already see the work that they put in to prepare for their opponents. Speaking of preparation, lamps being held by Tub. You have Elise here watching out for Hookah, but the boom bot gets a bit of intel, so Neons knows that the shower is held here by Deviant Topaz so far. The Trailblazer now also the scout out for information, and it's Jinwei with no fear alongside the race of Coyote, but Coyote felled up close by Toffee. Jinwei with the trade. Does she expect there's a second? Yes, she does. And while Elise is still alive, it's Tub who has made her way towards the site. 2v3 for now. KitKat in a difficult scenario. Same case for Jinwei, she's so low already, and Deviant Topaz, they can see the hope, they can see the chance in front of them. Jinwei though with a third, Tub though answers back from KitKat. It's now Yuna, ready for any kind of action. And Deviant Topaz, they've done it against Zahk. Bonus has been won by them.
Absolutely stolen away, and it all starts with that Spectre kill, right? You see the satchel in, you see the opener, sure there's an immediate trade, but aside from that, it's just the positioning being held across the board. Both Tub and her fellow duelist just doing so much damage here that there's just really no chance for any kind of opportunity for Neons to really jump back into it, to try and get the defuse, to deny them the space. And now Neons, they're gonna be the one kind of chasing, caught in that unfortunate economic cycle. Pretty close to a couple of ults, in particular my eyes are gonna be on that Blade Storm possibly coming out of Jinwei. But we talked about this, Daks. The operator, it's finally online.
Yeah, you called it, Zach, and of course, the encyclopedia of game changers will know exactly what these teams would do. In the end, though, it's no surprise whatsoever. Tub has been hitting some stellar shots with the Sheriff. A single bullet is enough to fight back with Jinwei. It's dangerous to challenge that operator with the Marshal. And while the scopes are ready, it's Jinwei walking into those sidelines, and Jinwei still wins! The head has been found, and Jinwei gets the job done! I'm just impressed, but of course the job isn't done yet. Yuna's watching towards Garden, looking to pick up that operator if ever. But man, Neons, they have an absolute talent in their roster. Her name's Jinwei. KitKat also with the spot, the jumping Toffee playing with fire. It will be a rotato and a push towards a Neons. They decide to go for the Blade Storm as well. Do they wait though for the Jet to begin with? Viper leading charge with the toxic screen, but Toffee, a good spray down towards KitKat. The Molly's there too as Coyote is kept at bay towards Showers here. And a CJ Sakura also with utility. So Spike to be played on out. Here comes Jinwei! And she's found 2 in the round so far. Spike now planted. It's a 4v3 set. Yuna finding Felcher though. Here comes Jinwei one more time. 3 already in this tangle, but Yuna answers back with 3 of her own. Yoki now versus Yuna. The Skies looking to find the fight. And the Seekers are out as well, so at least Yoki trying to buy a bit of time. Yuna with the HP advantage. A single bullet is enough here for Yuna. She's already going for the defuse. Gets halfway. Just needs to finish the job off, but the head has been found! And Yuki! What a way to win here for Neons! A thrifty! Wow.
Amazing round coming out throughout. Like, we were worried about the operator, but we were looking at the wrong Jet here. Jinwei to be starting off, finds that kill, gets the Blade Storm off the back of it, and then just slices and dices her way across the site, leaving it awash in a sea of blood. And while there was a chance for another ace today, with Yuna getting 4, it was denied by Yoki. 2 HP and a Dream, uses the Seekers to buy time, and just peeks with the perfect angle to be able to shut down her counterpart. Neons now 3 away from locking in their spot in that upper bracket, and it's a new surge of energy. Daks, look at how far they're willing to take it. Oh my god.
Oh, tough. A chance. Oh no, the snake bite. No. I ain't touching that. We've seen though, even with low HP, miracles can be made. Yoki did it a while ago. Maybe Tub can do the same here, but the spike has been planted immediately by Neons. They already have that B-side control. Hoka being held though by CJ Sakura and a teammate, and immediately as Neons finds the contact, they get a 2-for-1 deal. Yoki again, looking for value. Yuna with the flash, keeping her opponent guessing. Eventually, it's gonna be Toffee and CJ Sakura onto the side. Toffee sprays out the opposition. KitKat though getting ready with the Arbol strike. And it's Jinwei yet again on the board. The laser ready to smite the opposition. It's Yuna though on site and ready to fight. The flash comes online. Time is running out. And it's Yoki yet again. One to watch out for. CJ Sakura with the fight back. Yoki, the one standing still. And she even gets a 3rd kill along the way. Look at that smile before it cut away. Neon's now 2 away from victory.
Really clean round once again coming out of them. In particular, that they get into a lot of scrappy fights, but they're able to back it up and find the advantages there. Maintaining, they get that initial lead with that pick, and then they're just able to maintain it so far now. Like you mentioned, 2 rounds away, and with match point being so close, Deviant Topaz once again in that devastating position of having to go in for a little bit of an eco. No Blade Storm available either since Tub used it the last time around. They do have the Showstopper as well as another ult, but aside from that, not much that they really have to work with. Although Dolphy Wolfie willing to play it a little bit risky. Bucky in hands, trying to find some value in the smoke, but Neons, they know that it's inevitable if they play their cards right, and they're just not making any mistakes, Daks.
Yeah, they're just playing with the advantage that they have, and Yoki has been one of the biggest examples of that. Back-to-back rounds, finding impact by the tail end. Talking Walker though, he's gonna run out of smokes eventually, run out of life because of the snake bite. Flushed out from the cubby. Don't dare push this actually. Talking Walker goes on the inside, the Trailblazer. Oh, it almost, but Coyote will clear out the angles anyway. 2 down here for the side of DJ Topaz. Yuna will be the 3rd victim, and Yoki again with her number. It's all up to CJ Sakura as well as Elise now. Such a struggle. Bulldog in hand here for Elise. CJ Sakura able to confirm that kill, so at least that's something that Deviant Topaz can work with. But Neon's yet again all across the sites and ready with the post plant from afar as well. Lineups ready, players too. And as the boom bot now looks to get a bit of intel, it's CJ Sakura who does get a kill onto Coyote. Same case for Elise, so the fight back is there. Showstopper now. Elise looking to go for the push perhaps, but lobs it towards Cubby. And the snake bite making it no chance here for Deviant Topaz to get the defuse. The fight is there and Belgium will win. The Molly makes it even worse for where Neons are on match points.
When this happens in my rankings, I get so pissed. It's like a 2v3 or something. You try to retake, but then there's a Viper molly, and then, you know, another molly, and then a Brimstone molly. There's just no chance for you to really touch the spike at all. And even though Elise tries to go for the hunt, it's going to be unfortunate for Topaz because they invested that Showstopper already and it found no value. They didn't win the round off the back of it either. So at 12-6, 1 round away, the only real ult they're going to have is that orbital strike heading forward. And for Neons, they look incredibly comfortable. They have 6 more chances to close it out before it goes to overtime. Their economy is thriving. Their ultimate economy is good as well. And the momentum is definitely in their favor. So it's going to be a horrible uphill battle for Deviant Topaz to try and make it work out. And remember, the last time these 2 teams clashed on this map, it was a 13-6. So it seems like history. We might be seeing a repeat, Daks.
Yeah, it's just like you got a camera this time. You have a recording here, and from what we've seen so far, though, from Neons is as soon as we saw Deviant Topaz have that strong rally at the start of the second half, it was Neons who, bit by bit, found those kind of adjustments, and it did boil down to some of the clutch plays, courtesy of Yoki, some big impact kills, courtesy of Yamroll. It's such a swing when we saw that Marshall actually beat the operator. It's still overall that Neons they get the jump onto Deviant Topaz. They get in strong positions to go for the clash, and as soon as they get that plant going, they have enough members to play both on and off site.
Yeah, they've been playing incredibly disciplined. It's just an uphill battle for Topaz. There's just no other way to say it. They've looked a little bit rough throughout the days. This entire map, it's been, during your attacking half, it's been a question of, did you check the corner? No, you didn't. Rip, 2 kills already down the drain. And now, despite making some micro adjustments, being able to find a couple of rounds here and there, Neons, they're still firmly in that driver's seat. Now, across kind of 2 players stacked up towards this long area, trying to hold that crossfire. 3, in fact, around this beast site. That is going to be where the spike is heading. So there's a chance for Topaz to really bring it back. But for that, they're going to have to hold strong because the onslaught is coming. The cavalry is pretty soon.
I've got your trail.
Big impact kills here, especially courtesy of Yuna and Sub, but the Seekers will already force them off. Big intel provided, space created here for Neon. The flash hitting the backside, and there's just no way for Elise to fight versus Jinwei. Coyote also seeking a target. Brings out the Showstopper, doesn't get much with it. Double strike though, gonna be be the answer from Deviant Topaz, keeping Neons away from the site.
30
Spike isn't
seconds
down
left.
as of yet, but Yuna is.
no.
As Jinwei gets another one done and dusted. Yoki looking to go for the plant. Here comes Stubb and the rest, but Coyote's in the corner. CJ Sapper eventually with the check, but Neons turn on the lights because they absolutely shine. This team, they just repeat history. They celebrate another 13-6 win
That's so
on
cute.
Vine versus Deviant Topaz. Another 2-0 as well against rivals they made so far. And it's a Neon's day today here at Zahk because they have been impressive in this series.
Very, very dominant show coming out of them. That first map, of course, stealing away their opponent's pick. And that was two things. Number one, them being incredibly good on that particular map, but also just a little bit minor mistakes coming in from Deviant Topaz as well. But on this map number 2, right? Deviant Topaz, they don't check their corners, yes, but it's just such perfect angles being held. Incredible utility usage as well, and overall Neons, they were in control every step of the way. The beginning of the round, the mid round, the post plans, everything. It's like they were taking things off a list, like good. The only few rounds that we really saw that were excellent coming out of Topaz was in that second half. And apart from those couple of mistakes that they were able to capitalize on, I feel like Neon were just also much quicker, much better at adjusting to their opponents. Like, they changed the pace, Neons, they're ready for it. They like to play in a different area of the map, they're quick to counter and try to deal with that. So overall, I think that Neons, they just looked so much more in control. They did their research, they did their prep work, and I think that despite them being kind of in that bottom rung of that, not being in that top teams to qualify for that LCQ, they're still one of the most likely contenders. And today's 2-0 performance, it's a great sign of that. But anyway, I think that's going to be goodbye for me and Daks for the day. We still have our panelists though, so let's see what they have to say.
Thank you so much to Daks and to Zahk. I thought they forgot about us for a minute. I was like, oh, wait, hold on, Zahk, no. But Fluffy, it seems as though Neons could be one of our top contenders here for those two spots going on over to Elite, especially since they're in this form right now. Yes, Deviant Topaz was able to get a few rounds in and all, but like it seems like, you know, Neons, they just kept their calm and they were able to really bring it home.
Not only were they able to do it, they were able to do it so cleanly. I feel like the core players from Neons has really held really well together over time. Zahk already mentioned how they've been playing together for so long, and it really shows because in a lot of these high pressure situations, it just feels like they gel a bit more and they've done a bit more prep.
Yes, I totally agree. I think that you know, for Neons, you could really feel that synergy coming in here, and I feel like I don't feel like it wasn't there for Deviant Topaz. I feel like it was there. I just feel like, you know, whenever Neons would just get like, you know, a 1-up on Deviant Topaz, it would just feel like they didn't exactly have like a plan B or a plan C, or they didn't have the pieces to pull that plan B together, you know? There wasn't that contingency in place for them, especially like with Bind that, you know, again, Neon's already defeated them on before. They already seen this playbook happen before for Deviant Topaz. So I think that, you know, I think that if ever, you know, they do come across this team again, or they come across another team that might read them in this way, I think that those strategies have to be in place for that.
It has to be super polished, especially at this level. It's already LCQ and no one really wants to go to that lower bracket. But unfortunately for Deviant Topaz, it's been a very difficult road because the lessons that they should have learned the first go around wasn't necessarily applied in this specific match. Not just because of maybe themselves, but also because Neon is also constantly improving. And I feel like that shows because you can see how those tiny mistakes from Topaz not being able to check corners, being able to just overstep, I think fumbling on themselves on times when they're trying to pull off something or readjust mid-round, has really cost them the macro things, like the bigger rounds. And slowly but surely, you keep checking the score and you're like, okay, we're down a couple of rounds more than we should have. And Neons especially is just hitting their shots, and I think that's what really matters.
This is also the exact same score that they had the last time they went up against Neons. It was also a 13-6. in almost the exact same ways. This must be so frustrating for Deviant Topaz to, lose to this team in almost the exact same way. It must have been like, a bit of deja vu for them. There is a lower bracket though. The story isn't totally over for Deviant Topaz. So there is a chance that they may exact that revenge on them once again. But until they clean that up, until they polish that playbook, that it looks, as crispy clean, I guess, as Neon's does, then unfortunately it doesn't look too positive on their side. I do have to commend Neon's as well. Like, you have players like, Coyote and Yamro, who were really just like, they were hitting those shots. They were so crispy.
And they're also they look like they're having a lot of fun while doing it. You take a look at the cameras every now and then, and they're just, they're just kind of chilling. Oh, okay, we did a thing. Okay, great. I mean, it helps your confidence too, because you do have that lead, but still knowing that it's still an LCQ match and every team deserves to be here, there is a certain part of you that's like, okay, we can't have too much fun, but it seems like they're pretty relaxed, and I think that's a good sign overall.
Yeah, it makes me feel confident in their preparation for LCQ, especially since it is such a high pressure environment, as we mentioned during the pre-show, right? This is only the top 2 will head on over to Elite, and that makes you one step closer to Game Changers champions as well, and that's where everybody wants to be, right? And I think that Neon's coming in for the first match, for the first series of the day, for the first day as well, and you're coming in and you're feeling good, I mean, that definitely, releases a lot of pressure. When you're under pressure, you tend to make a lot of mistakes as well. Maybe that's what Deviant Topaz went through too.
Or whatever they're trying to do, it's been working out, because that calm, cool, and collected kind of vibe has really resonated not only in the results, but also on at least how their team is performing. Because when a lot of stuff is happening, if you're already not stressed, then you won't stress about it as much, so you can always make better decisions, and it really shows on the scoreboard and reflects how, as a team, they've really built a lot of that synergy, not just because they have the existing core, but just how they adopt the other members as well.
Yeah, and I love that Neons as well. They kind of like have this, we saw Felsi pop up during the first map, and then on this map it was more of Yamroll and Yoki. I feel like that were really carrying the squad. So there is this kind of like, they get to pass that kind of energy around, and it makes it more sustainable too, which is really optimistic looking at into the long term. When you're going up against a best of 5, for example, you see a lot of these teams all around VCT do this thing where like you're able to pass the responsibility of carrying a team over to different members, just so that the pressure is relieved in certain points, right? And I feel like it's working. If Neons if they're doing that, then I feel like that's an excellent strategy, enabled especially in conserving energy towards the long run.
Exactly, because I think especially in those long series, I mean, we have best of 3s now, but once you get into those best of 5s, sustainability becomes an issue, and that heat retention that people always talk about can sometimes fade away from the more unexperienced teams or inexperienced teams. But for the veterans that we have here, or at least the ones with the strong cores, or maybe certain members that have been playing for a while as well, can really keep the cool down and make sure that everything is gonna roll smoothly, especially over these long hauls of games.
Yeah, it's gonna be so exciting indeed. And don't forget, we still have a lot more teams to go as well. I mean, like, I think, a lot of teams have been hyping up the Hero KDA as one of the front runners, potentially alongside Neons, just because of like the players that are on their squad, right? But the Hero KDA, I hear, is definitely a team to watch out for. We should check out actually the second stream to see how that match is ongoing, because I believe they're up against bot right now. But yeah, that is on twitch.tv/FSL, by the way. So I think that it is going to be really interesting to see how that all plays out, especially at the very end. We have 3 more days to go, ladies and gents, so I do hope you stick around for it, especially since it is the last chance for all of these teams to be able to qualify for Elite, and these ladies are giving it all they've got. It also is interesting to see this is the very end for a lot of story arcs, for a lot of for the journey of a lot of players over here on the side of Game Changers. Like, we're seeing some comebacks here like K4Didi, and we're seeing players like Yamro as well coming into their own, right? Really shining all throughout this entire circuit. Right now, though, it seems like we are still waiting for Neon's opponents over here on the upper bracket, as well as Deviant Topaz over here on the lower bracket.
Seems like at least we have one of the brackets already solidified. Gonna be a banger of a game with Nyx versus MLT. We already saw how MLT is such a strong team on our stream, but on the opposing stream, or the other stream rather, Nyx has a very clean run going for 2-0 against NF.
Yeah, that is going to be very interesting indeed. Oh, okay, so the dogs win over the cats.
Aww.
Aww.
I was personally Team Cat, at least logo-wise.
I know, logo-wise. This is really difficult. I mean, this had to happen, so I'm happy it did. But yeah, it is going to be interesting to see these two teams again in the lower bracket. Added pressure once again for that lower bracket, right? Again, it's the last chance. And I think for these teams, it really is going to test them. And I think that, for like we saw Be My Team a while ago, right? They had such great momentum and they had it taken away from them. How is that going to affect them going into their next match, right? So that's really how we're going to see the teamwork really come into play and how stable they are in their synergy and their composition.
Exactly. Yeah. It's really not just about stability, but we talked about already that resiliency and relentlessness to just make sure that everything is going to go smoothly no matter how long you have to play and no matter if you go up or down, because in LCQ it is a pretty brutal bracket. I mean, yes, you have another chance when you get to the lowers, but it's always a difficult spot to be in mentally because it is your final game.
I mean, there are some teams that are they like the lower bracket crawl because they kind of I guess the additional pressure kind of makes them feel a little better. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna name names, but those teams are kind of doing pretty well for themselves, if I do say so myself. But yeah, we're gonna see indeed who makes it out of that lower bracket, if any, and who manages to stay on top in the upper bracket when we do come back. This is just the start of our playoffs, and we have the whole weekend together, ladies and gents. So once again, this has been Mika and Fluffy for day 1 of VCT Game Changers APAC LCQ. We'll see you guys tomorrow.